Good morning. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Easter Matchplay 2026. We are live here in Coventry, England. Thank you again for joining us today. This is day 2, round 7, and we have an absolutely ridiculous matchup for you today. A seriously world-class fixture. Harshan Lamabadusuriya is facing up against Will Anderson, and I'm pleased to be joined today by Stewart Holden. Hi, Stewart. How are you doing?
Hi, good to be here. Really looking forward to being a part of this. I've taken part in some of the trial runs, as it were, some of the experimental setting up of this system, but this is the first time we're able to do a real live tournament commentary, and I'm really excited, delighted to be here.
Agreed. Yeah, pleased to have you. So let's transition over to the players. We can see that they have bagged up and are ready to go. And that will be our cue for the producer to say, let's kick this thing off. Got the handshake, and it's Harshan Lamabadusuriya to go first. We see both players are currently on a record of 4-2. Funny to see Will Anderson as the bottom seed in this division, given that he's never played an ABSP rated tournament, so he is currently coming into this as an unrated player. And it's Harshan to go first. Let's see what he's drawn out of the bag.
Not a bad opening rack for Harshan. Some versatile options there. Hairdo springs to mind as a possible nice way to open the board from the very first turn with a nice 6. Haloid would be slightly better, however. Haloid might see that go down. It's always nice to start with a 5 or a 6, I feel. Open the board up, give us a decent game. If he does play the L, it will give Will Anderson an 8-letter word, which the Canadian player Tony Lear would know because it will be the anagram of his name, ethanol. Well, I think we will see the L go down.
Or possibly not. He looks like, is he lining up Horde? Yeah. Yeah, a multitude of very similar options there. Also Hairdo keeping the L. So 28 points for Harshan to kick this thing off, and we move over to Will Anderson.
So no ethanol, unfortunately. Still in the experimental setting up stages here. Joseph, I'm just checking that you can hear me okay.
Yes, all good.
First time on the live stream for me. Really looking forward to being part of this strong pickup for Harshan, we see. But in the meantime, Will sees that he hasn't got the floater that he needs. You'd be looking to ditch just simply an H, an O, and a Y. Get rid of the less friendly tiles. Keep the retains type tiles. Perhaps no need to overthink this, really. Just play Hoy to the right-hand side of the H and O of Horde, setting up the A hook for Ahoy that you have on your rack.
And just looking ahead to Harshan, we see that he's drawn into the first blank with some duplicates. He's probably going to be bingoing next turn. Hoy is the play for Will.
Hoy is played. He's gone for it to the left-hand side. Doesn't make any difference either way, but certainly the strongest play there, keeping a very nicely balanced AENT. Harshan has lined up what looks like livelier onto the R of Horde.
He does have, I think that's liveried actually, with a blank R onto the D.
Yes, liveried, of course, yes.
But yeah, the same order of tiles.
Well, look at the pickup for. It looks bad at first, but if the R does go down, then it will be anteater for Will Anderson. I would expect him to spot that. So it may not be quite as bad as it looks, but it is one of those where you keep ANT, you pick AT, and you just groan slightly to yourself. Like, oh, can't believe it. Tiny 8 will play through an I as well. So he will have options, even though it looks like a miserable pickup at first.
I wonder what Harshan's thinking about here, because he had liveried lined up, and that's going to be the highest scoring place on the board.
It does seem like a no-brainer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But he's a very thorough player. He will take the time to just check there isn't anything, perhaps just taking a minute to see if there's anything that would play doubling the V, perhaps, on the way to a triple word score, either to the left or the right. I think that's where he's just looking to squeak a few more points out of it by saying, is there anything that would give me the double V on the way, either to the left or to the right?
Now you've said that, I think that is what he was doing.
Yeah. Correctly concluded that there isn't anything, and liveried or liveried goes down. So it will be anteater or tyeniate for Will, and those really will be the only two options. Anteater strategically opens, gives a very generous A on the top row if it's played onto the R of liveried. Would score 64. Tyeniate scores slightly fewer, but it opens up two completely unique spots in the top left and the bottom left corner at the same time, which he may prefer to do on the basis that your opponent can't take both spots at the same time, you know? So you're gonna get whichever one they don't use.
Yeah, that's right. Tyeniate is coming out slightly ahead. Anteater gives back an absolutely monstrous scoring spot potentially, with that double letter coming down to the double word. The Z or the J hits that. That's essentially a big score.
We see Harshan lining up, implying through the L.
Nice.
Which Tyeniate would block, of course. So there's an extra reason for Will to play this that he doesn't know right now. Only 2 points difference. I would certainly be playing Tyeniate, and it looks as if Will is arranging the letters on his rack in indeed that order, and down it goes. So he'll be very pleased when he watches this back and realizes that it blocked, implying still some decent options for Harshan. However, the top one, which I suspect he will play without too much thought, is Pygmy in the bottom left-hand corner. When you see that rack, Pygmy is the word that leaps out at you. He would also have imping for 2 points more in the bottom left, just taking the Y out of the letters as he's got them lined up at the minute. Imping will go down there, but I think Pygmy keeping a nicer IN is almost certainly the way to go here. Looking at the standings of this tournament, Harshan was 4-2 overnight with a spread of plus 237. He's sitting in 8th place. Will also on 4-2, strangely with a spread of -3, which you don't see that too often where someone's got more wins than losses but a negative spread. 15th place, but still a very good record so far. Long way to go, of course, in this weekend. They are playing all day today and all day tomorrow as well in Coventry. Harshan now lining up Pygmy as we thought that he may indeed do. Keeping probably the two most versatile letters, scoring a very handy 46 points. I think this will go down fairly quickly.
So Pygmy is the play. I have to say, I didn't mind imping, just holding on to the Y for score. But yeah, personally, I agree with Stewart. I would have gone with Pygmy. For whatever reason, imping is performing marginally better. But yeah, regardless, Pygmy is the play for Harshan, which puts him about a bingo ahead with Will Anderson on turn. And he's drawn into a Vowel heavy rack with his post-bingo draw. Doesn't have anything especially inspiring this turn. He's doubtful to be scoring anything north of 20, probably south of that, to be honest. Looks like his best play might simply just be dumping OU in that bottom left corner that Harshan's just created.
Yes, he could get rid of a few more letters with UNAU, UNAU in the top right, but it's not great. There are no great options, really.
Yeah, I would certainly be tempted by UNAU. Just get rid of both of those U's at the same time. It looks like Will is lining that up as well.
Harshan would be looking at the track and immediately thinking, I just want a nice place for Cinq. CINQ is the obvious four-letter word to try to sort this rack out. And fortunately, he does have one with Peck. And I think that will go down without much hesitation. He's immediately lining up the CNQ. The alternative is to play it through the eye of live read. And he may indeed prefer that. Slightly too fewer points, but fairly straightforward. Better choice because EGIL. The I works really nicely with the EGL as letters to keep, so not too much thought required for Harshan there.
And moving back to Will, he's drawn into the X and he has duplicated the O that he kept on his rack. Got some decent scoring options available here. I think we're likely to see him drop down Oxo. He's got two potential spots for that, either to the left of Hoy or to the right of Horde. The left of Hoy, 7 more points. It does open up the triple word lane for Harshan. But then I'm not sure how dangerous that is, putting the O out in space there.
I think it's got to be Oxo.
Yeah, I was going to say that this placement doesn't open up as much. Yeah, I'd probably take the 7-point hit here. Another option for Will is to drop Axon to the left of Hoy for 38. It has a slightly worse leave, but then it is 7 more points than Oxo in the same spot.
That's a difficult choice because iOS really is significantly worse as a rec leave than INOS. The N works so well to balance that rec leave. It may well be worth a 7-point sacrifice to just keep.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, very good point. Peter Guzik in the chat pointing out frog-like, just looking ahead to Harshan. I wonder does that currently fit anywhere?
It does now, because Oxo has gone down in the risky spot.
Wow. Oh my God.
Like
amazing. Okay. Right. So Oxo for 31 is the play in the placement we expected from Will Anderson. And I think we're going to see a pretty crazy 8 come down from Harshan Lamabadusuriya. And Stewart, amazingly, this is his only available bingo as well. He's lined it up. Although from a neutral's perspective, I am pleased to see Will has got a really nice draw. He's probably going to be bingoing in response. So got an absolute barnstormer for you folks in Game 7, the first game of the day. We knew this was going to be a fantastic matchup. Just what a caliber of players to have on stream here in humble Coventry, England.
Yeah, absolutely. Two of the world's best players, and great to see Will over here playing in the UK for the first time. Hopefully we can be a bit kind to him. We don't want him to have a terrible tournament, but Frog Like is really going to hurt when it goes down. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, this is going to come down for 107.
Where is Harshan at the moment? I don't see him on the camera.
Yes, I'll point that out again to the players. So we have just one player cam this time, split in 2. So the scope is a little more limited, but it just helped limit the amount of feed going into the back end. That's actually an interesting point from Stewart. The fact that we can't see Harshan means that he's leaning back, surveying, probably just surveying his rack. I don't really think he has any doubt on this word, but here it comes. Absolutely phenomenal play from Harshan Lamabadusuriya. Frog-like with a blank half for 107 and an approving nod from Will Anderson.
That's a brutal move when you're already 59 ahead. That is the kind of thing you just love to put down. We do know, fortunately, as you said, in the interest of balance, we don't want totally one-sided games here between two brilliant players, and we do like to see both players having a chance in a game, and certainly, therefore, very pleased to see that Will has replies. Leadings or dealings through the salading is a really nice option to have. That will play with Hoys. Looking a little bit further, 2 plays then, very similar sounding words off of the G or the M of Pickney, Gaddlings or Madlings, both playable here. And that is what he is lining up. Will it be Gaddlings? Will it be Madlings? He's going for the higher scoring and more risky option, but when you're behind, that's perhaps the right thing to do. Madlings going down.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to say I agree with this placement. Will needs maximum volatility because he's still going to be very far behind, and he's drawing into a random rack. He needs something. He needs to make something happen for himself here. So Harshan's still doing his post bingo paperwork.
So 2 crucial pickups here really will determine the way that the game goes.
That is a phenomenal draw for Will Anderson. That's exactly what he needed to see. Oh my God. Wow, look at that draw for Will. Is that going to play?
Wow, that's the question. What do you actually do with it? But it's an amazing pickup, and in the interest of keeping the game going and alive and interesting, it's exactly, as you say, what we wanted to see.
That is absolutely crazy. So if we look at Harshan's top play is Uribe from beneath the S that Madlings has just put out, which is going to give rezones back for a crazy score, and that could be essentially a tie game. While Harshan thinks about this, good morning to all of our viewers again. Thank you for joining us. Let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from today. It's still very early on in this tournament. So much more action to be had here on the ABSP Scrabble YouTube channel. I think Will is probably currently surveying this incredible draw that he's got, because I don't think it currently plays as it stands. So he's going to absolutely love to see Oribi come down, if that is indeed Harshan's play.
Oribi would give the spot, and Will would be absolutely delighted. Really no reason for Harshan not to play this and just take the points for it at the minute. It's the intuitive play. It scores the most. The only thing he'd be worried about would be the S hook, but he'll be thinking, what's the probability that Will has picked a 7-letter bonus straight out, ending in an S that would play there? Well, of course we know he has. But...
And of course, even if Will were to bingo there, or just play something ending in an S, it then opens up the far right triple lane for Harshan. Harshan is considering bores through the S, just straight down onto that triple word, which would not give back rezones. Good morning, Stephen in Kenya. Hello. Hello to Paul in London, and hello to Leah in Berlin. Thank you for joining us, folks.
Great to have an international audience here.
Yes, absolutely.
Worth noting that the only 8 from Will's rack is Cozeners, Cozeners. So were Harshan to put the C in a useful place, Cozeners would go down at 4 and 8.
Yes, very good point. Okay, so the play is not bores, as Harshan was considering, but it is brews, which does not give back rezones. So Will Anderson, he was probably not expecting to be able to get this down anyway. He probably doesn't realise how close he was, but he's going to have to figure out something else here and keep himself in this game. At present, his winning chances are looking quite far south of 10%, but he's got a fantastic rack. Both blanks are now, of course, gone, but he's got the best possible rack to nurture and get himself back into this game. He finds himself currently down only 115. He does have the S, he has the Z, he's got a nice balanced bingory rack. If there's anyone who can make it happen, it is the international master, Will Anderson.
A couple of really nice options here for Will. He's probably best to simply play Bez off of that B. Not just because it's a handy 34 points, but because it keeps ENORS. So very simple score and rack leave. That is almost certainly the top option. Worth noting that there's a really nice looking play, not necessarily the best option, but Ronzer, Ronzer, plays from the blank R of frog-like, hooking, ox, and no, which is a very pretty play. I don't think it's quite right. For the reasons stated, it would score 43 as opposed to 34, but the ENORS keep from the Bears play probably gives that the edge.
Yeah, I have to say I agree. For whatever reason, just one consideration, it is performed better, but I'm entirely agreeing with Stewart there. Bears does score 90 points. What I think that wrong is that really playing 3-4 tiles. Will really needs to slow this down. He doesn't have that much longer. We're over halfway through this game. He finds himself down at a deficit of essentially 2 bingos. He is on turn, but he just needs to nurture this rack, play off as few tiles as possible while scoring, and try to hit a bingo in his next turn.
Harshan has lined up cop-outs, which has an anagram, everyday word, but not necessarily the easiest to spot. Cop-outs anagram is octopus.
Yeah, very nice. I don't think either of those play either as it stands. And Bez won't give them back. So Bez is the play coming down for 34 for Will. And we move back to Harshan, who has an two unplayable 7s on his rack. Hello to Mr. Hatsuka1 in Sydney. Hello to Damila in Nigeria. And hello to Donna, who is right here in Coventry at the Easter Matchplay. That is not the draw that Will was hoping for. He has triplicated the R. That's nasty stuff. He's not going to be scoring a whole lot on his next turn.
That's a truly dreadful pickup for Will Anderson, just at a crucial time in the game when we were hoping we would see something of a comeback, make it more of a match. He has had a horror pickup.
Good morning to Rebecca in Istanbul. Yes, you are correct. This is the first game of the day. Folks, we have 10 games, count it, 10, 1-0 of high-quality Scrabble for you today on ABSP Scrabble. This is just the first of many. So Harshan's top play here is looking to be Pout, P-O-U-T, down to the right of Horde. Gives nothing back, scores well, keeps him ticking over, holds the S.
Another really nice option for him is an obscure 5-letter word, P-O-Y-O-U. I don't think I'm even going to attempt to pronounce that. Looks like Poyu or Poyu. That would play through the yo, just dropping P-O and the U. Scores a nice 20 and keeps a very nice C-O-S-T rack leaf. Very handy for Harshan that Bez doesn't take any end hooks. Frog-like, of course, doesn't take any end hooks. So even though the right-hand side of the board is empty, it's not particularly easy to get anything down there. Harshan has indeed played Pout. What a horrendous pickup. But, oh, this is a lovely play by Will Anderson.
Yeah, that's really great vision.
That's a fantastic spot. Okay, it keeps 2 R's, but 41 by far the highest scoring move that he had available. Hooking Sanks and scoring enough points to put him within a bingo strike distance. In other words, he still needs to then draw magic tiles to go with those 2 R's, but it keeps him in the game. Harshan is holding Sauna. In other words, he has asked Will to just pause before drawing his new tiles. He's considering whether to challenge. For those who are less familiar with tournament Scrabble, played at this level, if you challenge a word and it turns out to be valid, it is worth an extra 5 points. So that's why it's not just an automatic checking of the word for Harshan. He's thinking, am I sure of Sauna? Am I going to check it? And he has decided to challenge, it looks like.
Interesting.
And we can see Harshan getting his phone out, holding it in view of the camera, which is nice. It's not Sauna, it's Sauna, but there we go. Checks the word, and you can see the green tick comes up. It is acceptable. So that is an extra 5 points for Will. Could be handy. Frankly, he needs every point he can get at the minute with the way the game has been going. Really nice, clever play by Will there. Keeps him within striking distance, 58 points now behind after that extra 5 points.
Yeah, very nicely done from Will. As Stewart said, by far his most scoring option. Also creates a tantalising S lane that he will be hoping to draw into with 2 S's unseen to him. We know Harshan has one of them, and unfortunately Will has not drawn the other, and in fact his rack has deteriorated even further. Nasty pickup. WLN, which lacks synergy, and just the 1 vowel now on his rack. Meanwhile, Harshan's sitting on a nice balanced rack, and he's got the J for score.
Yeah, Harshan's rack is one of those that would be frustrating because you would immediately look at that and see words like eject and think, oh, there must be some decent scoring here, but there isn't actually as much as you might initially expect. He can play eject from the E of liveried, or from the E of Froglike. He could play Joel, Jole, through the L of Madlings. Not as exciting options as you might hope when you first see that rack. I would be getting my hopes up and then looking at the board and thinking, okay, maybe it's not quite as good as I thought.
So eject through, well, off the E in liveried also takes out a valuable floater for Will. Harshan does have that word in the same spot down from the E in Froglike, but I do prefer the placement in the middle of liveried, just continuing to clog up the board.
Now, Will Anderson sets puzzles for the Scrabble app, as some of you know, and he likes clever through plays. There was one recently where the solution was to extend the word hitch to chit chat or something like that. He loves these clever moves where you take a word that's on the board and you extend it at both ends at the same time. There's a not quite as pretty, but nonetheless attractive option here for Harshan to do that, extending YOU, to joyous. Nice little play, the kind of thing that Will would approve of, I think, turning one word into a totally different word by extending both ends at the same time. Eject, however, the more straightforward option and probably the better play, if slightly less joyous.
Yes, indeed. So Harshan has lined up eject, and now we just wait to see which E he plays it from. I'm expecting the one in liveried.
I think he might go for the Froglike because it takes out the E and it restricts bonus plays hooking the S onto Sauna. And then, of course, he has he's faked us out, as it were. He lined up eject and he's gone and played Joel just to throw us off the. Joel is actually the top play because that CEST leave is very strong. So no complaints there.
So we move back to Will Anderson. Really quite a miserable rack. Nothing especially inspiring here. He's probably not going to be scoring anything more than 20.
No, he's
And
playing
fast. Yeah. This is his top move.
But just look at what Harshan has picked up here.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yep. This is the point where people comment in the chat window, GG, as in, that's it. Good night, folks. See you next game.
Yeah.
It's just been Harshan's game the whole way through, and he's such a good player. He spots the best move almost every turn. Can't criticize anything he's done here. When he gets the tiles and it flows in his direction, there is nothing Will or any other player on the earth could do. So we will see something like Raciest and Saunas perhaps go down. Is there any possibility he won't be sure of Sauna taking an S? Not really. We see it fairly straightforward. Christi, the anagram that he is choosing to play here, hooking Saunas, and Will with a nod of recognition that says, yeah, this just is not my.
So 455 plays 318. 4 tiles in the bag. Will Anderson possibly going to be looking to play off 3, leave 1 in the bag, and bingo out next turn. He can do that with few, FEW to the left of O, OH. I would imagine he does have to bag, but doing so, of course, this opponent full knowledge of this rack, which means Harshan would then be able to block Will's out bingo, as he had them in 2 places. So while Will thinks this through, folks, I'm just dropping standards in the chat again, and that will be a pinned comment, so please go check those out. Hello to Alison and Lincoln. Live in Richland. Thank you for joining us this morning, folks. Will wants to keep his E and leave one in the bag. I think his best option to do so is off WOF under the E in Froglike. score's only 14, so half what you would be getting for few FEW. So he'd probably have to take that hit. There is one E on seating as well. She can hope to draw into.
Apologies for a little bit of sound difficulty on the line there. I think it may have been just a bit of a microphone problem, but you are still watching the live stream of the Easter Matchplay first game of Sunday here. Harshan running out to a fairly comfortable victory, it looks like, against Will Anderson, who really hasn't had much of a chance in this. We are just watching Will struggle with another act that looks kind of promising, but doesn't really do very much. And obviously significantly behind in score. It's not going to go Will's way. But you play for every point in these tournaments, even when you are significantly behind. Spread is a factor for those newer to tournament Scrabble. A spread is your combined total of your wins and losses in points. In other words, your winning margins. So it is not the case that when you're over 100 behind, you just throw your hands up and say, okay, that's it, game over. You still fight for every point. I speak from the experience of someone who won the summer Matchplay back in 2005. After 15 games over a weekend, I won that tournament by 8 points of spread. And boy, was I glad that it wasn't the other way around, because it would have been a horrible way to lose the tournament. So it really can make the difference at the end. You can have some incredibly tight results. And this is why in this situation, okay, the scoreline is hopeless. We know who the winner is going to be, but you still fight on to the end and try to minimize your losses, or in Harshan's case, maximize your wins.
Yeah, Will got 9 minutes on his clock here, so he's going to take as much time as possible, see whether there is a Hail Mary he can pull out of the bag. And again, folks, just to clarify, Harshan has not gone anywhere. We've just got limited scope on the player cam, so he's going to be sitting back, probably having a stretch and just surveying the scene. As he sits on a not too bad rack himself, he's got some scoring potential. And I think if Will tries to open some kind of miracle lane, Harshan's just going to be able to shut that down and score well in the process. So Will is looking at Own, O-W-N, probably underneath Frog-like. That will score 21 points.
He could also play Own to the right of the last 3 letters of Christi. Down the side of Christi would open up a desperate bonus line, keeping EFIR and creating an R hook for Tor. So, some possibility, as you say, the Hail Mary last minute bonus, if not to come back and win the game, but at least to reduce the spread. So.
Yeah. So Conf is the play, C-O-N-F. Do you know what? As I was saying that, I was thinking actually he probably wants to hold on to the F-W, because he's going to need to bingo with a scoring tile if he's got any chance of even not equalising this game, but at least limiting the damage further, isn't he? So he probably spent some of that time thinking, what bingo can I draw into with the F or W? So he has drawn the S much later in the game than he would have wanted to. He hasn't finally got that on his rack. He doesn't actually have a huge amount of value now on this particular board.
Lovely play for Harshan available here onto that N, which is Beadman, which would score a really nice 36 points. Empties the bag, obviously, as any move in this situation will, and we'll just leave him with an I +1 from the bag, almost guaranteed to go out, really, on the next turn. We know he would pick the D from the bag. That's the one that's in there at the minute, but Beadman looks like a really nice option for Harshan here. So we're just watching the end of this game play out. We know who the winner is going to be. We're already looking ahead to who might be playing in the next round. So many good players here at the tournament. Joseph has put the link to the live stream, the live results in the chat window. You can see we have Brian Poe here, who is 6-0 after the first day. Jack Moran has just won to currently leap up to second place. We've got Rick Kennedy from Northern Ireland, also in a strong position. Stewart Houten, my near namesake, also doing well. And many, many other top players here. Phil Robertshaw, Paul Allan, Samuel Crispin, David Webb. It's a really, really strong field here in Coventry this weekend. We are looking forward to 2 more full days of high quality games to bring you. And so grateful to Rick Kennedy, who I just mentioned there, along with a team of helpers who are facilitating these live stream broadcasts now. It's a lovely thing to have available in UK tournaments. And the man sitting on the right of your screen, of course, Will Anderson, has been a huge advocate of this in America, North America as well, and has given a lot of support to Rick in the setting up of the system over here. So it's bringing Scrabble forward as a competitive activity. Sport, as some people like to call these things. Really great to see and really fun thing to be part of. Harshan being a very careful, very dedicated player, using the full extent of his time here to look at all the options. He wants to squeeze every point out of this game that he possibly can. He would have seen Beadman, he would have seen other options. He's just trying to make sure he wins by as many points as possible. Amoeba would be an interesting option for him as well, hooking underneath the K and E of Frog-like. Someone pointing out in the chat window that it says this is round 5. You're quite right. It's not round 5. It is actually round 7. But we're...
Oh, yes. Yeah. Let me fix that.
Yeah, and I see apologies, I was a little bit behind on the plays there. Amide going down, keeping A, B. Play from Harshan picks the D, which is not bad.
Hello to Josh Sokol in the chat. Thank you for joining us, sir. So Harshan's going to be scoring over 500 in this game. You'd love to see it on stream. Will just going to be glad to be hitting 350 after a few really ropey racks toward the end of this game. Good views, 38.
Yes, he could have played Viewer for 2 more points, but it would give Harshan an outplay of Bard through the R. So Will, again, careful right to the very end. It would have been intuitive for some people to plonk down Viewer for the extra couple of points there, but he knows exactly what last 3 tiles Harshan has. Really nice outplay from Harshan as well. Buddha through the U of Brews, underlapping saunas. Classy move to finish.
Yep, very nicely done. That was Harshan's top outplay. So that gives a final score after countback of Harshan Lamabadusuriya 518 to Will Anderson's 379. A little bit of a blowout in the end. The rub of the tiles did not go Will's way. He fought back well. He drew into what looked like a potential miracle bingo to get him back level with rezones, but unfortunately the spot did not become available. We did see that lovely frog-like for 107 from Harshan. and that really set the tone for the rest of the game moving forward. So thank you, Stewart. We're going to take a short break now, folks. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in 10 to 15 minutes for round 8. Welcome back, folks. Thank you for sticking with us. We are here in Coventry, England for Easter Matchplay 2026. This is round 8, and we have two experts facing up against one another. Calum Edwards against Jason Carney. I'm back here again with our expert, Stewart Holden. Hi, Stewart. How are you feeling about this game?
Hi, yes, great to be here. I am really enjoying being part of this live commentary so far and having so many high quality players to watch. And we've got another two fantastic players on the stream here with Jason and Calum. So yeah, it's going to be another great lineup. You know, high quality Scrabble is so entertaining to watch. Players don't miss very much, but they do make mistakes. Everybody misses things occasionally. And it's just a fascinating thing to be a part of. So another good match ahead. I think what we want to see is a ding-dong battle. You know, the last one was a bit of a blowout. Harshan drew well and played fantastically well, as he always does. And Will couldn't really do much. What I'd like to see for this game is something that's a little bit more down to the wire, because it just makes it a bit more interesting for the viewers and the commentators as well. So hopefully they will both have a good chance here. However, first track for Calum looks very bonusly. Overgot straight away.
Yeah, and there's only one logical place for him to put this down, so he's probably just going to be adding this up in his head so we can announce the score.
Well, I said we wanted a ding-dong battle, and it will give a prize for Jason as well. So we are straight into it here.
Very nice.
Overgot goes down, but that V gives not one, not two, but three very similar replies for Jason Carney. Over dare, over dear, and over read, all valid through the V. Those are his only options, but plenty to choose from. Hopefully he will know and be confident of at least one of those.
So both these expert players coming to this game sitting in the upper mid-table. We see Jason is seed 6, Calum is seed 8, both extremely experienced players with superb word knowledge. As Stewart says, we should have an absolute banger on our hands here as overread comes down. Basically nothing between all those three options for Jason, sorry, and that's for 74 points. And we move back to Calum, who's still doing his paperwork and has not actually replenished his rack yet.
Yeah, so the protocol order is that when you play your turn and it's been accepted by the opponent, you draw your new tiles, but you can just put them face down on the table, which is what Calum would have done then. So he then stopped and did his paperwork, recording the word, recording the score, tracking the tiles that have been played so that he can keep track of what's still to come, then choosing to put his tiles up on his rack for us to see, which is an absolutely valid way to do things. You know, you don't have to draw the tiles and immediately make them visible to the camera or even to yourself. Sometimes you want to take care of the paperwork side of things without the distraction of thinking about what your next move is going to be as soon as you start to see the tiles.
So a pretty chunky rack for Calum here. He's got some nice scoring options available to him. We're going to be seeing him dispense with the J. The question is just where he does that and with which of the other letters on his rack. He has Joy for 51. That's his highest scoring play through the first O in Overgot. But if he wants to dispense with a few more tiles, he has Jam or J down the left of the bottom of Overread.
J is the play. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Ideally, he would have liked to get rid of the clunky V as well, but you're not going to complain at a simple J play like that. So AMTV could turn into something decent.
Back with Jason Carney. He's drawn an S in his post-bingo draw, but he's accompanying that with 2 U's. You hate to see it. However, he himself has some really nice scoring options available. They do involve him keeping both of those U's, but for 47 for Fays or Foys, you've just got to go with that and hope for the best.
Yeah, one of those situations where a Q pickup wouldn't be the worst thing, actually. You know, sometimes when you're keeping vowels, including a U, it's probably the only situation in which you might welcome picking the Q, actually. You know, keeping AR, UU, Q wouldn't be the worst thing to see. It rarely works out that way, of course.
Hello to Neve in the chat, tuning in from Bologna. Very nice to have you. And hello to Buddha, BDER, who says he is not, I believe Jason said this is not a Scrabble player, but an ex-work colleague of Jason's tuning in to support. So thank you very much for joining us, sir. Pleased to have you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And if you're not a Scrabble player, which I think is what Jason said, I hope you're finding this informative and educational.
This reminds me, of course, when it comes to live stream viewers, I am one of the admins on the Whisper chat channel on WhatsApp. So I am going to publish the link in the Whisper channel now. That might just grab in 1 or 2 more viewers here. We're doing all this hard work. It's great to have as many watching as possible. So let's put the live link out to the world through Whisper's chat channel, and we will see what happens.
So Jason electing to hold on to the A over the O, and he's played fours for 47 to make this essentially a tie game. And we move back to Calum Edwards, who continues to have a load of clunkers on his rack, but he's got scoring opportunities available to sort through this. That O, the first O in overgot, sitting right betwixt 2 double letter scores, is going to be tantalizing to both players. Interesting. We're probably going to see Calum utilize that and score mid-30s. And Jason, while he does retain that duplicate U, he has drawn into the first blank of the game. With a rack like that, I'm not sure Jason will actually be bingoing with it. We'll see what he can pull out the bag. But for now, I'm trying to see what Calum is lining up. It is YOW for 35, which seemed to be his highest performing play.
Yes, when you've got a juicy spot like that, those 2 double letter scores, such easy points to play consonants next to the vowels there and take. When you've got a consonant heavy rack, it's exactly what you need, really. A nice, easy 37-point play. So, 35-point play, beg your pardon. You'll be very pleased to have that spot available.
So an interesting turn for Jason. Not really anything remotely scory available to him. He's just going to be looking to see whether he can dump off both of those U's. He can do so with U2. That's UTU, simply above, starting above the G in overgot. Although he would love to hold on to that T if at all possible, for its synergy with the remainder of his tiles. I'm not sure he can really do so and get rid of both U's at the same time. Another option is simply for 6 points playing Ruru, RU, through the R in overgot. Although if you're getting rid of the R or the T, you may as well simply do U2. And interesting, okay, he's simply doing U2 for 5 points, holding that T and setting up and forking the board, actually. So yeah, I quite approve of this play. Stewart, what do you think?
It's all about the fork, I think. Yeah, it's opening 2 completely separate lines for 7-letter words going down the J column as we look at it, and because overgot can't be hooked, there is no way that those are both going to be taken out next turn while he is keeping AIRT blank. So that's a clever play. Unlike U2, who still haven't found what they're looking for, he's played U2 and it's exactly what he was looking for. Yeah, cheesy dad jokes all day, I'm afraid, from me. Double M on the rack for Calum combined with a V, not what he wants to see. We can see that Jason is definitely going to get his first 7-letter word down, following on from his 8 with overreads.
Yeah, Calum's going to need to score well here because he's going to get bingoed on next turn. He's got a very nice choice of VAT men through the E in overgot for 36 points. And that is actually not a man who works in a VAT. It is, according to our word checker, an employee of the Customs and Excise Board responsible for collecting VAT, otherwise known as VAT. Alternatively, he's got Madam through the AD in the bottom left. And he's not going with either of those choices. He's simply dumping off those two M's with Mem for 23, holding on to a nice bingo-y leave. And Jason Carney now with the B for a bit of score to pump up the value of the bingo that's going to be coming down further. He's sitting on the blank and the S. And really it's just now about permutating through the many options he's going to have available to him and finding the best one that not only scores but also does what he needs for the board, because he's only going to be up probably 20, 30 points on the back of this. He's got one standout bingo that scores head and shoulders above the rest, and that is a double-double.
Lining it up as we go. Yeah, absolutely the play.
Very nicely done from Jason Carney. He's found his only double-double. This scores 16 points more than anything else on offer. That is Rare Bits with a blank E. Rare Bit, of course, being a dish of melted and seasoned toast with cheese.
Yeah, switching over to Calum's rack, we can see immediately Vantage on his rack. It would have played already with 2-2. It now plays onto the S of Rare Bits as well. He's also got, for style points, not the best play, but he can play Vantage off the AD as well for Advantage for a 9, giving us 2 9-letter words on the rack. It's not the best play, but it would look pretty. I think, however, he'll be choosing one of the Vantages points instead for a safer option. How nice to have Vantage on your rack when there's AD on the board.
Yeah, very nice. So Jason's new lead is going to be short-lived. As Stewart said, unfortunately, the 9 is not actually remotely Calum's best play. You always want the style play to be the optimal one. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case here. But Calum does still have some working out to do. He's got Vantage or Vantages. There's almost nothing between them, so he just needs to think about what those do to the board, respectively. So, again, that is Vantage hooking 2-2 or Vantages onto the S in Rare Bits. And he's going with the placement that gives him 1 extra point. Hooking 2-2.
Well, we said we wanted a ding-dong battle. We said we wanted something that was close and the lead going back and forth and both players having chances, and that's exactly what we're getting so far. We've had a 8-letter word hooked to a 9. We've had an opening bingo. We've had a double-double, and we now see the advantage swinging back to Calum. So, fantastic game so far. Very entertaining.
Yeah, all to play for. Jason's got a decent score on offer, and he's going to get himself within touching distance of his opponent. So, yeah, a real banger lining up here.
The highest scoring move for Jason here is quite astonishing, actually, and this is really Nigel Richards plays. We tend to call these things an obscure 6-letter word. Ibadat, I-B-A-D-A-T, following of Islamic beliefs and practices. Ibadat would play through the AD in the bottom left-hand corner for 35 points, the highest score available. I will eat my hat if Jason even considers that as a move. That's truly expert, well, beyond expert level play, really. I think the more simple option of ball or ball above the last three letters advantage is almost certainly what he and pretty much every other player on the planet will consider to be the best move here. I wonder how many players would know Ibadat as an obscure six-letter word. I think fewer than 20 players worldwide would consider that as an option, really, or to ever have seen the word before, simply because it's a six-letter word. Using average tiles, it doesn't take an S on the end. There's literally no reason to know it whatsoever.
So the more human plays on offer for Jason are Ball, BAWL, for 33, above Vantage, holding on to IG with 5 ends unseen to him. So he might want to go fishing for that useful ing suffix. Alternatively, he could just hold the L and play Bore, but I think in that situation, you want to just get rid of it, turn over tiles, get 2 more points. The L doesn't really do anything for that rack, and Ball is the play. That is Jason's top performing play for 33 points, and we move back to Calum Edwards.
Potentially nice looking play for, or nice looking pickup with Calum, because it doesn't make plodder as a 7-letter word. Unfortunately, no place for that, but he has nice options. Going back to that AD, which has given so many interesting possibilities already. Paddle or padded all play through there for scores above 30. If he doesn't mind keeping the 2 Ds, then Prole, P-R-O-L-E, will play above the ball play for a very attractive 41. That's his highest scoring move, but he might not be too keen on the DD leave. It does seem like he's lining up Prole. Maybe he's thinking about that.
It's worth pointing out, well, of course, he is sitting on Plodder as a 7, which unfortunately doesn't play. But Stuart, I think you were going to say it's a really nice pickup for Jason as well. He's drawn into tasting and stating. And they are unlikely to be blocked. So it's probably going to be slightly advantage Jason Carney after the next 2 moves.
Calum slightly hesitating, going for the Prole play. It is the right move. I think it's the right move, even though it keeps DD. There's only 1 D left to come. He'd be desperately unlucky to pick it out of the bag with so many tiles unseen. So just take the points. If in doubt, take the points.
So Jason has 2 bingos available here. Hooking Ball with stating or tasting in the same spot. Very little between those. Stating arguably has more dangerous vowel placement by that middle triple word. Tasting quite a bit more blocky, although it does set the A up on that double letter in the top right with the X unseen. So he's probably going to have to permutate through these and weigh up the pros and cons of both plays.
Stating has some interesting prefixes to extend the double constating, misstating, and outstating would all then be ways to extend it up to the double word score. Not for a huge score, but worth considering. I said that not Harshan, he was in the last game. I said that Calum would be desperately unlucky to pick that 1 final remaining D from the bag. And of course, he's gone and done exactly that. He'll have a few options like abided through the B of rabbits. So it's not a terrible pickup, but he'll be feeling a little bit hard done by to have picked the only remaining D to create a triplicate on his rack at this point. And stating goes down for Jason to give him the lead again. The ding-dong continues. So as we said, parallel plays available from either stating or tasting. Calum, Dado, something along those lines seems to be reasonably straightforward here. There are limited options with 3Ds and 4 vowels. So the nice consonant vowel pattern of stating allows for easy overlap plays or parallel plays. So I think we'll see Dado or Dido or similar go down fairly quickly here. Dido already lined up on Calum's rack. Worth noting that there are 6 I's still to come as well. So, you might be tempted by a boded through the B instead keeping an I, but with those tiles unseen, you really, really want to be getting rid of one of that I on your rack. Conversely, there is only 1 A still to come. So Dido, hugely preferable over Dado here. Dido always makes me think of the singer who had, I think, two of the top 10 best-selling albums of the decade, a couple of decades ago, and hasn't done a whole lot since. She was a hugely popular singer, at least in Britain, in the sort of early 2000s. And seems to have not been heard from so much recently. Dido the singer, I also know, has a fantastic real name that's worth looking up. If you look her up on Wikipedia, she has the most incredible real name as a singer, which I will leave people to Google in their own time. But just while we wait to see what Calum draws here, entertain yourself by looking up the real name of Dido the singer.
So moving back to Jason Carney, he's got a very nice post-bingo draw. He's got a load of scoring potential. He's got the Z, he's got the F and the H, and he's got some vowels for balance as well. He does have 46 points available to him. That's his highest scoring play. That would be freeze. Tripling the F, tripling the Z through the R in rare bits. It does keep HN, which he might not be too happy about, but actually with a rack like this, it's surprising that there aren't more scoring options available to him.
Yeah, this is very similar to Harshan's rack of when he had eject in the previous game, and it's one of those, you look at the rack and you think, oh, this looks like it has good scoring potential, and then you look at the board and think, you know what, it's really not as good as I first thought, because if I drew that rack that Jason had with the H, the F, the Z, as you said, good set of vowels to go with it, I'd be thinking, aha, big points, and then you start looking around and think, okay, where are these big points that this rack should be getting me? And it's a little disappointing. Freeze is the top scoring play for him by a very long way here, actually. There's nothing, he doesn't even have any moves that score in the 30s or the 40s apart from freeze.
And he's lining it up, nicely found from Jason. One alternative move for him was to simply drop the H in the bottom left for 24 had. Holding on to the F and the Z for score, I prefer freeze.
Yeah, I think had or had down there were options, but no, it's got to be that
Yeah, and also turning over, going rummaging for that second blank as well.
An
So
alternative might have been Ziff in the bottom left as well, Z-I-F-F onto the F. But Freeze is the standout play here by a long way, and he's done very well to find it.
yeah, very nicely done by Jason Carney. And Calum has drawn into the X as well as the CH, which have got excellent synergy. He's got some really nice options available here himself. So a proper back and forth matchup is exactly what we like to see on stream. Calum's top scoring move here is 50 with a lovely leave of H, A-E, A-C-E-H. That would be X'd simply down the right of the newly opened freeze, doubling the X in both directions and getting value out the Z.
Yeah, Jason will feel a little bit hard done by that. That option has become available there. Freeze was the only option by far, but he's going to be a bit hard done by. He's just drawn the Q and the blank.
Wow.
Fascinating.
Wow.
That is a really interesting pick at this point. 5 decent tiles that work quite well together. The Q, which messes up the rack for now, but also the final blank. What a game we have going here. I cannot predict a winner at this point, Joseph. Can you? I mean, it really could be up.
No, and also a really nice point from Lord Livgone in the chat. Thank you for joining us this morning. Who says X sets up the Eth setup, sets up the Eth with EDH. So that's a huge scoring spot. That being said, Jason is sitting on the other H, and he's probably going to utilize that if X comes down. So this is there was a pretty crazy back and forth sequence here.
Fascinating, because XED will give EH with ZE and EH and EDH would be a really strong reply for Jason. Calum will be thinking, what's the chances of Jason having the H? Well, not that high, but a bit like the chances of drawing a third D when it's the only one left. These things do happen.
It's also worth saying, Stewart, neither of us clocked this. Our producer Ruth is saying that Calum did actually hold freeze as well. We were not aware of that, I don't think. So for the audience, just to reiterate, Calum actually was considering challenging freeze. He didn't in the end. So Jason was on the cusp of possibly getting an extra 5 points there. I have to say, I really want to see X come down just for the excitement. Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
it's played X, but not in the position that we were anticipating.
Okay.
It looks like a miss. It looks like an oversight. XED is in some ways it's one of the hardest 3-letter words to spot because it doesn't look like a word, does it really? So I can understand why he might not have seen that. I think if he had seen it, he would have played it.
Yeah, I think that is a good point. I think it may actually just be a miss. Interesting point as well from Craig Beavers in the chat saying that if X had come down, Jason would have been close to Exchequer. Imagine seeing that come down on stream. Absolutely unreal. Right.
Yeah, Advantage was the classy play, but Exchequer would have been right on the money, wouldn't it? We'd be calling him the Chancellor of the Exchequer for the rest of his life.
Wow. Okay, so I don't even know whether Jason's really caught a break there. He may have wanted to see X come down. It would have been 14 extra points for Calum, but then Jason was sitting on the other H to triple that in both directions with EDH and get some more value out of the Z. So I think
very few options, unfortunately. Very few options for Jason here. You know, it doesn't look like a terrible rack, but really his options would be to play Hex onto the X. Nice 37 points, but then you are keeping CNRQ blank, which is less than desirable. Or he's got to burn the blank with Quep at the top. He's got to go Q blank EB for 42, which again feels so unintuitive to do that at this tight point in the game.
Yeah, I think holding the Q is really not that bad here. There are 2 U's unseen, as well as the fact that he's holding the blank. Yeah, Rebecca in the chat also just reiterating that it probably was a miss from Calum, because if he'd seen X, he would have immediately clocked he had the H for F as well. So, yeah, like Stewart said, it's very easy for us to sit here and be honest. When you're in there, you're on stream. It's understandable if you miss a 3 like X, because as Stewart said, it's essentially not a word. So it's not an intuitive arrangement. And regardless, Calum has been, if anything, made it more close for him.
A little bit of an issue with Joseph's sound there just for a second, but we are seeing that Jason takes the highest available scoring move with Hex, avoided using the blank for a few more points. So Hex is the highest scoring move that doesn't use the blank. I think that is the right choice here. He'll be disappointed not to have had better options, I think, with that rack, and he will need a good pickup. Calum faces the question of, does he want to create openings on the board? And does he want to open up a fairly tight board knowing the blank is unseen? Because the highest scoring move here is chip or chap onto the P. Fairly straightforward choices from a scoring perspective, but not really what you want to play in this situation. Likewise, heap for 27, 6 points less would be good for score and rack leave, but if your opponent immediately sticks down a bonus through the opening you've just created, you're going to think, why on earth did I do that? So it's a risky one. We can see that Jason has not drawn well at all.
Okay, so chip the play for Calum Edwards for 33 to get himself back level. And I think, Stuart, we're going to be seeing an exchange here from Jason.
It's got to be, doesn't it? He would have been desperately hoping to be provided with an eye to play Sank around, because that's the rack saving move here. But you can see Jason reaching into the bag to check how many tiles are left, which of course you are perfectly entitled to do, particularly when you're thinking of an exchange. There need to be 7 or more tiles in the bag. He's just had a quick check. Yes, there are definitely 7. And there are just no good options for Jason here at all.
Do you think there's any call for just dumping the Q for 21?
No, because it's the 5 consonant leave is going to kill you, I think. If you had slightly better tiles, then I think it would be QIM. But the thing about CLNNR blank, there isn't even a single letter I don't think that you could pick, even if you could choose a letter from the bag. There's no letter you could choose which would give you a 7-letter word on the next turn. So for that reason, it has to be a change.
I agree. And even in terms of the exchange, Jason has actually picked his best performing exchange, throwing back LNNQ, holding CR blank. So nicely done from Jason, being patient, and he's throwing a lot of that clunk back in for Calum to draw into. So he's exercising good patience there, is Jason. And we move back to Calum Edwards.
A lot of people might be wondering why he didn't change the C, but the C is terrible for short words, but it's actually a really good tile for bonuses. He knows also there are a fair number of vowels unseen, so keeping CR is better. Again, Penumbra Scrabble pointing out in the chat that keeping more consonants is good because of the vowel heavy bag. Absolutely right. And he looked for a minute like he was getting almost exactly the same task back, didn't it? But,
Yeah.
he'd be going, surely not. You have one of those moments where you think to yourself, my goodness, did I put the tiles I'm exchanging down and then accidentally put the fresh ones back into the bag and draw the same ones again? You know, it's been done in tournament situations in the past, and unfortunately there's not much you can do about it. Calum choosing Koa, then nice safe option there, decent score, gives him the advantage.
Yeah, and a big moment here for Jason Carney. He has an 86-point bingo available to him. He's got two others as well for 78 and 61 respectively. He needs to find his top scoring play. I'm confident he will, and that's going to put him in a commanding position, but certainly by no means going to give him the win because there's still a lot of volatility left in the tile bag. And we do see that Calum has a reasonable rack as well. It's not an absolute horror show. Jason needs to find circling. He's got the IN blank, which he's already going to be looking at as an ING. So it really is now about just permutating through and finding another, what would it be? A blank G, of course, yeah. Alternatively, he does have churling in almost the same spot through the H in chip. I'm confident that Jason is going to be bingoing here. He's got 7 minutes on his clock. He's got time to establish a very good advantage for himself.
Yeah, I think he will spot circling.
Yeah, Rebecca in the chat just saying that I think as soon as Jason looks at that C, he's going to find it. The one thing I would say about circling, it may be easy to forget because it's a common word, but it's not the most intuitive spelling and arrangement of letters, I would say. So I think
it's missable, isn't it? It's missable, but he's not going to. Well,
yeah.
But it looks. Is he? He's taunting us with the lineup here. Is he going to see it? It is an everyday word. It's the kind of thing, unless you really play Scrabble yourself a lot, you wouldn't understand how someone can miss this. You know, a new player might look at this and say, well, it's an everyday word. But as you say, it's the start of CIRC is so unintuitive. You know, your mind automatically goes to things like words that might end in IC, which is what he seems to be lining up at the minute. You know, it's not the most obvious thing. He's filling with IN on his rack, which is, you know, it's the kind of thing that makes you nervous. Look a little bit harder, Jason. There is one there.
Yeah, and he's going to also be looking at the synergy he's got with the CH. It looks like, yeah, okay, so this is a miss. I was going to say, look, if he does miss his bingo entirely, he's going to be in an all right position. He's got the blank. He just needs to avoid the dross in the bag, draw reasonably in bingo next turn. So IN is the play, hook and Cohen. This is a miss from Jason Carney, but he's still in this game. We just need to see what he draws. Quite a pivotal two tiles he's going to pick up. That's an N and an
I.
Oh my god! Right, okay.
Wow.
Okay, right.
Well, sometimes the tile god just point at you and laugh, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, he played off IN. He's drawn IN. Imagine if he now spots circling. He's going to be thinking, you don't get second chances very often, but it's there. Exactly.
And that's not getting blocked either. Yeah, that area is not getting blocked unless Calum wants to clog up that area of the board. He has got a 20-point advantage. He might wish to play coupe with an E on the end or coupe with two E's. Not really scoring much, but just turning over tiles to expedite the end of the game and just clog up. Because if you think about it from Calum's POV, how am I losing this game at this point? He hasn't got the best rack. There's a blank on scene. If Jason hits him with an 80, 90-point bingo from the C, or even just onto the double word utilizing the H, he could be cooked. So maybe he just needs to clog that up and get to the end of this game as quickly as possible.
For the benefit of the YouTube viewers, I've just put the link to the enhanced scoreboard in there. You can start to see results coming in. Phil Robertshaw scoring a massive win against Stewart Houten there, lifted him up to provisionally 4th place. We still have no idea which way this game on the screen is going to go. If circling had gone down, I think that would have given Jason a huge advantage. He missed it once. Will he miss it again? Will it still be there? Not great options for Calum, really. Nothing terribly exciting here.
The thing is, I'm not sure Jason is going to be looking now because he will have concluded, I don't have a bingo, or at least I'm not going to be finding a bingo through that C or H. So I don't think we're going to be seeing circling or churling come down.
Will Calum know that Cohen takes an S? It's one of those times when it might help to know the definitions, because it looks a little bit adjectival or it looks a bit obscure. It is, in fact, in Zen Buddhism. It is a problem that admits no logical solution, is a koan, and he has indeed known that takes an S and put it down. Great play with pose. That was, I think, his best option there. Jason has that rarest of things in Scrabble, a chance of redemption. But as you say, he didn't spot it the first time. Is he going to? Well, we're being taunted with what's been lined up here. He's looking at the ing ending. He's lined it up CILR. Is he now going to spot circling off of the C and play it?
Yeah, that is absolutely unbelievable. And if he can, he's going to put Calum in a pretty tough position here because Calum's drawn absolute dross. He's found churling. And this is excellent word knowledge on display from Jason as well, to be sure that that is a verb. I wonder whether Calum's going to hold this and possibly give it +5. How sure is Calum going to be that that's a verb?
Unless you're absolutely sure that it is there, then you would certainly at least hold it in this position because it's probably a game-winning play.
Yeah, well, it's an Insta challenge. You say that, Jason is going to be drawing into the queue with Calum holding both U's. So I actually have no idea which way this is going to go, Stewart. It's churling for 68 +5. That +5 for the unsuccessful challenge could be critical. That puts Jason Carney up 30 points on Calum Edwards. It's Calum's play. He's got a load of dross, and there's not enough in the bag to change.
The Q still to come. Calum would be wishing he had it, because look at the plays that would be available in the top round quarter if he had the Q at this point.
Yeah.
As it is, he's picked it and may still lose.
Wow. Craig Beavers in the chat saying, is it now possible to stick Jason with the Q?
Yeah.
I think it is.
It is. You just take out the I spot, and that is it.
Wow. So, Calum's highest scoring move and seemingly his top performing move is Tuan, Tuan, in the top right of the board, taking out Jason's only Q spot. This, of course, being the second time in the game Jason is staring down that Q.
There's also the possibility here of sticking the Q and then playing out one tile at a time. And this is where you really need a computer to talk you through all the options and calculate all the plays. And it says, you know, yes, you play this tile here, this tile here, this tile here, and you frustrate the hell out of your opponent by playing it out one tile at a time. And all they can do when they get down to that final Q left is just pass, pass, pass. These guys are both very solid players. I think they will both know their respective positions here. Jason immediately looking at where the Q goes, only seeing one spot for it and fearing the worst. Calum will know that Jason has the Q. He will know there's only one spot for it, and he will now be thinking, it is time to turn the screw, take out the Q spot, and it is game to Calum without a doubt.
Yeah.
The vultures are circling.
Very interesting. Stuart, an extra bit of intel that's just come through from our producer Ruth on the ground. The players actually have Calum at 4-6-3. So as far as they're concerned, Jason is 2 points further ahead than in reality. And of course, for those in the audience who aren't aware, it's actually the players who have final jurisdiction over the score of the game. We, of course, have no input. The producer in the room cannot intervene. It's up to the players to score their own game and make sure that their opponent's scoring is correct as well. And in a situation like this, those 2 points could be critical. So just to reiterate, as far as they're concerned, it's 4-6-3 for Calum. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, what normally happens when one player makes a scoring mistake is the other person has it right, of course, and therefore the mistake is corrected. It's very unusual if both players have made the same scoring mistake.
Yes, that's a very good point. Meanwhile, there's just 2.5 minutes left for Calum Edwards. Jason thinking on his opponent's time, furiously writing down his options. He realizes he's going to get stuck with this cue, but he may be able to outrun. I think, though, he probably needs Calum to make a mistake at this point, which is entirely eminently possible given that Calum is now down to just 2 minutes. He's got a hell of a lot to permutate through. That being said, he has landed on Tuan, which is his highest performing move. Although this is showing as only about a 20% win for him at this stage. With very little time left on his clock, I think this is going to be coming down.
We said we wanted a close, high-scoring game, and it's exactly what we've got. They've both had chances. They both had misses, although nothing really significant circling, just being the one crucial miss. It all came down to who got the cue at the end, didn't it? If Calum had it, with that selection, he'd have whacked down a 90 or 100 play in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah. Wow.
If Jason had started circling, I think the game would have gone his way. As it is, he missed it on the first turn, played churling, then drew the cue, and is now going to be stuck with it, and that will probably cost him the game. So, what a position. What an ending.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. So, to reiterate, Jason Carney is going to be getting stuck with this cue, saving for some crazy mistake by Calum where he actually gives some QI, which is not going to happen. And again, to reiterate to the audience, we need to remember that according to the player's own scoring, Calum is actually down 2 more points. So they think Calum is on 4-8-4. Now, if this is a very, very close finish, the losing player will be entitled to a recount, in which case that error may be rectified and could swing the result. But in the meantime, Jason has found his top play of just dumping down the N for Zen for 14 points. And we swing back to Calum Edwards. He's got 1 minute on his clock. He's looking down the barrel of 3 vowels. So frustrating.
Calum's high scoring moves here are not obvious. Calum's high scores are not obvious to spot at all. Putting the E on Yao scores 12 points.
Oh, and he's found it.
His next move is to put the E on stating for estating. Again, not particularly obvious to spot that. So
that's a good point. Yeah, the estating hook is also available to Jason, who finds himself 11 points ahead, although actually 13 points ahead by their own scoring. What a crazy end to this game. And also, Stewart, worth bearing in mind, if we actually look at the score itself, this is going to be a above 1,000-point game. So really nicely done by both players. An absolute barnstormer. Absolute treat to watch for us on stream.
Yeah, fantastic. Exactly what we wanted to see and really exciting to watch. We think it's going to go Calum's way purely because of that cue stick. But the time pressure is a factor here as well. You know, we're sitting here looking at available options, a bit more relaxed, trying to figure it out. But these guys are sitting there in the thick of it. 1 minute and 2 seconds on Calum's clock, according to our screen. 2 minutes now for Jason. Estating, not particularly intuitive to spot.
Yeah.
This is the situation where mistakes do happen. Calum has Pew as an outplay, P-I-U. Is there any of that outplay for Calum here?
It doesn't look like it. So Jason needs to block P-U, P-I-U. That does appear to be Calum's only outplay, as Stewart said. So that's going to be either with PE or PEL, but does he need to hold that L to be able to score elsewhere next turn?
Yeah, I think he holds the L because then he's got lad and low in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yes. Both players down to just 1 minute on their clocks. What an absolutely crazy end to a fantastic game. It was back and forth all the way, but Stewart, I didn't think we'd be treated to such a wicked end game. Jason has found that play of just PE for 4.
He's shaking his head. How can you not shake your head, really?
Not happy with this.
Crazy end to a crazy game.
He's not committed the move. He's going to have to. He needs that time. It's back to Calum. He now goes below 1 minute. His only outplay has been blocked.
Calum's best play now is Uni. Just dropping the eye on the UN in the top right-hand corner. These tiny little tit-for-tat moves just...
Jason
so close.
Drops the L for 12. And now it's all Calum. That is Jason done for this game. He's going to be stuck with the Q. And Calum has... Stewart, where has Calum gone out? Sorry, I actually have not... I can't see that.
He has played... Ooh.
Is it up for 4?
Where is he?
It should be 4 points, I think.
I can't see where Calum has put his U at the minute. Is he holding it in his hand?
Oh, it's still on his rack. Oh, okay, they're doing the scores.
Oh, they are doing the scores.
Right.
Well,
wow. So to reiterate for the audience, as far as the players are concerned, unless they've now corrected their scores, Calum is actually 2 points worse off than what you're seeing on stream. Jason Carney losing his mind. He's tried to fix the scores. He's thrown his pen down in resignation. Calum is actually... Okay, he's got his 4 points. And he's gone out. He's going to collect 20 from Jason Carney.
Yeah, it's a win by 3, although if they have it down that Calum is actually 2 points less, then they will have it down as a win by 1. What?
Oh my God. Okay. So to reiterate for the audience, the correct score at the end of the game should be Calum Edwards 518 to Jason Carney 517. However, there was a scoring discrepancy whereby Calum was down at 2 points, which would lend Jason a 1 point win. So as it stands, Jason, thinking he's the loser, is perfectly entitled to a recount. And I think we're going to see the players sit here for quite some time and recount the entire game.
Yep, that's exactly what they seem to be doing at the minute. They're counting up the score for overreads. You can see the finger dabbing over the board there. They're checking every single score. Jason will be hoping that the 1 point deficit is overturned. If they do it correctly, they will realize that the 1 point deficit becomes a 3 point deficit at the end. So it's not going to go Jason's way.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. So it's not going to change the outcome of the game. Yeah. Sorry, I added up wrong there. Yeah.
Well, this game was everything we wanted. You know, we wanted a high-scoring game. We wanted a close game. We wanted a game where we didn't know who was going to win until the end. And we got absolutely everything we wanted here. One of the best games I've seen on a live stream for a long time. It wasn't perfectly played by either player. Jason, in the end, that crucial miss of circling, not once, but twice.
Yeah. Apologies, I got confused there. So it's going to be a 3 point win as opposed to a 1 point win, but it isn't going to swing the result of the game. But regardless, as Stewart says, one of the craziest games I've ever seen on stream. Absolutely remarkable scenes. It's got everything you want in a crazy end game. It's got a cue stick. It's got both players down to under a minute. It's got Jason Carney losing his mind and throwing his stationery around the room.
I mean, we understand these things. Listen, we're all human, and no one wants to score over 500 points and lose by under 5. I mean, that is crushing.
Yeah, that's a very good point from Stewart. You don't often score 525 points and lose. Absolutely remarkable scenes here in Coventry, England.
For the record, the highest losing score in ABSP tournament play was in February 2020. That was Cecil Muscat scoring 548 against Craig Solomon's 506. So in nearly 40 years of tournament play, ABSP has kept records the whole way of highest losing score, and it's 548. So just 23 points short of the all-time highest losing score is what we're looking at here.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. I'm just checking in with our producer, Ruth. There was so much going on there, I wasn't actually able to look at our internal chat. So Ruth in the room says that Jason said he was out and paused the clock, and then they did a score check. And as we now see happening in real time, the players are now checking the entire game. So we will not have time, unfortunately, for a winner's interview. But honestly, after that absolutely crazy ending, we're going to need to give Calum Edwards a quick break to reset for his next round anyway. So, and, you know, for the gift that stream was, I'm happy to take that as a small price.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you to both players for being a part of it. You know, it's been a joy to commentate on this one. And we are only 2 games into the day. We've got how many rounds today? Is it, Joseph? It's 10. 10
yeah.
We're playing today.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can cope.
Yeah.
I'm on the live stream until lunchtime here. Then you've got Ronan Dance taking over the commentary with you, Joseph, this afternoon. And I will then be back for the final games this evening. And really looking forward to that already. What fun this is to be a part of. And we hope that you, the viewers, are enjoying watching this as much as we are enjoying being part of it. There is a short break now. Well, the next game is due to start, I believe, at 11:25, which is actually not that far at all. But this is taking so long, of course, with this recount. They won't get time for much tea or coffee, let alone an interview.
Yeah, this is one of those situations that the tournament director has to legislate for, and unfortunately, you're just going to have to delay the start of the next game. It's just one of those things. The losing player perfectly entitled. So for those not aware, at this level of Scrabble, we're not only playing the game, we're also administering it as we go. We're writing down the moves, we're scoring. So what we see with the players doing their paperwork, they are now going through move by move, who played what it scored. They have to be able to visualize what the board looked like as the word ladder was built. And I think it's entirely possible that even now the players actually don't know who's won. So, Stewart, I think it's looking like they have agreed a score. We see Jason shaking his head, which I think means he accepts the fact that he's had a truly insane loss, possibly one of the most crazy losses of his career, and probably certainly for him on stream. And also, of course, congratulations to Calum for holding his nerve there. What an absolute treat. Thank you to both players.
Yeah, like a lot of other games, you know, it comes down not to just to what you know, but to how you play and holding your nerve. You know, it's like snooker, it's like darts. You know, so much of it is played in the head, not just in terms of actual ability, but when it gets down to a tight, close situation, it comes down to nerve, concentration, focus, and Calum, as you say, held it together. He just focused on exactly what he needed to do there. So
Yeah,
one
and Stewart.
mistake.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just was saying one mistake from Calum there would have blown it.
Yeah, I was going to say an interesting point from Locks WJ Man in the chat who says, I would have thought in this day and age there'd be some way of automatically scoring. There are different schools of thought on this. My opinion is that as an over-the-board game, the administration side is part of it's one of the many skills you have to be juggling on your time, and it is
I
part of the
fully
game.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, fully agree. In any other game, it is not just about ability to play the game. You've got to manage your admin side of things. Chess players in the FIDE World Championships, they still have to note down every move as it's played on their own pen and paper. There's absolutely no need for them to do this. It's broadcast to millions of fans around the world, analysed as the game goes along. There's no need for them to record their own game, but it is just what you do. You have to do it no matter what level you're playing at. Scrabble has a significant admin side to it, particularly the tile tracking. And you could say, yes, the scoring should be done automatically, but tile tracking is something the players would still need to do themselves. There's no way that should be automated because it's a really crucial skill of the game. So, yes, it could be automated, but it absolutely shouldn't be.
I agree. And Stuart, I thought we were going to be cutting to a break because we've already gone over time. However, Calum is happy to speak to us, so I think he's going to be coming in and we'll have a short interview. As I said, he won't be able to hear you, but I'll give him the headset halfway through so you can throw him some questions as well. So we'll just wait on Calum to come in, folks, and we'll have a quick chat with him on the back of that absolutely astonishing win. And here he is, the man at the moment.
Yeah, and what a game we got.
Fantastic. Hi, Calum. So you won't be able to hear Stuart, but I'll talk to you and then I'll give you the headset and you can speak to Stuart. So, hello. Wow. That's okay. We'll just speak into that mic. Okay. What an absolutely crazy game. Thank you so much.
I've no idea how I won it.
Yeah. We understand there was a scoring discrepancy.
Was there? I don't. Oh, okay. 5-2-8, 5-2-5.
That was the correct final score. Ruth said that you thought you were 2 points down.
I thought it was one. I thought I'd won by a point.
Yes, yeah, but it was actually a 3 point.
Yeah, don't know what we've done wrong there.
No worries. Well, it hasn't changed the outcome of the result, the game anyway. But that was an absolute treat. Seriously, the audience were loving it. Crazy scenes. One of the most amazing games I've seen on stream. How are you feeling after that?
I feel like I'm still confused because we had a recount and we still got it wrong. I just was. I mean, obviously with a 1 point win, I'm happy to. When we're recounting, I'm happy to hold on to it. In retrospect, churling, challenging that without thinking longer about it was not the right thing. But yeah, it just looks so unfamiliar to me. It must be in my card box somewhere, but it's buried under a load of other stuff. I couldn't believe I had a chance. And Tuan, I wasn't 100% of Tuan, but I thought it was good. Went for it, and then I just had enough from the scores on the board to get there. Trying to think if there was anything that was. Oh yeah, I could have played. I didn't realise until afterwards that I could have played XED. But he had the other H, and it's still the right move. XED making ED, EX, and ZE has got to be the right move there, I think. But I missed it completely, and then if I had played XED, he'd have had the H to go on the ED anyway, and would have scored a packet there. My word knowledge is very confusing. Overgot, I was very unsure of. I was thinking overgot. I'm pleased I spotted the. I've been pondering the E hook on the YOW earlier in the game, and that's what I needed to win the game. Really, the spotting that. I don't know if I'd have played out if he hadn't blocked the P because of the possibility of a recount. I might have still tried to go out one at a time if he'd rather than play PIU. I don't know, and try and get a bit extra spread.
Let me put Stewart on. So if you put the headset on, Stewart might want to have a few questions for you as well.
Hi, Stewart.
Hi, Calum. Good to speak to you, and congratulations, and thank you for being
you.
part of such an entertaining game. That was thrilling to watch. We had a bit of a blowout of a game in the first round, and as we started this one, I said, what we really want is a nice close game, decent scores, a ding-dong battle where we don't know who's going to win until the end. And boy, did you two deliver.
Yeah.
I mean, that ticked every box for us. You know, there were a couple of misses, your XED player. The crucial thing for us at the end was that instead of churling, Jason could have played circling off of the C at the top, which would have been a winner. And he missed it twice because he had it on 2 consecutive racks. That was what made the difference. We were saying there, it comes down to nerves as much as anything else. Particularly when the time pressure is on. You really held your nerves. You spotted the YOWE play, which was crucial. You obviously realised the potential for the Q stick. And you've given us a fantastic game to watch. So well done for being part of it. And
I mean, like, as people know, I mean, I'm a perfectionist. I still rue the challenge on churling, because if I'd worked everything out, there's no need to challenge that. And it could have been the score count could have been wrong. But and the XED was not great. But I ended up 50-50 on that really anyway, because I think EDH would have scored him a lot. Thanks, Stuart. I think
there were so many interesting possibilities there, so many things that could have happened, nearly happened. I mean, so many racks that looked like they were really good and then turned out to not be so much. Did you spot, by the way, the nice fact that you had advantage to play off the A?
I did spot advantage, but it didn't look the optimal move.
It was the wrong play.
Yeah, I was considering. I don't know whether Vantage takes a D. Before he played BAWL, I was looking at Plodder and Vantage. I don't think I'd have gone for it, but it does, So
would have been valid, yes.
It would have been one. It was one of those where it was almost a relief when he played ball, because I didn't have to make the decision. But I presume Plodder's good.
Plodder is good, and Plodder and Vantage would have played absolutely. The other good thing, of course, was that you knew that Cohen took an S as well, which is not necessarily intuitive, and that was crucial. Crucial bit of knowledge there as well. So.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think I might just go and have a cup of tea now. if
that's
okay. If that's okay with you. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Cool. Well, thank you, Calum, and congratulations again. Seriously, the best game we've had on stream so far. Good luck with the rest. Folks, we are going to take a short break. I think we all need to recover after that absolute extravaganza. Stuart, I know I do. I'm going to grab a coffee. Folks, we will be back in 5 to 10 minutes, as we are already a little bit over time. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. See you shortly. And we are back, folks, for round 9. We're going to get going. Stuart's just had to nip out quickly, but we've got another excellent matchup for you here in Coventry, England at the Easter Matchplay 2026. And we're going to get started. We have Jack Moran up against Grandmaster Paul Allan. So a fantastic matchup here. We have 5th versus 6th. Seed 7 against Seed 4. We see Jack is on 6 wins with a spread of -4. Quite unusual. And Paul is on 5 wins with a spread of 267. And it's Jack to go first. And he's got a nice balanced rack with the Z to begin.
Yeah, strong opening rack. But he'll be a little bit disappointed that he's got no play to double the Z there. You'd be looking at an opening rack like that and thinking, can I get a 5 or a 6-letter word that puts the Z on the double?
Yeah.
There isn't.
I think we're going to see him just drop ZE for 22, leaving a strong, ever so slightly vowel-heavy leave here. I'm just looking back through the chat, by the way, from the last game. People absolutely loving that. So thank you very much for joining us, folks. King of Letters says sublime. So King of Letters saying the tile gods gave Jason too many chances with that circling. Chris Hawkins saying, just got here. What on earth did I miss? Chris, you're going to have to go back and rewatch that. That was a game for the ages. And ZE is the play, as expected, played vertically.
What's really interesting about that ZE play is look how many options there are to extend it then to the top, middle, triple. So if he picks a P, penalize. There's so many. There's so many nasalize. So many things you could potentially pick there.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And what a crazy draw for Jack. Awesome.
Wow.
Great. So we're going to have fireworks here, early doors, folks. And going to Paul Allan. He has the X for score as well. Let's see what choices he's got available to him. Might just be dropping XU down for 29, keeping a strong leave. Might want to get rid of the L.
More, though.
Yes, Hex or maybe Lux. A whole host of options available to him here. Stuart, I'm honestly still recovering from that last game. I haven't really had the chance for a break because we were already over time. Yeah, I need to get into the headspace for this one, but that was absolutely crazy scenes there. I need to catch up with Jason Carney as well. Of course, we only ever interview the winner because it's hard enough to lose, never mind losing on stream and under such circumstances as well. But I will be speaking to Jason over lunch about just that absolutely magnificent showdown we had on stream in the last round, folks. If you've just joined us, welcome. Thank you very much. This is Easter Matchplay 2026. The entire stream is going to be available on the ABSP Scrabble channel, so do check it out. And if you're only going to watch one game so far, do check out round 8. Absolutely crazy scenes. But for now, the play is Lux for 30 points for Paul Allan. And we move back to Jack Moran, who's probably got, I would imagine, about 2 million bingos available to him. The question is just which one is he going to elect? What does it do to the board? Might take some time on this, or alternatively, he might just find something that's good enough and move on with his life and save his brain power and time for what's probably going to be
I think there's
a hefty endgame.
I think there's an argument for just playing quickly here.
Yes.
All of the options down the I column. So nail set is the one he's choosing, or you have things like 10 nails, hooking Lux, L-U-X-E. But at the end of the day, you want to save your time as well. Yes, you can sit there and work out the minutiae of this might sim 0.2 points better than this, but it's not worth the use of the time. That's my argument here. He's picked a safe option there. It doesn't expose the S for a bonus for Paul to use. It's probably pretty much as good as any other play there. Just get it down and get on with the game.
I agree. And we see that Paul Allan has drawn into the first blank, and he's got some really interesting options here. He's got a multitude of bingos available, but his second highest simming play at the moment is simply dropping HE and foregoing his bingos. Dropping HE for 38, making SH. The only bingo that is actually simming higher than that is Slayer with a blank S. It floats the R out in the triple lane. Not too dangerous when Jack Moran has got a rack of random tiles fresh after his bingo. Although it does look like he's actually drawing quite well here. Okay, the F, not so much. And the duplicated N. Okay, so maybe not. But I do wonder whether we will see Paul forego a bingo. Other options available to him are High Ridge, Hedgier, Shearing, Greenish, Heritage. There's an absolute bundle of them. Quite a few more as well.
Now, this is right where it is worth taking a bit of time to look for the possibility of a double-double through the L. So although Paul would have seen things like Higher Ridge and obviously Cheering and other straightforward everyday word plays, he will just take a bit of time to think, do I have anything that plays in the double-double? Because it's worth the extra points to use a minute or two to have a look. For those watching on the live stream, if you can give this a like, we would much appreciate it. Give us a thumbs up on the YouTube channel. 15 people have liked it so far. We'd like to see more, please. 45 watching it live. And obviously, if you don't already follow the ABSP Tournament Scrabble UK channel, please do. There's a strong argument for Paul just playing HE here. So many points, such a good keep. Joseph, what would your move be here if you were sitting at that table right now?
Well, I don't know whether I would see Slayer. I have to say I am a bit biased because I do just love foregoing a bingo for the sheer silliness of it. So I would be tempted to drop HE down, score 38 and hold an extremely powerful rack. HE also does set up nicely with the ZEES lane as well. I mean, Slayer is only marginally better than just doing that anyway. How about you?
Yeah, I think it's HE for me as well.
Yeah. I mean, Hedgier is quite nice. It doesn't set up any lanes. High Ridge sets up an S lane, and Jack has just drawn 7 tiles, so I wouldn't really fancy that. But certainly there is a lot for Paul Allan to permutate through here.
Well, Paul does indeed go for Slayer.
Very nice.
Going, you know what? Let's just take the points.
Yeah, nice find from Paul Allan. And that gives him a very small lead. Back with Jack Moran.
Well, the sixth-letter word that leaks out is fangle, and Jack, after a bit of consideration, just goes straight for that. Fangle, as in a newfangled device. It is a verb in its own right. Fangle just means fashion, basically, to fashion something as a verb, to fangle a new device or something along those lines. No reason not to play that, really.
And Paul Allan,
something good from
yeah, he's drawn into another bingo. Just one available to him. In 2 spots, but just the one word available. Let's see who can find it in the chat. This will be an 8-letter word. And as a clue, it's available in 2 spots, but it's the same word.
That's a tricky one.
Yeah, Stuart, I have to say this one is outside my wheelhouse. It's 12,000 probability. So not absolutely obscure. Paul Allan will 100% know this word, as will Jack Moran. No one in the chat's found it yet.
Craig Beavers knows it. He's just giving the rest of us a chance.
Okay, let's give the chat a clue. The floater is the N.
Jack Moran displaying his excellent word knowledge, however, he has drawn Dawani, the absolutely no hesitation there.
Yeah.
It's meaning is Dawani, which Scrabble players be more familiar with, D-E-W-A-N-I, which is to do with a Diwan, which is a chief or finance minister in India.
Yeah.
Dewan or Dawani is the area ruled by a Dewan. It's not going to
Sadly,
play,
I don't think it's going to come down. Yeah, shame. We'd love to see that come down. But Paul Allan has found it, as has Clive in the chat. That is Salpicon. And he's found it in the highest scoring position. The other option was to take a hit of 2 points and play it onto the N of Fangle. Really not much between those. So Paul has gone ahead and taken the 2 extra points to establish a 50-point lead, as Jack Moran sits on a homeless 7 of Dawani. Lovely word knowledge on display, as Stewart said. Jack Moran, only a young player relative to the scene, and already established himself as one of Britain's top experts. He's not even been playing that long, really. I think he started around the same time as me, around 2018, 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And his rating has absolutely skyrocketed in the last few years. He's been studying like crazy. Takes the game very seriously, and yeah, he's an absolutely stellar player, one to watch, and he's performed well on the world stage as well, if I'm not mistaken. So he'll be sad to see that that really funky 7 of Dawani's not going to come down, but he's got options to score and keep well. He might be looking at Waney through the E in Slayer for 38. He's just got to be sure that you can have that with the E as well as without. So we're not going to be seeing Waney, we're going to be seeing Yawned, which is a similar idea. He actually had the same letters, Stuart, for 8 more points. Dawny, D-A-W-N-E-Y. Again,
now,
that's
you were
not
talking
one I'm
about
familiar.
wheelhouse knowledge. I would never have been sure of Dawny, D-A-W-N-E-Y. That's a really obscure word relating to a person, meaning dull or slow, D-A-W-N-E-Y. But it doesn't decline. You can't have Dawnier or Dawniest, and that's why that's a really obscure 6. And well, I've certainly never seen it before. D-A-W-N-E-Y.
No. Well, you were saying yesterday on, I think you were saying earlier about Ibadat, weren't you? It's just 6s are really the last words that you study. And this, even by the 6s standards, this is quite an obscure one because it's got the letters in it that you'd want to keep ordinarily for a bingo.
It's curious because most 1 and 2 syllable adjectives do decline. So it's really interesting that Dorney is there. It's clearly a 2-syllable word. But there is no Dornier or Dorniest. If Dornier and Dorniest existed, we would all know Dorney as a 6-letter word for that reason.
Yeah, absolutely. So the play is Puff for Paul Allen. Do you think this was a miss, Stewart? He had Boyf available for 14 more points, as Peter Guzik has pointed out in the chat. Keeping a worse leave, but it's a hot spot up there that he might have wanted to take out, especially as he's already got the lead. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it was a miss. Jack, let's move straight on to what Jack has got. And wow, this is interesting. Because Reinsight is going down, but look at the Q, look at the blank, look at Kibler for a massive score for Paul Allen. This is about to explode here.
Oh my God.
Does he play caddies? Does he play Kiblers? So many potential options here for Paul. What is happening here? It's just gone a bit mad.
Wow. Okay, so Jack has taken a 40-point lead, but Paul Allen is sitting on an absolute bomb of 107 points available with Kibler using the blank, or perhaps 104 with caddies or Kindar. So many ways to take this, as Stewart says.
Yeah, Kibler, caddies, Kindar even there as well. Or do you just play QI? Do you just
That's
take
a very
the
good point.
64? ABDR blank. You know, there's a real argument for that as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So re-incited.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, so take the 40-point hit now, hold the blank, hold the D hook. I feel like you've got to take the points. I don't know. They're simming very, very closely. So it's
he knows he could get more points for Kibler, but of course he doesn't want to leave the S hook with 2 S's unseen. He doesn't know that Jack doesn't have one. Caddies, massive score for Paul Allen there for 104 points. Solid choice.
Jack Moran going to get himself right back in this game. We've got another potential barnstorm here, folks. Play.
These guys have nearly 600 points between them after only 5 moves each.
Wow. So some clunkers now on Paul Allen's rack, but he has got a couple of 51 points available to him.
Yep, and it goes straight down by the looks where he's lining it up on the rack. Certainly Jube in the top left-hand corner is not a difficult one to spot. And the high scoring continues. Vogie was a great way for Jack to clear out a clunky rack. A and O is an awkward little leave. He doesn't want another A or another O. Otherwise, that will start to mess that rack up. And he's got another O indeed. We just see his drawing there. But Vogie was a very nice option to have. Jube is pretty much without any doubt Paul Allen's best play. Some people might prefer to play Jib instead to keep the E, but it's 9 points more for Jube, so I think it's got to be that. If he wants to open the board up, he could go for Obdure off of the O of Poof as well, but I don't think there's any real case for doing that. If the other letters besides the J on his rack were stronger, he could just drop the J on the O of Salpicon for 27 and keep a bonus for any leave, but BIR EUW is not strong enough to do that, so it's got to be Jube. Worth noticing the time differential here. Jack has played all of his moves fairly quickly, still nearly 19 minutes remaining, pulled down to 12.
And that is a change 7.
Wow.
Okay.
7 seems a little extreme to me there.
Well, Stewart, I was doing admin on the back end. I didn't actually see what he had. Did you see?
He had ABD EE00.
Okay. Okay, so if
I've
that's
been keeping an E. I've definitely been keeping an E. But he
Yeah.
had options. It was a little bit harder. He had an incredible 41-point play, actually, Obia, onto the H of Slayer. OBEAH would have played for 41.
Yeah, interesting choice there from Jack Moran.
But he didn't change.
He didn't change. No,
He
okay.
For all the world as if he was going to change there for a minute. He had all 7 tiles off his rack.
Yeah.
And it looked, and apologies, this is a blip on our coverage bar, it looked very much as if he changed 7. I don't know where the tiles went.
I think he put them all down.
He wasn't challenging anything. He wouldn't have been challenging Jube. So his rack seemed to entirely disappear. And we interpreted from that he changed 7, which did not look like the right move at all. Obe in the top right-hand corner is one of the strongest plays. Obia to the left-hand side of Yawn would have scored just a couple more points, but would have left potentially dangerous counterplays in the top right. So Obe the correct play. And we're very glad to see that he didn't at all change 7.
Yeah. Alexi in the chat saying maybe they paused for score and out of habit Jack put his tiles down. That is a possibility. I didn't see whether
that is a good thought, and I think could well be the case. Yeah. Some interesting options for Paul Allan here. One particularly good one is Ringway through the G of Slayer, which is a really nice play. It's his highest scoring move, and it's his best leave of just an R as well. He's not going to find much better than that, and he can score almost as many points by going for Yawn. We've already had Yawned. Paul could now play Yawn underneath Poof. It'd be strange to see Yawn and Yawn on the board in the same game, but if he knows Ringway, which he will, and if he spots it, which I think he will, that's the top play here. Otherwise, you are looking at other plays with that G, like Ring, WRING, or Wingy, although that would not score as many and would keep 2 R's. Ringway is the top play here.
So, Stewart, a bit of context important for the audience. I think what happened was Jack Moran actually challenged Jube, and neither player has a device, so they used. So producer Ruth Crispin lent her phone, so that is actually +5 for Jube. So I'm going to do that now and amend the score. If in doubt, give it +5 if it looks weird. So let me recommit Obe. And the scores are now up to date, folks, and we await Paul Allan's play. Hopefully he finds Ringway.
Yeah, we have to be honest and say Jube, a challenge for Jube is surprising. The 4-letter words with JQX said are would be considered by most people bread and butter. But when you haven't seen a word in a while, it's so easy to get them mixed up. There's Juba, there's Badu, there's Jibe, there's Job, there's so many options. Maybe just had a little bit of a lapse there. Let's hope that doesn't prove to be costly, because what you'd really hate is to then see him lose by less than 5 points and he's thinking, my goodness, I can't believe I made that challenge. But hopefully it won't come down to that.
I agree. And on the flip side of that, you may get in your own head and think, I can't be letting a 4-letter power tile word go on stream if it's not good. So he may have just talked himself into that challenge.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, Oh Dear is the play for 20 points for Jack Moran. And we move back to Paul Allan.
Yeah, Paul missed Ringway, which is a shame. I think he will look back on that and think, yeah, that absolutely would have been the right play there. Odia was the top choice, and look at Jack Moran's pickup here. That is the stuff of dreams.
Nice. Interesting.
I'm already thinking, can he play side rate, and then we'll pick the INCON to turn it into inconsiderate along the bottom row. Come on, guys. You want this to happen.
Nice.
Let's get the 12-letter word down. side rate and inconsiderate. It's the stuff of dreams.
So, assuming that Paul Allan scores 30 to 40 points here, Jack Moran is going to bingo and essentially make this a tie game, which is nice to see because at present there's a 50-point deficit. So, Paul's options here are quite a tricky spot of Noah's 44, down onto the S of Slayer, really tricky spot if he's not seeing that. There's also Soths, which also possibly Soths in the same spot. If he's not seeing that area, yeah, his options fall off a bit. He's got Tans, Tanhs, onto. But he's certainly got the opportunity here to score well and keep well. Both blanks, of course, have now been played, both by Paul Allan himself. I have to say, from his POV, actually not an overly bingo-y pool, so he might be looking more to just get score. He has found that spot. He's not gone with either of the options I suggested, but he's found possibly the next best thing in Hoyers. For 41.
I think Hoyers is the best player, I think.
Yeah, really nice lead.
No, it's Hoyers all the way for me. I think that's absolutely the right play here.
And Siderate coming down without much hesitation from Jack Moran, easily his best bingo, scores 13 points more than his next best option.
I mentioned it as a joke. Sadly, no possibility of inconsiderate. What a shame. What a shame.
Yeah. And straight back to Paul Allan, who's got quite a difficult decision here. Nice bingo-y rack, but no bingo available, and not really much in the way of scoring either. He's probably going to
Jack has just blocked Antros, which would have played for Paul in exactly the same spot.
Yeah, and probably would have won him the game as well, I reckon.
Yeah, that is a really, really crucial moment there.
So Paul's going to be looking to unduplicate that R. Doesn't have any scoring way of doing that. He does have 21 points available with Eon making Zen, but that does hold duplicate R. And from his POV, with 3 in the bag, there is actually a third R still available that he could draw. Of course, we see that Jack Moran has actually just drawn into that himself. Another high-scoring game here, folks. We're approaching a 1,000-point game. Potentially, if we get one more bingo. Just going back to Ringway, Stewart, Craig Beaver's in the chat saying maybe Paul saw it and he didn't like the 7s lane that it created. That is a possibility.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the case. There weren't really any spot for 7-letter words at that time, so you would have been creating one. Okay, there was the et hooks perhaps, but you don't really want to create extra bonus line spots. Fantastic scores from both players already. We had an absolute barn burner of a game last time with Jason Carney and Calum Edwards, and this is also exciting to watch. Can't call a winner at this point.
No, definitely not. Just looking ahead to Jack Moran's turn, he's lined up room for a boatload of points under Puff. That's going to hit hard, and if Paul Allan is going to fish here, he's really going to need to hit something good. Otherwise, Jack could run away with this without bingoing.
Yeah, I mentioned the time differential earlier on. It's becoming crucial now. What a difference in the 2 clock. 17 minutes and 5 seconds remaining for Jack Moran. He's played nearly all of his moves pretty instantly. All the game has been played on Paul Allan's time. Will that in itself prove to be a factor? It's rare for top Scrabble to see a difference of that much in the time, I would say. Alexi in the chat pointing out the letters in the bag are KMT. That's not going to help Paul Allan at all. No more vowels to come for him.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So Paul taking this in a completely different direction.
Yeah, that's a really interesting play, which we have not even considered the Tours play.
Yeah.
Of course, it blocks through, which is no bad thing from Paul's point of view.
And is this possibly a challenge? I think this is a challenge. And just while we do that challenge, Tours is actually simulating really well, Stewart.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to work out what the rationale is here. Maybe he's just realizing he's not going to be drawing into a bingo, and he sees the scoring potential in the pool, and he needs to block that spot where Jack had Vroom lined up.
Is Jack checking Tours? Is he checking whether elf takes an S? Is he wondering whether the plural might be elves only?
That's a very good point.
So out yourself in these situations. Normally our producer in the room will tell us. Confirmed that he did challenge Jube earlier on. That was what we learned from that.
Oh wow! Okay, maybe. It's a +10. It's challenging Tours and elves. That's quite a swing.
Wow. Okay, I haven't seen that message from the producer, so I will take your word for it. But that is really interesting.
Yeah. So 37 points for Paul Allan as opposed to 27. And interesting as well, because Paul won't have even factored that in, of course, in playing it, and he's basically got 10 points out of nowhere. It's very rare that you see anything more than a +5 at this level of Scrabble. Not to say that Jack was wrong to challenge both, of course, if he was unsure.
If you're not sure, then you're not sure. Yeah, but it's going to be it's going to be really, really crucial.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so 5 in the bag. Jack is playing Morva. Which unfortunately is not going to do the job.
No, it's going to be going to Paul Allan now. Morva is one of the top players he has available, but it's just not enough points. He has no winning options here.
And Paul Allan.
I was with Paul Allan 2 weeks ago today at the Elsenham one-day tournament, which I was fortunate enough to win with a 6-1 record. And despite it being only a division of 10 people, Paul was the #1 seeded player. I was the #2 seeded player, and somehow I managed to avoid playing Paul. And I felt very grateful for that bit of luck, because we finished in the top 2 positions, myself first, Paul Allan second, and I didn't have to play him. So I consider myself very lucky there. Paul beat me in the final of the 2007 National Championships at Sadler's Wells Theatre in London, and we've had some great games together over the years. But he's a fantastic competitor and has got a well-earned win here against Jack Moran. I think he's played just slightly better overall and will now run out the victor. The only thing that will stop him is running out of time, but he is far, far too good for that, and he plonks down Cam with Zek, which is going to take him comfortably over the winning line. And
indeed over 500 as well, which you always like to see for your record on the ABSP database.
2 500-point games for the winner in a row on the live stream. And not only that, but high losing scores as well. We've had 2 great games in a row here.
Yeah, absolutely. You love to see it. Jack's high scoring outplay here is 12 for Pout under PO.
Yep, we had a Pout in the first game. And now we're going to get a Pout to go out. One more game before lunch, I believe. Am I right in saying, Joseph?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So if you think it's 12 o'clock and it's lunchtime, not quite yet, I'm afraid. Hold your horses. One more excellent game of Scrabble to come here. We've had some really, really good games by some really, really good players this morning. It's been a great pleasure to be a part of it. One more to come from me on the commentary, and then it'll be Ronan Dance in the afternoon, and I will be back on the live stream this evening. Can't wait already. I am loving being a part of this. Thank you for having me.
That's our pleasure. And yeah, Jack finds his best outplay of Pout. For 12, he collects 4 points, 2 points, sorry, from Paul Allan. So that is a final score of Jack Moran 463 to Paul Allan 501. Again, just to remind viewers that the computer we're using has the American version where the value of the rack is doubled. In Britain, we add and subtract the respective racks. So there's always going to be a slight discrepancy there on the screen. But regardless, the outcome is the same. Paul Allan is the winner. And that puts him up onto 6 wins along with Jack Moran. Let's have a quick look.
Final, Phil Robertshaw. His opponent, I think the final score was 9-3, 9-4, something like that. Brian just on an absolute roll at the minute, one of the UK's very top players. And these two have a bit of history even over the last few months. Phil will be so wanting to win the next round.
And Stewart, we are shortly going to be having Paul Allan join us for a interview. So that would be good to just hear his perspective on the game. Let's just go back over that. Paul Allan. Hello, Paul. So, congratulations on a great win. How did you find that game?
Tense. Oh, speak hard.
Yeah, go ahead. How did you find it?
Tense.
Yeah. It looked like it was going to be right down to the wire. In the end, the deficit was actually a little more than we expected. Unexpected +10 there at the end.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. It was probably he had to check. So, any moves that stood out particularly in that game?
Well, I was unsure about Slayer. Not so unsure the validity of Slayer. I just thought there'd be better bonuses, and I did consider the option of SHHE, which had it simming, probably close. I thought, well, I can doubt. I didn't like the way it gave away so much under the S, above the S rather. I thought it would open some. I've done Sardana trick of opening up 2, so you've got the hotspot with the S of Slayer, and then you've got the R, the 9-timer, and so on. So if you can't open up 2 hotspots, that's what I call Sardana.
Yeah, well, Slayer was simming best, but HE was second, so I think you did make the correct decision. I'm just going to hand over to my co-commentator, Stewart Holden. So if you put the headset on, he might have a few questions for you.
Hello.
Hi, Paul.
Hi there. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Not bad. Can't complain.
Excellent. Congratulations on the win. That was a nice game to watch. Some really nice moves. Salpicon was a really good find. You must have been quite excited when Re-Incite went down with so many Q options with that absolute dream of a rack.
Yeah, I could.
We were wondering how much consideration, if any, did you give to QI? To keep the blank, to take 40 points.
Not a lot. It's 40. Just take the score. I mean, the worst. I'm imagining like if your bonus is onto the S of caddies, then I get huge counterplay. 103. No, I didn't consider that long. I don't think it can be close to get that lead with caddies.
No, we did a bit of simming here, and it was close, and it comes down to maybe personal style. But at the end of the day, when you've got 100-point play available, it's really, really hard.
No, definitely playing caddies every day.
No, we thought you were great. You know, the HE play was hotly debated here as well instead of Slayer, because the bonus options aren't that good. But if in doubt, take the points.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Hoyer's was a really nice spot. Tors was a good move, which our computer software here did not even really suggest Tors as an option, and yet when we simmed it, it worked out really well. So you played very solidly, and again, congratulations on the win. I just commented on the fact that we met at a tour. We saw each other at a tournament two weeks ago, and I felt very lucky to have avoided having to play. So
okay,
that was a good reminder as to why. So,
thank you. Take the compliment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Good luck for the rest.
Paul, good luck in the next game.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Enjoy. Okay, folks, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to be right back with round 10, which is our last game before lunch. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Welcome back, folks. We are just getting ready for round 10. I'm back with Stewart, Holden, and we've got a cracking matchup for you now. The last game before lunch, we have Brian Poe facing up against Phil Robertshaw, Stewart.
Yeah, what an interesting matchup. If you were tuning in for the last game, you'd have heard me say that these two have played each other a number of times recently, including, most interestingly, in the best final, that national knockout competition, which takes a lot of effort, a lot of fantastically long matches played, and Brian beat Phil very handily, just seemed to have the absolute run of it and was unstoppable with something like a 9-3 result. To get them both on the live stream now, in a crucial game in the middle of the Easter match play is a very exciting prospect. My guess is Phil's going to be gunning for revenge here. He will really, really want to win this game. Brian did some serious damage in that best final there. They've played each other in competitions online since, including one very recently, and things just seem to go Brian's way. So Phil will be very, very keen to win.
Yes, and if we look at the standings here, we've got first against second, seed 2 against seed 3. Phenomenal matchup for you folks.
Yeah, very interesting prospect. And it does go to show, by the way, we've had some fantastic games in the last 2 rounds, not between the players at the top. Sometimes the people who are at the top of the standings don't always get sort of YouTube-friendly games. And I was looking at the result there between Brian Poe in the last game against Harshan and Lamabadusuriya, literally the top 2 UK players, I would say, at the moment. Brian won it with a score of 380 to 366. Now, by modern-day standards, that's a low-scoring game and probably not a classic. Meanwhile, we're watching 2 consecutive 500-point games. So perhaps by luck, we've picked the right games to watch so far.
Beautiful opening play for Brian.
Yeah, brilliant. Fruitex, lovely, lovely play to have. But it gives Phil the only floater that he could possibly get for an 8-letter word. Aphoria isn't a word. He's lined it up there, looking like I'm not going to say he might think it's a word, but it's similar to so many other words. Let's hope he's not going to play that. Let's hope he spots Atrophia, because that is the only 8-letter word from that rack, and the T has been provided. So an early crucial moment here. Atrophia, wasting disease, same as atrophy. This is one of those situations early in the game where there perhaps isn't too much to say, really, because it just comes down to he's either going to spot it or he isn't. And it's really important if he's going to get this much wanted win against Brian, against whom he just doesn't seem to be able to beat Brian lately. It's a crucial early moment in the game.
Yeah, there's solitary bingo for Phil, 8,000 probability, absolutely easily inside his wheelhouse. It's just seeing it under pressure on stream. I also wonder, he did line up aphoria, which, as Stewart said, is not a valid word. Is he maybe questioning that? Is he writing it down, rewriting it? Possibly now writing out the alphagrams as 8s with the available floaters on the board. He's absolutely looking at the T, so for whatever reason, it seems that if he's just not generated it yet.
Yeah, his next best plays would be something like Hapax onto the X, keeping IOR, or if he fancies taking a risk, it would be Pariah as a 4-tile underlap, starting underneath the U of Fruitex. That would score 35. But really, it's Atrophia or nothing on this rack. Nothing else comes close.
Thankfully, he has lined it up. So Atrophia is going to be the play. Really pleased to see that Phil has generated that. Nicely done.
Yeah, brilliant play. Really pleased to see it.
We return to Brian. Big good draw. He's got the F, T, S. He's got now a floating I to consider for his NG. but no bingo's available for him. And in fact, Stewart, hold that thought because Brian is holding a trophy. Well, okay, so that's going to be +5 for Phil Robertshaw. Nice.
Yep, +5 there for Phil. Means that he is off to a really strong start in this game. It's going to be 72 rather than 67. So well done to him. It does take an S, and therefore the S hook is there for Brian to use. Fetts, F-E-T-T-S, would seem to be fairly straightforward. He'll be keeping an NG with a floating I on the board for a potential in play, so probably not too much to think about here for Brian. He'll be confident that Atrophia is a noun, therefore it can be pluralized. He's already got Fett lined up. He'll have a look around the board to see whether there are other options anywhere. Is there anything that saves the S? And he will fairly quickly conclude that there isn't anything worth doing.
Is Brian considering fettings?
Let's hope not. I'll tell you what Phil Robertshaw will be considering, and that's seaplane. Seaplane is the anagram of spelaeon, but seaplane will play through that P, and it doesn't look like Brian has any plays that are going to block that at all. Phil lining up C lane, he knows that's not a word, it's seaplane he's thinking of. So we could be looking at a double bonus start for Phil Robertshaw. The dream start. There's a nice alternative if Brian does want to save his S. He can use the first day of Atrophia to play Ganef, one of the many spellings of that word meaning a thief. Ganef, Ganev, Ganoff, Ganif. There are so many different spellings of it there, but Ganef would play through the first day of Atrophia for 31, 7 points less than Fetts, but keeping an S with then 2 S hooks on the board. Not a bad option either. Yes, we are still here. If you're wondering on the commentary, we're just waiting for Brian. He's taking a long time over this move, really looking at all the options. And it can sometimes be the case on Scrabble commentary when there's only 2 words on the board and there are limited options. We wonder slightly what there is to discuss. One does not want to speak for the sake of speaking, but we are here. We are enthralled. We are waiting to see whether Phil is going to get a chance to play a second consecutive bonus. Let's find out.
What's Brian considering here? Just dropping the FT somewhere or Tangs? I'm not sure what he's thinking of with that. Yeah. Oh, okay. How interesting.
Well, he's gone absolutely fully for the fishing move. But what he's done is he's blocked me playing. Now, can we just say there isn't an extra camera in the room somewhere displaying Phil's rack to Brian? Because that's it's quite unbelievable. Phil will be sitting there thinking, really? Really, of all the places you could have gone on the board, how did you know to block my seaplane? And when he looks back on it and he'll look at the other options that Brian had, for example, Fets and Atrophias, he'll be thinking that's quite astonishing.
Yeah, what a mad turn of events that is. If Brian wins, absolutely need to be asking him about that play. Totally off the beaten path, as Stewart said. Someone was saying in chat, I think, possibly if Brian has challenged Atrophia, he may not be sure about putting an S on it anyway. Although on the flip side, you can probably be quite certain that it does if it is good. So he's probably quite happy that it takes the S. And he did have 38 points available there with Fets, with double T. So yeah, it seems to just be a massive fishing play.
Now, Phil has gone for P, of the PEA variety. He had a nice option there. If he'd gone for playing a few more letters, if he'd had a few more points, he could have gone down the side of Atrophia with Faena, Faena, but that would have left a considerably worse leave. So, you know, just leaving the ELS wouldn't have been quite as good. Phil has picked up that famous Senegal rack, which does not make any sevens, only the country of Senegal, which isn't bad, but he will have 8-letter word options. But for now, we are focusing on Brian's rack. He kept Tings, hoping for a bonusy pickup, and didn't get it. He got a Y and a W, and that is the danger of fishing. Doesn't always work out. Certainly hasn't worked out there for him. So he just has to go for ditching those exact two letters again, Y and W, with your. If he'd looked a little bit longer, he might have seen Thewy, Thewy, through the H of Atrophia. That was 46. That's 2/3 of a bonus score. I think there might have been an argument for that. Phil looks like he's lining up Ensilage, which plays through the eye, and maybe the only playable bonus there after things like generals were blocked. Brian Poe, hoping for a bonus to the EGNST rack, has picked the Z. So Phil has two bonus options here, one of which is considerably better than the other. Ensilage is the play without doubt. That goes down. The other option was Fenagles off of the F, scoring 8 points less and sticking an S on the bottom row. You definitely don't want to do that. Ensilage all the way.
So a tricky decision here for Brian. He's got a really nice rack. He's got the Z for score. It seems like his top performing move right now is to blow it all apart and hold the Z with Tenges. But again, it does require him to have the confidence in the S hook on Atrophia. Another very attractive option does involve that S hook again. That is Zest, holding EGN. There's only one I played so far, so Brian could easily be fishing, drawing into the ing suffix. The only attractive option right at the top that doesn't involve the S hook is G's, Geez, above ensilage.
Yeah, I mean, if you know it's ensilage or ensilage, I'm not sure which it is, takes an S, then, you know, you've got options like, oh, that's an interesting player, just seeing what he's actually played there. So he's, again, focusing very strongly on rack leave and keeping ENST, taking 28 for G's. Passing up the opportunity to play Zest with pluralizing Atrophia.
Yeah, interesting placement. Oh, and he's drawn not very well at all. Bit of a brutal turn there for Brian, duplicating the T and the Q, and as it stands, that Q does not play anywhere on this board. He may get a floating I from Phil, but it's still not going to score much.
Phil has all the Q-friendly tiles. You know, he's got the I, he's got the IN, he's got the... It's the kind of route that just makes every available Q word, really. Cade, Caddy, Chin, they're all there. So the chances are that he may get something that helps him out. Brian might get something to help with that Q. Otherwise, it's looking pretty grim.
So in silage, a verb, so it does also take the D. I think Phil will be aware of this. So we might want to consider something like dad.
Yeah, you're right. I wasn't sure about that pronunciation or the meaning, but it is just to make something into silage, to end silage something. So, yep, absolutely, it's a verb. And dad plays really nicely into that bottom right-hand corner. Okay, it's keeping 2 eyes, but that's not the end of the world. The score makes an attractive move. He's gone, however, for a really nice little 5-letter word, ranid. That's one you don't see too often. Good word knowledge of the 5s there for Phil. It's the Dinar and Drain and Nadir all there, but ranid is the play here. Will we see a hold here?
Yeah, nope. I'm really happy to see that from Phil. Like Stewart says, the non-bingo-y words of 5 or 6 letters that have those bingo-y 1 and 2 point tiles in them, you don't see them played off very often. And so, yeah, good word knowledge from Phil. And not only that, it was actually his top performing move, which puts him at a very high winning percentage at this point in the game. And unbeknownst to him, he's in an even stronger position than he realizes, because Brian is sitting on an unplayable Q, and he's dumped that off without too much hesitation, along with the duplicate T.
Yeah, the interesting question there, whether to change QT or CQT. I might have changed the C as well, purely for not wanting to keep 4 consonants and 1 vowel. Yes, C is a good bonus tile, as we said in the last game, but if you pick 2 more consonants, well, he hasn't. He's picked stencils and lentics. Okay, good pickup for Brian Poe there. We'll get it back into the game. But, you know, if he picked 2 more consonants there, he'd been kicking himself and thinking, why did I keep the C? So he's had the good luck there. I would definitely be changing CQT. But personal style comes into it as much as anything else, of course. There isn't really a strong C spot on this board, though. There's no particular reason to keep that, I don't think, here. Brentus Firmus in the chat saying he would have ditched the C as well. But probably not a massive difference between them. No standout options for Phil Robertshaw here. He doesn't have any move that scores more than 27 points. It could be simply a case of playing Honor through the end of Encenage for 27. Mondo, an option there as well. Or if he wants to leave those lines open, then just simply OH in the bottom right-hand corner is a perfectly valid option.
So for the second turn in a row, Phil finding his highest performing move, Mondo for 27. Very nicely done. And the solitary, oh, how interesting, the solitary available bingo for Brian, and it does involve him finally pulling the trigger on that S hook, and he's going to do so.
Yeah, this is very interesting. So I don't think he had any doubt that Atrophy would take an S. As a Scrabble player, you tend to know that that nouns can all be pluralized. Even the absolutely nonsensical ones, let's be honest, like mankind takes an S from mankinds, which I think it's almost impossible to use it in a sentence. So you've got no reason not to believe that atrophia is a consonant, and therefore it will take an S, and therefore elections going down. We have, of course, then the possibility of selections. Are there any other front extensions for that? We could see elections become selections.
And meanwhile, Brian has given Phil the exact floater he needed. Oh, do you know what? Look, Phil is actually holding a trophy.
Wow. Well, once he realizes that he's got chlorine, which he will see very, very quickly, I highly doubt that. Oh, he has challenged. He has challenged. Well,
interesting. Okay. So that's going to be
that's
plus
really
5.
It is going to be plus 5. And he's. I guess the only you would challenge atrophias is if you thought it might be the plural. If you thought atrophia might be a plural already.
Yes, like atrophium or something.
Yes, yes. So it's plus 5. We're going to see chlorine go down. I'm quite sure from Phil Robertshaw he'll spot that fairly easily. Now, front extensions for lections. This is interesting. Selections, as mentioned. But then who knew the B would be so important? This is quite unbelievable. BA, BI, and BO. Balections, bilections, and bolections are all possible extensions.
That's really cool. And both B's unseen.
Yeah. It's going to be fascinating if the E hook is played to make it election. That's going to make it very interesting as well.
Yeah, with the S front hook, also the R for re-elections.
No, because you'd need 2 E's, so it'd be re-elections. So that one's not there, but
oh yes,
yeah,
yeah.
Be playable.
Yeah.
Brian might be wondering why Phil challenged Atrophius, perhaps, but you know, given that he had chlorine in response, but I guess for 5 points, you know, it's worth just making sure. You do not want to let your opponent get away with a phony on the live stream. So.
There's the B. Nice draw for Brian. He needed that to stay in this game. Yeah.
So he has by-elections, but that's really obscure word knowledge to know. A 9-letter word that doesn't seem intuitive or obvious in any way at all. I'll be absolutely astonished and incredibly impressed if by-elections goes down here. By-election and balection, they both mean the same as bolection. It's all the same word. Stepped molding, covering and projecting beyond the joint between two members, having surfaces at different levels. Well, thank you, Zizza, for clearing that up. Yeah, I'm none the wiser either.
So assuming Brian doesn't play either of those 10-letter words available to him, looks like his next best option is bruise, making elections, which sets up that huge hotspot in the bottom left. In terms of content, we would love to see that, with one S unseen to him, and of course both blanks.
Yeah, that's what Sir Alex Ferguson would call squeaky bum time.
Brian looking at Erbia. Just wondering where he's considering playing that. Maybe just tripling the B down the left of Ranid.
Yeah, the score difference is significant at this point. 118-point deficit. He's got to start opening the board up. The great thing about chlorine, from Phil's perspective, apart from the score, apart from giving such a big lead, of course, is the C. Both H is gone, one in chlorine, the other one in atrophia already, means that C cannot be played parallel to. No front hooks or end hooks for Frutex. It's looking like a very, very difficult board to get a comeback. So Erbia next to Ranid, worth considering. Chris Hawkins points out in the chat window the possibility of organochlorine. Thank you, Chris. We will be buying you several pints if that gets played. Don't hold your breath. Extensions are always fun, though, aren't they? Just while we wait to see what Brian chooses here, I had the pleasure recently of spending a day down at the Titanic Film Studios here in Belfast, being a consultant for a day for reasons I won't go into on the Game of Thrones spin-off series called A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. So I spent the day in the TV studio. The reason I'm mentioning this is because there was a girl who walked around the set all day with the word athleisure printed on her hoodie, and it was the first time I've ever seen this word used. And if you follow Scrabble live streams, you will know that this was an incredible extension played by Nigel Richards just a few months ago in a tournament where leisure was on the board. Not only did he extend it with ATH, he created an amazing setup play that facilitated that move being possible. And athleisure was the talk of the town as an extension play just a few months ago, and suddenly saw it written on somebody's hoodie, and I thought, wow, these words really do exist in real life. You know, wanted to get a photo, but I was on a film set and couldn't take a photo at the time. But athleisure spotted in the wild. Probably the play of the decade, I think, in Scrabble terms. You know, we've seen some incredible moves on live stream games, others reported in tournaments. There was an amazing extension to a triple of Metozoan, I believe it was, or was it Ensozoan, played by, I believe, Wellington Jagiri at the World Championships or something recently. There have been some really spectacular moves on live streams, but athleisure, to me, was the play of this decade so far. Unless, of course, we see Chris Hawkins' suggestion of organochlorine, in which case I think that might just top it.
Rebecca in the chat saying, why does Phil have Jarvie line up? I think he's just got Jarvie and then he's got his remaining tile left over and he's just put them together.
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, he's not going to be thinking Jarvie is a verb, but that's the 6. And sometimes you don't want to separate a 6 on your rack. But Phil, without hesitation, is giving us the S hook that we want. It's going to be limited by the fact, wow, look at that. I'm being distracted here by Brian Poe's pickup as well. This is turning into an interesting game. It's not by any means over because Airsom comes out the bag for Brian Poe, but Jarvie gives Phil a massive lead. Brian would be wanting to hit back with a bonus immediately to stay in the game, and he's going to do exactly that.
Yeah, Brian, with just the one bingo playable on the board. That's going to come down and open a hotspot. He's got to create some serious volatility. He finds himself at a deficit of almost 200 points. Yeah, both blanks still unseen.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, Jarvie, I was just commenting, Jarvie was 75, which completely wipes out the 74 that Brian is going to get for Airsom. But we're glad to see that he has it. It will reduce the deficit to, I say this tongue-in-cheek, a mere 110 points behind, even after Airsom. But without that, it would be game over. As it is, it's still looking incredibly difficult for Brian Poe to get back into this game. But miracle pickups do happen. And looking at the unseen tiles, if he can avoid the queue and pick one of the 2 remaining blanks. You know, it's not out of the question. What you want when you're 110 behind is to have both blanks unseen. You want to play a bonus like that, pick one blank, stick a bonus down, pick the other blank. That's the only way you are realistically going to win from here. We know that Phil doesn't have either of those blanks. Can Brian manage to pick one, and ideally only one of them now?
Unfortunately not. In fact, that's really not the draw Brian wanted to see. A load of clunkers, neither of the blanks, the UV combination, very far from a bingo. He's going to need a miracle at this point.
I saw what he was picking as I was commentating. I was trying to keep the suspense going, but we know he just has not got what he wanted at all there. It's he's got plays like Bunk, Hook, and Caillou, but he doesn't want to do that because he needs to keep that bonus open.
So Phil just completely demolishing all of the floaters that Airsom has created.
Yep, that's far too open for his liking, so he's got to kill the board. And Brian's in an awkward position now because the play that he would want to do to have some chance of sorting his rack out is a play that just kills the board entirely because Bunk and Caillou will just kill it totally. No doubt about it.
Interesting choice from Phil as well to play Dote over Doubt, I'm assuming because he saw that the cue was still unseen.
Yep.
And what a draw for Phil as well.
Phil is absolutely running away with this. I said at the start of the game he'd be mad key to win. He'd have been praying to the tile gods to give him everything he needed to get a bit of revenge on Brian after those recent results that have all gone Brian's way. And yeah, it's absolutely worked. He's drawn the bag. He's played brilliantly from the start. Atrophia, a really quality spot. Followed up with Ranid, a really good 5-letter word. When Brian managed to get back into it with Lections, he had Chlorine to reply to. And it's all going Phil Robertshaw's way. Makes the tournament more interesting for us as the commentators, of course, as the people following this event with such a top field. Brian is leading. Just a reminder, he is ahead in the tournament at this point. So a big loss for him blows it wide open as we reach the midway point of the Easter match play.
Just 2 bingos available here for Phil. Let's see whether anyone in the chat can find either of those. Mine's luck just continues to deteriorate as well. It's drawn into the queue. Still no black to see there. Not even a queue to help back.
Well, it's worth asking the question here. Did Phil have anything playable before Bunk went down?
Yeah, most likely not. Unless a crazy 9 through some of those pairs that he's just created. Peter Guzik in the chat and Paul Coyle have found the 2 bingos available to Phil. Sutan with a blank S, Outname with a blank M. Phil is going for Sutan, which is actually simming best and gets him 1 more point. And Phil closing in the 500 on the 500 mark and almost 200 points above Brian Poe. Phil reaching back into the bag and probably going to be drawing out that final blank as well.
Yeah, you know it's a one-sided game when one player gets the cue when they're already behind and they see the blank bonus go down. And as we say, a significant probability that Phil's now going to pick the second blank as well. So it's just not been Brian's game, as we see indeed. DIW blank P. heading on to Phil's rack. No reason for Brian Poe to consider anything other than just QI in the top right-hand corner here. Yes, he can score a few more points by playing give there, but that would empty the bag. QI at least gives a little bit of a possibility of a win. The only argument for playing give would be to give himself a biggest chance of a blank if by any chance Phil didn't pick the blank after Houten. We know, of course, that he did. So Brian is 8-1 in this tournament with a decent spread of 661, but this is going to hurt the spread. Phil Robertshaw is going to go top of the field at lunchtime on the Sunday. He's currently in second place behind Brian. They're going to be level on wins after this. He will overtake him in the spread. Unless Rick Kennedy is currently winning his game by about 300, we will be looking at Phil in the leaderboard at #1 slot as we reach almost the halfway point of the tournament.
So Brian was considering give there, but he has ultimately decided to stick with the entirely intuitive human play of QI, leaving 2 in the bag for 35 points. And we move back to Phil, who has drawn into the second blank. Will Phil fish here, leave 1 in the bag and go for a bingo? The thing is, I don't think the leave is going to be good enough for him to feasibly do that.
We spoke earlier on of obscure 6-letter words, so we've had Ibatid and a couple of other policies mentioned. There is a 6 here, which Brian may well know, but he'll also know that it doesn't take an S. Vegete, V-E-G-E-T-E. It's actually one of the most played 6-letter words, but it is an adjective meaning lively and therefore doesn't take an S. Of course, nothing is going Brian's way in this game. It wouldn't have played on the board anyway, but Vegete, an obscure 6-letter word, not taking an S on the end and not even fitting on this board anyway. Just a reminder for those who aren't sure, there are 23 rounds in this main event of the Easter match play. We will, at this point, at the lunchtime on Sunday, have seen 10 of them played. There are 6 more to watch today, 4 in the afternoon, where you will have Ronan dance as the co-commentator with Joseph, who, let me just say, is doing a sterling job covering the entire weekend as the lead commentator. Well done, Joseph, for your efforts here. I'll be back for the last 2 rounds this evening at 7:45 and 8:45. That will be rounds 15 and 16. And then we have 7 rounds tomorrow on the Easter Monday, going right up until about 5 p.m. when it will all be over after 23 games of Scrabble. A full weekend of entertainment. Phil just opting to ditch his W on Tawa. He doesn't want to empty the bag. He wants to give himself a small chance of another bonus. Mr. Robertshaw, that's just greedy. But you've got to play for every point here, and he's absolutely right to do that. He could pick something very fortunate. He could have options here. He picked the Y. Don't think that's going to help him, but you can't blame him for trying. One more bonus for Phil here would have taken him into the sort of 550, 600 almost territory. So it was worth a shot.
Absolutely, yeah. And thank you, Stewart, for your kind words. So yeah, just looking to Brian. Don't know if he can manufacture an Houten 2 here with one in the bag. These tiles really just are not flexible enough, and the board is absolutely dead with triplicate E and a V.
One of Brian's highest scoring moves here, if he wanted to ditch a single tile and give himself one more chance of bonus, is, of course, to stick the S in the bottom left-hand corner. Selections for 36. Almost no chance of that turning into a bonus. He might just choose to cut his losses and take a smaller number of points anywhere else and get the game over with. But selections might actually be the play here.
Yeah, another. We see Brian actually lining it up, and Peter Guzik has pointed out in the chat Stephen down onto EN. That's a really nice find. Or if Brian again just wants to dump off a single E, he can slot it in that little gap created by Phil's tower for Hugh. 16
It is
points.
worth pointing out a rather spectacular potential ending to this game. Stephen would give the incredible Ipsiloid to Phil Robertshaw, which would be an incredible outplay. Shaped like an Ipsilon letter, YPSILOID would play through the S of Stephen. Phil will be looking at the unseen letters and thinking, what are the chances of Phil having a bonus? It's a reasonable probability that Phil is going to have something. I think it's an O unseen along with those letters for Phil. In fact, if Brian looks at the unseen letters, he will see that it is, in fact, from his perspective, Ipsiloid plus a blank. Those are the 8 unseen tiles that would guarantee that Phil has Ipsiloid, no matter which tile is in the bag. So if Brian spots that possibility, he will not play Stephen, because he will think whichever letter is in the bag, it doesn't actually matter. Phil has Ipsiloid guaranteed. And maybe he thought that through. I don't know, but he has just gone for dropping the S on selections.
Yeah, very sensible. I do have to say, from a content point of view, really gutted. I wanted to see Phil get to fully exercise his word knowledge chops. The other thing about Ipsiloid is Brian, obviously one of Britain's best players. Would he be seeing Ipsiloid? It's 27,000 in probability. Would he have even seen that as a possibility for Phil? More generally, maybe he just didn't want to give any floaters, given that he knows that Phil also has outstanding word knowledge. So yeah, a very fair choice there from Brian Poe. And the bag is now empty. Both players have full knowledge of each other's racks, assuming that they have tracked correctly. But what a moment that would have been on stream, Ipsiloid. I could already see the cut version as a YouTube short. It was not to be.
Yeah, you'd have been calling Will Anderson into the room and saying, "Here, we've got one for you."
Yeah. So Phil probably looking to hit the P and the Y above Sultan. He's got Piley for 37, leaving DI blank. That looks to be his best play in this endgame.
Yes, a few more points available for Dimpsey. No, actually, it's even 1 point less. But Piley, I'm pretty sure will work out the best if we set a computer on this one. If we had them in front of us, I'm sure it would say Piley comes out top because 37 points is the top scoring move, and it leaves nice versatile outplays as well. So. Nice alternative of Pyac, P-Y-I, blank C, played above Houten as well. Above the O-U-T-A there, Pyac is just a elegant little choice, but Piley keeping the blank is going to work out as the top option, I'm quite sure. Let us hope that he does not play Dipsy, who is only a Teletubby and not a real word. I think I may, in my younger days as a Scrabble player, have played Dipsy and been somewhat astonished that came off.
And
The only
Stewart,
Teletubby that is this game is Poe, and that's the one sitting opposite Phil.
nice. We will be interviewing Phil as well after this game, folks, so do stay tuned for our winners interview. And then we'll be taking about an hour's break for lunch. And we will be back at, let me just check the schedule, 2:15 GMT +1, where I will be joined for a few games by Ronan Dance as my co-commentator. And then, as Stewart said, he's going to be rejoining me this evening for our final games.
Phil doing the right thing here and using every minute of his time. He's not rushing into the end game. He knows how tight it is at the top. He knows, or at least he will strongly suspect, that he's going to be in the number one position after this game. He will be playing for every point of spread, as the top players always do. You don't take the win for granted. You don't just get the game over with. You fight for every single point, because even after 23 games, it can come down to spread, and sometimes these things can be incredibly tight. So, as has been said by many wise players over the years, you do not get any points for unused time on your clock.
Yep, very valid point.
No point in rushing through the end game, just getting over with. Squeeze every moment out of it. And let's be honest, after the way their games have gone recently in that best final, I think Phil's going to be pretty satisfied with this win, and he won't be looking to end Brian's torture any earlier than he needs to either. He's going to be thinking, no, you've beaten me so much recently. Let's play this one out. The tournament that I run, the Northern Ireland Championship, earlier on this year. Chris had a great tournament. Stewart Houten came very, very close to winning it. He was in the playoff decider against Rick Kennedy, and Rick emerged victorious in what you might call his home tournament, even though he lives in London. He's Northern Irish, of course. Rick winning the Northern Ireland Championship on the 17th attempt. Yes, that is correct. Rick had been to every iteration of the Northern Ireland Championship since it began in 2007 and finally got his name on the trophy. I think everyone was there. I was happy for him. Stewart Houten was the person he played in the head-to-head there. So all the big names from all of the recent tournaments, all in Coventry this weekend. What a fantastic field. We just wait for Brian to make his final move here. And interesting that Phil chose Payek, actually a little bit less than the best option, but a very strong, nonetheless, will give him good potential outplays there.
Yeah, Brian with Vejo for 32 to just get him over the 400 line. A small consolation for him. And Phil now with an absolute wealth of choices. Can he find his optimal outplay with this blank DIL? 24 points on offer. 3 ways to do that. All involving going down. Well, all of them going down to the EN from the centre triple.
Yeah, Phil will have no hesitation in spotting Gilden or Milden, both valid there. There is also a large tree with heart-shaped leaves and fragrant yellowish flowers. It's been another good game. it looked like it was always going Phil's way. His opening play of Atrophia was very, very strong, followed up with Ensidage. And by the time Brian was putting back into it with Lections, followed by Airsome, he was already too far behind. So Phil will be delighted to get a win on the board here against Brian. And it really makes it interesting after 10 out of the 23 rounds played. You couldn't even begin to say who's going to win this tournament. Harshan still very much in the running. Paul Allan still right up there. Stewart, Holden, Chris Vickery, Rick Kennedy. We have fantastic players Samuel Crispin, who you can never possibly rule out because he seems to win so much these days. And Will Anderson still in the running as well. So we have many, many good players, many good games to enjoy over the next day and a half. I'm going to enjoy commentating on a couple of more of them later on. In the meantime, I'm going to enjoy watching the excellent live stream coverage. So, Phil, just taking a minute to check that he's looking at the best option here. But as he goes down to less than 60 seconds left, he will put down one of the blank ILDEN plays. For the sake of accuracy, we'll need to get from our producer, Ruth, telling us exactly what Phil decides to make the blank. 3 options there. Blank is an M, we are told. Milden is the outplay from Phil Robertshaw as he secures a very comfortable and very satisfying win by 150 points over Brian Poe.
Yes, very well played from both players. Brian did the best with what he could. A couple of curious choices in there. I'll be asking him privately about OFT early on. Really interesting decision. And folks, as I said, don't go anywhere just yet. We are breaking for lunch, but first we're going to have an interview with our winner of round 10, Phil Robertshaw.
Yeah, I have to say Brian didn't play badly at the start. He was just desperately unlucky. You know, those fishing moves that he went for. Fishing sounds like a derogatory term. They were the right moves. Right moves, I think. You know, Oft was curious. Maybe he should take the points, but he couldn't have predicted how bad his pickup would be from it. You know, he then was stuck with the Z, had to play with G's. He still didn't get the bonus he was looking for. With different pickups, that could have gone very differently. He just didn't quite get what he needed. So.
Absolutely. Okay, so Stewart, I'm going to have a quick chat with Phil, and then I'll pass you on. All right?
Yes.
Just going to use this mic. So I'm joined by Phil Robertshaw, the winner of round 10. Phil, congratulations. How did you find that game?
Thank you. I felt like I drew very well. I've been drawing quite well all morning, and it was nice to get it on stream because the last experience was not so good. So yeah, I felt like I picked pretty well, but played reasonably well as well.
Yeah, you played very well. Some really interesting moves in there. Brian had a crazy play of OFT blocking seaplane, which you must have been really annoyed to see. A trophy was a nice find. Seemed like you were taking a while to decide on that one. Or did you see it early on and you just didn't line it up?
I was thinking had I got a 7 on the rack, and I was just going through my options and writing down the anagrams, and that looked right. So I played it. I wasn't completely sure of the S, which you noticed because I challenged that later in the game.
Yes, absolutely. 2 turns of the optimum move, which was really nice. Ranid, followed by Mondo. Lovely finds Jarvie. Really scory. Dote instead of Doubt, I assume holding the U for the Q that was on scene.
Yeah, I think I was quite happy to keep the U at that point. It was synergistic with the N and the T anyway. And as you say, the Q was unseen. But really, anything in that spot with 2 blanks still available, just close down as much of the board as possible.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'll pass over to Stewart, and he'll have a few questions for you as well if you want to put the headset on.
Okay, great.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, Stewart.
Hi, yeah, congratulations, good win. It was mentioned that you'd had a few battles against Brian recently, particularly the best final that hadn't gone your way. So I'm sure that was satisfying to do that on the live stream, and you played very, very solidly all the way through. So well done.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it was a combination of drawing well and picking well, I think. But yeah, I felt I made some choices.
You did. No, Raned was very good. Good to know the obscure fives, because when they come up, it's very satisfying. Atrophy was a great play. We were quite excited to see elections, because we thought, what if an E gets put out and then creates the selections? But of course, Jarvie kind of killed any high scoring spots there. But it was a really interesting game to watch. And it puts you in the number one position as you go into lunch. As I'm sure you figured out, you are 8-2 and top of the leaderboard now with a devilish spread of plus 666. So enjoy that. Enjoy your lunch. And,
yeah, I'm not even looking at
we
the board.
are.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not even really looking at the board at this stage, Stuart. We're 10 games into a 23-game tournament, so it's going to fluctuate.
No, but you're in the best possible position, and 8-2 is indicative of you said the tiles have gone your way, but you don't get to 8-2 against that field without playing well as well. So thanks for being on the live stream with us, and good luck with the rest.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good to talk to you.
Cheers.
Okay, well, thank you again, Phil. Congratulations, and good luck with the rest. Folks, we are going to break now for lunch. We're going to take about 4 to 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will be back at 2:15 GMT +1. And we have, how many is it? 6 more games today, I think. Thank you, Stuart, for now, for co-commentating with me. You're going to be back this evening, aren't you?
Yeah, Joseph, looking forward to it. Just the last 2 games of the day, and this has been great fun. Thanks for having me, and hope the afternoon goes well. I'll be tuning in as an observer.
Brilliant. Thank you, folks. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us again, folks. We are here at Easter Matchplay 2026 in Coventry, England for round 11. And I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by Ronan Dance. Hello, Ronan. How are you?
Very well, thanks. Pleased to be here, Joseph. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks. Yeah, tired. There's a lot going on, but people are enjoying the stream. Been some great games so far, and we've got another really good one lined up today. We have Rob Richland facing up against Elie Dangoor. I will change all of those details on screen, folks. Don't worry. But for now, I'll tell our producer Ruth to get started, and we will get going.
Brilliant. Looking forward to some good games this afternoon, I'm sure. So I'm pleased to be joined. I'll be here for the next few games this afternoon. I think 4 games. Taking over from Stewart this morning. Some absolutely mad games this morning, as usual.
Yeah.
So we'll soon see what this afternoon has to offer. Which one's been your favorite game so far, Joseph?
Oh, 100%. Round 8, Calum versus Phil. That was just absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, I think I only caught bits of that. What were the main bits in that?
Well, it was a losing score of 5-5, I think, 3-point win. Q stick at the end, just absolutely insane scenes.
Absolutely mad.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so Rob has drawn well to start. See if he finds one of the first bingos you learn.
Yep.
Classic, of course.
Also pleased to say it is Rob Richland's birthday, so happy birthday, Rob, if you're watching this later on replay. Really happy to be able to have Rob on stream. He was really buzzing to get on as well, and of course also good to have Elie Dangoor on the stream, a proper stalwart of the British scene for many years, so it should be a really good matchup. Two very experienced players.
Quite contrasting racks, as is often the case.
Yes.
So Rob seems to have found what I was alluding to. Eterio, I would imagine. What would you think about the placement of this? Any comments about, because these kind of moves, you've got 7 options or more, so where you place it?
Yeah, it's one of those where I think it's just good to not spend too much time. I mean, ideally you want the E not in the double lane. You got to think about the vowel placement, but there's so many things to permutate through. It's better to probably just get something on the board.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. It's I've been given that advice before by advanced players. You just sometimes when it's all close, just get something down and move on to the more important moves.
Yeah, for sure.
This seems pretty good. Maybe preferable not to put the I on the double letter scores, but there we go.
Yeah.
Probably won't make too much difference with what Elie's got as it happens.
So we see it's a league of 38 players. We see both players are pretty in the middle of the pack right now, both on 5 wins. Rob is seed 25 versus Elie seed 14. Still all to play for. We're not even halfway through the tournament yet, folks. Let me just update these scores as well. That's from the previous game. Do bear with, folks.
Interesting choice there between Vigia and Ogive as Elie was lining up. Interesting. You could play Ogive further down. I mean, keeping II feels awful, but actually surprising. II is not as bad as keeping, 3 vowels is not really great either. I think II is often kind of, I mean, it's obviously terrible, but it's probably not. Well, actually, it probably is as bad as. Yeah, I think it's more just it scores more points, 5 more points really. But yeah, what would you be thinking there? Any differences?
No, not really. I pretty much concur with what you said.
Yeah, I think it's a tough, close call, really. Right. Anyway, what does Rock got here? So the difficulties of having few vowels.
Yeah.
So maybe considering Jive, getting rid of JV, scoring well.
Yeah, hoping to dig around and draw an eye for the NG.
Yeah, the NG is kind of one of those non-vowel leaves that can be quite good because with almost any vowel, it kind of synergizes nicely. Is there any way to play and keep the E? I suppose you could play jig, maybe.
Yeah, jig is an option, although it's 7 fewer
Yeah.
points than jive and holding the B.
Yeah. It's true. CVNN is not exactly a dream either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd be leaning towards jive here, getting score as many points as possible, and hoping to maybe best case draw into an ING play.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think Rob is lining that up.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much to Brentus Firmus in the chat. I think that is a super chat come through for 10 Australian dollars, saying thank you for the quality stream. Well, thank you, Brentus Firmus. You've been with us most of today. We really appreciate your support. In fact, I believe that's the first super chat, or whatever it's called on YouTube, that we've had on our burgeoning Scrabble channel. So thank you so much for the support. Very kind.
Interesting. So Rob opted for gin in the end, which seems reasonable because it unduplicates and keeps the vowel. But I think probably you'd want to get rid of the V or yeah, or score a bit more. So maybe a little bit of a miss there, unfortunately. Then again, so it's a pretty good draw for that rack.
Yeah. Yeah, but like you say, possibly a bit of a miss. I mean, he was iterating through all those options, but he must have seen jive. I guess he's hoping to draw one of the eyes. I guess maybe taking out some of those useful floaters in the middle as well when he's
It's a
got the
tricky
lead.
move. I think when in doubt, score.
Yeah.
That's true. That is true. So Elie looking at Dixie here. Yeah, seems strong. Then again, there is the possibility of the slightly non-obvious playing Jinx and Oxide. That's a nice idea. Or yeah, Jinx. I don't see that at all. It's something that's quite odd. Okay, Dixie it is.
Yeah, so Dixie for 27. He did have Oxide available with Jinx. Is it? I mean, possibly he just missed that hook. Not the easiest.
Yeah,
but...
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't see it at all either. No, of gin hooks. Often there are many. Then the X one is less likely for sure. So both players leaving a few points on the table so far, but very much to play for still.
So quite an awkward rack here for Rob with a relatively slim early lead. He's not going to be scoring a hell of a lot this term. He might want to be hanging on to the GN again, although he has just seen 2 of those remaining eyes come down, so his chances of drawing one for the ING suffix diminished quite significantly that last turn. I would say his standout option here is QV, CUVEE onto Dixie, gets rid of all the junk, hangs onto AGN, pretty handy leave. And it's essentially a holding play to wait for the next turn and see what Elie can come up with.
There's also the slightly lower scoring Vug with the 2 that's quite nice, keeping the cane lead, which can be very flexible. Yeah, all very close plays. Looking at some of the suggestions. Vaughan's interesting. That seems quite nice.
Yeah, that's a nice play. So Elie just going for turnover to blow this rack open, create a new 7s lane down from the E. I think 6 more points. I think I still would have preferred QV, but Vaughan's, yeah, perfectly good play also. And Rob's rack has disappeared. Is he changing or?
Maybe there's a hold. I'm not sure. He seems to the GN hasn't taken tiles. I don't think.
Yeah.
No, it seems to be that may have been a hold.
Elie's clock's still going. Oh, sorry, I'm getting.
Yeah, I often find
Or-
VC moves a little bit tricky to remember and find, unfortunately, which has cost me a few games over the time.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Elie got a 5 very nice tiles, and then the AO slightly ruining the rack a little bit. So maybe considering this is probably a chance where you can fish with playing off IO next to the X. Still scoring 15, so it's not really too fishy. Keeping our rights, which is extremely flexible, very powerful. But again, options to score with the likes of O tier on the other side of Dixie, playing on the left. Given the scoreline, sort of trending towards a bingo behind, might be nice to probably play on the slightly more conservative and try and get that bingo to take the lead, because if Elie bingo's next move, he might well be in the lead, which is a big swing. So I'm not sure O tier would really be the right idea right now.
Yeah, I agree. I'm liking the look of just dumping IO next to the X.
Yeah, I think it looks strong.
For those in the audience who are unaware, Elie Dangoor is a great ambassador for the game. He's been very, very generous over the years in donating prize money. Most recently, as far as I'm aware, to the MGI tournament, which we have in Milton Keynes, England, which we've had the last 2 years, and the third one is coming up next month. Elie really makes the prize pool enticing to a lot of the big players, and that's what's partly contributed to that being such a successful international tournament, drawing players from all around the world. So we're very appreciative of Elie on the scene, and IO is indeed the play for 15.
Yeah. Yeah, looking good, that one. So Rob, sorry, with almost spaghetti.
Yeah.
Not quite. So yeah, similar story. Options to score with the 6 I've certainly not heard of ATAPS, ATTAPS, hooking Dixie. 32 for that, or playing the more, let's say, typical GAT, keeping spat, which is again a very natural play. What would you be thinking between the two there?
Yeah, I mean, assuming that Rob knew and saw ATAPS, ordinarily I like the score and the turnover, but I'm not really a fan of sticking the A out there in space along with the T's as floaters. I think I'll just keep it tight. He's got a reasonable lead. He can just do another holding play, I think,
Yeah.
as Elie did with IO, and just play, like you said, GAT.
Yeah.
Possibly gap, holding duplicate T for 4 more points.
Yeah, the T together is surprisingly not so bad as a duplicate.
Yeah, and it looks like that's actually what Rob is lining up. Yeah, double T has reasonable synergy.
Yeah.
It's certainly one of the less bad duplicates to hold.
So for some of our newer players in the audience, we tend to try and unduplicate letters, because in general that's a good idea, because it provides a lot of flexibility in the next move and going forwards. And there are some combinations that are less bad, so TT being one of those, but something like NN not being quite as good. There are examples that are actually quite strong, in fact. So the kind of so slightly famous double F can be quite nice. I find double P, any of the double scoring tiles to be quite fun to play with as well. So whoa from Elie here.
Yeah, he's put that down quickly. And Ronan, just going back to what you were saying, if I'm not mistaken, I think F is the only letter whose value increases when you duplicate it.
That might well be true. I think
I
E is the
heard that
only
somewhere.
vowel that duplicates. That
Yeah.
could be true, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I can double check that. So there's a thing called cross tables, which you can use to check the latest lead values, and it gives you what's called the equity of letters and different combinations of rack leaves, and essentially saying how much you're likely to score from that leave going forwards. And you're well, FF on its own, it does actually get worse, but I think if you give it a vowel or some other reasonable tiles, it goes up. So I think it's slightly more complicated. But it definitely, I think, is better to have. Well, in a sense, maybe not better to have two Fs. You'd rather not have any Fs. But if you're going to have one, maybe the second one can provide some scoring options.
Yeah. Just going
But
back
yeah,
to
that was
Ellie's
cross
move.
tables.
Yes, cross tables. Do check it out, folks. Elie, as Craig Beavers points out in the chat, Elie did also have carrier or carry
Yeah.
available. That was for 45 points. So I reckon that was probably a miss.
Yeah.
It put a load of floaters out, but for 21 more points and turning over a few more tiles, possibly a miss. I mean, he knows those words, but regardless, the play for Rob is topped. We say that the duplicate T isn't so bad. You don't want to be triplicating it though, as Rob did there. So topped gets rid of 2 of those, and he's looking to reset his rack. Sharpish.
Worth noting there was also the slightly less obvious tway hook for tway and oop, which would have same tiles, slightly more points, which is quite cool.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
In saying that, Tot does set up Rob's S for Stott very nicely.
Yeah, I think that was the rationale behind playing that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Elie with triplicate A. So quite a lethargic start to this game. Some sluggish racks for the players to deal with, but that does often mean there's going to be fireworks at the other end. So hang in there, folks. It's going to kick off soon, I think.
I think so.
So Elie, a whole host of pretty uninspiring options here.
It's possible to score again with karate with the C, but keeping it tight and maybe trying to get that bingo is probably still very strong.
I agree. Yeah, Aya seems to be his top scoring play there, actually.
Actually, keeping it tight, I'm not sure I'd want to keep it tight with the deficit, so it's more of a sort of rack clearing play.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Or fishing play, perhaps better.
There are lanes on the board.
Exactly. So that E off of Vaunts, I'd be looking at as both sides providing direct 7 lanes.
Yeah, for sure.
Not very many options for 8s. The V potentially. Can I easily overlook options through a V? So we'll see. And as it happens, Elie does have an option through the V. I don't think it fits. But Rob on turn. So
yeah, if the V
see if
were
anyone in the audience knows the hooks to Vaunts.
Yeah, I was going to say if the V were in the right place, Elie would have Veratria on his next turn. A lovely find. Although interestingly, he is going to be bingoing because none of Rob's candidate moves seem to be blocking that E in Vaunts. Rob does have an absolute standout play that scores 43 points, clears off 6 tiles, and that is utilizing the S hook on Tots that we were just talking about. That would be Bemads. Seems to be far and away his best play, unless he wants to score with his chunky tiles now and hold that S lane for one more turn. The only thing about that is all 3 S's and a blank are unseen to Rob. And Elie is clearly
There is
fishing
also
as well. Go ahead.
There is also the option of, if he knows the hook to Vaunts for Vaunts, to play Dab for 27, holding stem, very nice leave, and then keeping that Stott option open.
Yes.
Whether you shut the gate now or not, I'm not sure. Bemad's, maybe Rob doesn't know the word. I'm not sure. It's not that typical, I would have thought.
Yeah.
We'll see. Looking at based here, though, same sort of idea.
Craig Beavers in the chat pointing out bedmates through an E, unfortunately unavailable to Rob.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so a kind of halfway play between everything that we were just saying. I think Rob will know that Vaunts is an adjective. Maybe he didn't see the hook. It's quite a valuable hook, getting the D triple both ways. And there's a challenge here for Stott. So that's going to be +5 for Richland. Which takes him to 177. And Elie Dangoor is not going to waste much time here in getting down his bingo of Tare, which plays in 3 spots.
Yeah, which one are you looking at? There's benefits and drawbacks to all of them, really.
Yeah, it's a tricky one for Elie to work out, and I guess it's like Rob's opening play at Ontario, where we were saying, have a curve.
I think when you're opening triples.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, when you're opening triples, I think you want to be considering trying not to play right next to one, because then you can get those underlapping plays that can score an absolute mountain. Whereas just floating an E into space, it's a straight line play, not too bad usually, and you score slightly more because you double the words. So I think you'd be probably wanting to go towards the ET hook, scoring an extra, I think, 4 points over what Elie's chosen. But Elie maybe thinking longer term to try and keep that E open.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Sorry, it was only 1 more point actually.
Yeah, and the other thing,
only 1 more point, but those 2 A's can really give a lot of counterplay for Rob sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing about playing down from Vaunts is Rob has got 5 random tiles, so you're probably not getting hit with a triple. That's not a concern. And with Elie's placement here, the Z is out, which is going to score a bingo score if Rob can hit it. We see that he is not going to be.
Yeah, indeed.
And what a draw for Elie as well. Wow. So unbeknownst to Elie, he is now
indeed.
actually on the advantage.
Sometimes the tiles are friends after all. So, options for Rob. The new Yeet. I guess you can't really say new anymore. It's been a couple of years.
Wandering Preacher 247 in the chat saying, I wouldn't have played to in that place myself. There are too many downsides and there's no counterplay for yourself. I guess that's a good point.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah, when that triple word is taken out in the center, you're not getting anything in return. Rob is playing Mary. He did have a really stylish 6 of re-meet down the left of Tare, holding the Y for score.
Absolutely. I was going to say that re-meet. Quite a strange. What does that mean? To meet someone again?
I believe so.
That is. These re-words can be rather strange, and some of these unwords.
Yeah.
Elie finding finders really quickly. Excellent.
Yeah, not a whole lot to think about there for Elie Dangoor. He had other options, but again, they were all roughly equivalent. And we await to see what Rob's drawn into.
Is there much difference between playing on the right or the left? What do you think?
Well, off the top of my head, playing in this place gives easy access for parallels onto the triple word, most notably with the Z, which is still out, like something like Zoo or Zoa. Not many vowels left, to be fair, from Elie's POV. Oh, and the E, of course, as well.
Yeah, indeed.
I guess it's kind of blocky because if he plays it to the right of Vaunts, he creates a new 7s lane to the right of EF, ending in S or T. Whereas here, Rob's got 1 shot to score here or open things up. If not, Elie's going to shut it down again. And then it's actually quite a close board with that V up in the top right.
Indeed. So Elie now taking the lead, I believe, for the first time in the game. Yes.
I think so, yeah.
So Rob, unfortunately, struggling after, I think, keeping the 3 E's last time. So maybe something like toe onto the triple, keeping EERT. Scoring reasonably. Balancing the rack.
Yeah.
Or more dynamically with Rosette, using 6 tiles.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that myself. It's simming well, which is surprising. But again, it's essentially a tie game once he's played this move. I would just hold the bingo-y leave, really.
Yeah.
So I like your suggestion of toe.
Yeah. Yeah, when the score gets close, the factors change a bit, because you can start to kind of like take those 10-point differences into a lot more consideration, thinking, right, those 10 points could really be the difference at the end of the game. as opposed to earlier on in the game where you might be thinking, well, the 10 points doesn't really matter too much because I'm keeping better tiles, which could bingo in the middle of the game as we go forward. So the computer sometimes finding those moves a lot stronger. In this case, I agree. I think T is similing quite well. Although what you were saying, Rosette, seems pretty similar, to be fair.
Yeah.
Rob playing T as it happens, though.
Yeah, that's a conversation I was actually having with someone yesterday at this tournament about in a vacuum holding OE over EE. I think that's been a pretty classic conversation in terms of valuations over the years.
Yeah, I
mean, I
think
have
with
to
the
say,
latest
my
lead values,
internal calculation is not advanced enough for that. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know. I mean, so intuitively, having two different vowels seems better, like especially because the O is I think the O is not too bad. I tend to think of it as a weaker A. So yeah, but I believe that leave is stronger with the two E's. Because the E's are just so powerful. That's the thing. I can check actually the latest values for that. So
sure.
I think it used to be that Rote was stronger, but I'm not certain of that. No, it is actually Rote is stronger. Slight amount. Yeah, so it probably is. Just having the variation in vowels is more important.
Just going back to Ellie's player finders, Wandering Preacher in the chat saying, another slightly strange placement. Is anyone familiar with Ellie's playing style? Does he have a knack for being defensive? I don't know myself. I can't speak to that. Craig Beaver says he doesn't remember Elie being an especially defensive player. Craig also points out correctly that the bag is getting a little constant heavy now. Both players need to be mindful of that as we head into the latter half of the game. And a lovely rack here for Rob Richland as well, by the way, as Elie plays monks for 50.
Yeah, well found Elie scoring as much as any play, 50 being very nice indeed. So can Rob bingo here? Yes, indeed. Wonder if the only 8's available. Actually, some 9's available. Let's see if anybody can find the 9's. Very woodland type words, let's say.
Yeah,
Wow,
so Rob's
brilliant.
highest scoring bingo here does require a slightly hidden hook, but he's found it.
Okay, so it's see if Rob pauses and thinks about a slight variation on this word.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, when you
Scoring an extra
study,
11.
yeah, when you study your alphograms like that, you probably, well, I can't speak to individuals' learning styles and mnemonics, but for me personally, I would just remember Forrester and Reforester both good, but people do have very different ways of learning words. Maybe he didn't generate Reforest, but he does know it. Maybe he saw it and wasn't sure and just wanted the guaranteed points. So yeah, certainly keeps things interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's tough to know when to pause and just double check there's nothing better, because you're probably quite pleased to see that fits in the first place with Aya just being the right 3 there for the R. But
Yes.
well found in the chat, Forests, King of Lettuce, indeed Reforest, the 9 on the bottom, but certainly more of a style play than anything else. So this is shaping up to a really close game, I think.
Yeah, it's turning into another really interesting one. It's going to be, again, essentially a tie game with Elie on turn.
Anything significant in the bag? Oh, I still have the blank Z Q 2 U's left, so the Q could potentially do something.
Yeah.
But probably looking at the blank and the Z.
Yeah, I mean, Forrester opens
Anything
up,
else of note?
Well, I was going to say Forrester opens up a pretty hefty Z spot in the top right.
Yeah, definitely.
Q, from looking at this board, is not really going to be doing much at all. So players probably don't want to be drawing into that. Well, not that you ever do, but especially on a board that's pretty closed off like this.
It's possible of query at the bottom, but we're speculating here.
Yeah. Nice play from
Elie. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be the strongest play by a mile there. Looking
at
the other options, scoring the most by some distance.
Yeah.
Oh, and Rob has the Q. There we go.
Yeah, not ideal.
No, this is tricky.
The double O, the L in the end, which lacks synergy, and then to top it all off, the Q.
Good to Rob will be pleased to see 2 U's still to come though. So that's maybe a bit of a reprieve there. So you could probably look to score and turn over and dig in for that U, being the usual sort of Q strategy.
Yes, this is true. I have heard before that Rob is known. He does like an exchange. So I was wondering whether we
Okay.
might see that, but he's actually lined up Holden, which looks to be his best play. And as Ronan said, probably identifying that not only is a blank out, but also 2 U's in a bag that is rapidly diminishing in size. So this is a really nice play from Rob. I like it a lot.
Yeah, well found, Rob. That's strong. And it also prevents Elie from using that 7 lane very easily.
Yeah. And Elie has drawn the second blank.
And a U, much to
Yeah.
Rob's unknown disappointment.
Paul Coyle in the chat identifying that Elie has an unplayable upswell, anagram being upwell.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Elie actually held Holden as well, our producer was saying, but he did accept the play.
Yeah, it's a slightly odd looking word, really. So with the W being quite a good scoring tile on this board with the 2 O's, one at the bottom, one on the top left, probably looking at to score. Whelp being quite strong, scoring 36. Seems like the right idea going forwards.
Yeah, plus holding the U, which is unseen to him.
I would imagine Elie's quite the favourite now, holding the blank.
Yeah, he does appear to be.
Computer given sort of 80% winning chances there, so that
Yeah.
would really agree with what you'd think intuitively. But let's see.
For sure. Elie is considering wool
Yeah, that's also
down
good.
the right of Holden.
Yeah. Give us up 8 points though. You probably want those points. Then again, I suppose the P does go onto the triple, maybe providing Rob with some things, but it's nothing too bad, I don't think, in the bag for that with the off of the P. No PZ plays, I don't think.
That's
true.
true.
I suppose Fizz PHIZ maybe.
Really,
which could be quite game changing.
Yeah, a very good point raised by Craig in the chat that I think whatever Elie does here, Rob is going to be absolutely fine with that cue because he actually does have query, Ronan, which you mentioned earlier. It's going to score a lot.
What can I say? First time commentating, sometimes it goes your way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It was a slight threat. I mean, it's not that likely, but as it happens, it come about.
Yeah, and it's not getting blocked, so I think that's going to come down from Rob Richland. And the play is wool. I'm slightly surprised by this. I think myself I would hold the U.
But the Q still unseen to Elie as well. The Q, then you've got everything necessary to navigate the position, the blank and the U.
Yes.
And you score 8 more points. So unless he was very scared of Fizz, then it seems I don't know, maybe just didn't even consider Whelp. Hard to say. So I imagine Rob is thinking query here.
Ronan, sorry, where was this threat of Fizz?
Oh, PHIZ is that? That's valid, isn't
it?
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure.
Yeah,
where we were looking.
If Elie had played Whelp, I'm saying the only real danger into that the bottom right triple word score, I believe, was Fizz. Because these kind of subtleties,
that may have played into his calculation, to be fair. So I may have been slightly hasty in questioning that. No,
because that's almost a bingo move. Elie's looking pretty comfortable otherwise.
Yeah. So we enter the end game. Elie Dangoor with 6 tiles on his rack. Rob Richland at a deficit of 19 points. He holds the Z. He holds the Q with the U. He's got score in the Y. Very, very tricky position here.
It's a very high scoring move, over 50 in the bottom right. See if anyone can spot that. And then query, as we mentioned a moment ago.
Oh yeah. However, anything that Rob plays down there, he's not going to block Elie's outplay of chipped, as pointed out in the chat by Alexi.
Hmm.
Craig in the chat saying this is more of a raw equity play than a pre-endgame play. Leaving 6, it's hard to go out next turn. Yeah, very valid point there from Craig Beavers. Really, really tough situation for Rob Richland here. On his birthday as well. On his birthday. Give him a break, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're going to see Rob use the majority of the time left on his clock. He's got just over 5 minutes. There's a lot of iterating to do here. First and foremost, he does need to identify the fact that Elie has an out. I'm sure he will. Does Elie have 2 outs? He has chipped in the top right. I'm not seeing another out for Elie Dangoor. As Craig in the chat was referring to, you don't expect to be able to go out with 6 tiles. So it's slightly fortunate that Elie is actually going to be able to do so if Rob does not block the top right.
No, I can. So Elie has a few outplays actually. So
okay.
aphids off of the A. I just put a move in for Rob to have a look, and
yeah,
Elie has aphids, aphids.
Oh, aphids.
Yeah, indeed. And then
where does that play through?
Oh, sorry, hang on. I believe I've got the wrong letters. My bad. Excuse me. No, you're absolutely right. All the outplays are off of the C. Yeah. Okay.
Lord Livgon in the chat says, was Wool the right idea there, giving up on a bingo and going for an out with a 6? Yeah, like we were saying, I did question it, but then I hadn't considered what Ronan was saying about maybe he was accounting for the threat of Fizz, P-H-I-Z, which would have scored a huge amount if Rob had it on his rack. So the top play for Rob here is Kaz, C-A-Z, blocking Elie's out, holding the Q with the U, saving query, which I assume Elie would then need to block on his turn. But I have to say, with just 6 tiles, including the blank, Elie with the 19-point lead as well is surely the favourite here.
Hold on. The computer's telling me that Kaz wins.
Okay, interesting.
So hang on a second. So can Rob win here?
I'm not getting that same result.
So 329, 348 in the score, right? So
yeah.
Okay. Oh no, ignore that. I don't know what was happening there. No, it seems my computer is not working properly. Okay. Okay, so
the play is Kaz.
Key coming down from Rob.
Oh, okay. 2 minutes left on his clock. Rob needs to block Ellie's out of chipped. He did lay AZ down to make Kaz. He picked it up. He put Key down in the top left. He's picked that up. Key is an insta loss. I think even if Rob can block Ellie's out, he does at least give himself the opportunity for his opponent to make a mistake, which is something you've always got to legislate for. If you can't win in any other way, just bank on your opponent making a mistake their end.
Yeah, very true. The problem with Kaz is it leaves the cash hook, which I think is enough for Elie to use for score.
Yes, very true. Rebecca in the chat saying, I've looked away for a while. I can't figure out why Rob hasn't played Query. Well, it seems the reason is likely because he's realised that Elie has an outplay of chipped in the top right. Rob has now identified, with 1 minute left on his clock, the top scoring play available to him of Glazy, which Ronan alluded to earlier.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Rob tests Elie with Kaz. It's maybe hard to see with the scoring options available, but
yeah, the thing is, Glazy is
knowing
an
that Elie's
insta
gonna-
loss.
Yeah.
Oh,
Although maybe it's the best
interesting.
spread option.
Yeah, Craig Beaver's also pointing out that Kaz will take the H on the end as well for cash. I forgot about that. Glazy is the
Yeah.
play. Okay. Rob has just got to hope that Elie has not found his outplay. As it stands, Rob Richland goes up 35 points on Elie Dangoor, who does have a winning out of chipped or chirped.
Or Cephide.
Or Cephide, yeah. Or if he wanted to be really, really fancy, he could actually not go out and still win. Fizz, with a blank eye onto that Z, also wins, but Elie just playing it safe. For the sake of completeness, we will clarify with our producer in the room, Ruth Crispin, what the blank is, but it's academic. The winner is going to be Elie Dangoor. It's a blank P. The outplay is chipped. And the final score, after Elie Dangoor collects 12 points from Rob Richland, is Elie 392, Robert Richland 371. Very entertaining game down to the wire there. Thank you to both players. And we will see whether Elie will be interested in coming in for a quick interview as well.
Yeah, well played, both players. It's a good game overall. It really came down to it at the end there. That could have been interesting if there were some productive way for Rob to kind of complicate things. But as it happens,
sure.
Sadly not.
So Ronan,
very close in the end.
Let's have a look.
In incredible form, having dominated British tournaments for, I guess, over a year now, really.
For sure. So Elie, if you want to. Yeah. Rob, do you want to jump on? You can do if you want. Do you want to grab that chair? Just bring it round. Well, folks, this is a treat. So we don't usually invite the person who lost on just because often they want to reset mentally and refresh. But Rob seems to also have really enjoyed that game. So he's happy to join us on the stream as well. So let's just have a chat.
There rather than here because
Oh no, I see the microphone.
Okay.
Just the mic.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just saying I'm happy to see Ronan over there rather than here because he's my bogeyman.
yeah, so is Elie. So, guys, thank you for a very entertaining game. How did you both find it?
It was a tough
It was
game.
good. Yeah, I
Good.
sort of,
Very
you know,
challenging.
was sort of just held the lead for to the middle of the game. Then Elie hit me with a 3-move salvo with 2 bonuses, and that scored for 50 with monks. And just a little bit unlucky at the end with the Q and the Z, and you know, spent ages trying to look to see if I can put the Q anywhere. No, I couldn't. Well, I nearly did and played AF, but just saw that one in time. But yeah, no, it was a good close game. Good one for the audience anyway.
And I felt I could have made a mistake when I played off 2 letters, leaving irate. When I played. I could have played carry instead of woe for 45, COWRIE, and I think that might have been a better move.
Yes, carry or carrier. We did think that you probably saw them and you chose to not. Yeah.
And I regretted it immediately when I got the pickup.
Yeah. And Rob, did you see that Elie had an out at the end?
No, because I'd slightly mistracked my tiles. I thought he had 7 on his rack, basically.
Yeah.
But as I say, Elliot had the game won anyway because there was no place for my cue. So it was just a case, I think, at the end of just scoring as much as I could, and Glazy just fitted the bill. Unfortunately, I knew it wasn't going to be enough at that point. So whether I tracked or whether I hadn't tracked properly wasn't really much of a. It was pretty immaterial at the end, anyway.
Yeah, and did you remember reforest as an anagram of forester to hit the double word? Not to put you on the spot. We were wondering whether there was a strategic reason to not.
Probably wouldn't have been absolutely 100% sure of reforest actually, but no, just saw forester and just got the points. But yeah, reforest. Yeah.
When you played Tot, did you have the S?
I had the S. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I picked up B and an M. Couldn't quite. But it was still a very dangerous thing, and I actually. Just in case Elie had an S, and as it turned out, Elie challenged Stott.
Yeah,
at the end.
It's bad. I should know.
Yeah, and yeah, I just leave it alone anyway because it was still quite a dangerous spot, and obviously playing based 5-tile turnover.
And Elie, when you played Wool, did you consider Whelp holding the U for the unseen Q? Because we were wondering whether you saw the possibility of Fizz, PHIZ, and that's why you didn't play Whelp.
WELP is okay, is it? I didn't know that. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, that would explain it also. Yeah. Cool. Any final thoughts on the games, guys?
No, it's Rob's birthday, so we should.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Rob.
Cool. Well, thank you, guys. Enjoy your next games. Thank you for taking the time. Cheers. Great. Okay, guys, we'll be right back for round 12. Don't go anywhere. We will be with you in about 10 minutes. And we are back. Welcome, folks, for round 12 of Easter Matchplay 2026. I'm rejoined by Ronan Dance. We had a great game there in the last round with Rob Richland, Elie Dangoor. Elie narrowly squeaking the win. And we've got another really good matchup for you here. We have Vince Boyle, a veteran of the British scene, playing out of his skin. You see he's seed 23, way up there in 7th place on 7 wins. And Joel Davey, seed 18, currently sitting in 16th on 6 wins. Are you familiar with either of these two players, Ronan?
Yes, I've only played Joel once, but played Vince a number of times. We play in the London League, although we haven't crossed paths yet. But yeah, both very passionate, and we'll certainly be wanting to win this. So let's see.
Yes, very much so. And it's
How about
Vince's
yourself?
start. Vince is a very stoical player. He's got very good word knowledge. He's very calm and composed in the way he plays. Joel, good friend of mine, very charismatic player. He wears his heart on his sleeve, I think it's fair to say, and I think he'd be the first to admit that when he plays.
Absolutely.
Cares passionately about the game, wants to be the best. He's quite hard on himself, I think. The guy is an absolute sponge with his word knowledge, phenomenal player. In terms of the competitive, what I would call professional scene, he's been playing less time than me, I think, and he's way, way superior to me already in the rankings. So Joel is absolutely one to watch for sure.
Definitely, yeah, definitely worth emphasizing Joel's word knowledge. He recently found, I believe it was Bouzkashi or something like that in the Grand Slam, which he was gleefully telling everybody about. So yeah, quite an incredible find, really.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Way down the list, and he knew it instantly. Incredible.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, truly remarkable play at the Grand
So-
Slam.
Vince, with the classic situation of, do you play for a few more points with Vogie and provide more floaters, or do you play Vogue, keeping it really tight but keeping the better IL EP? Vince seemingly going straight for the points, pretty reasonable. This is the opening move. I think kind of evolves over time as we kind of get better understanding and better computers for the game and what's possible. And in fact, well, as it happens, Vogue is stronger according to the simulation. So one of those it's very marginal though, but it's I think I'd personally play Vogue. I just like the idea of really just making it super hard for my opponent to do anything whilst keeping flexible tiles early on to get that wide open bingo at the beginning. What would you think there?
I'm 100% with you on the latter suggestion. Yeah, I'm playing Vogue there all day long.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of easy to underlook thing. But
yeah. Meanwhile, really nice word knowledge on display here. Joel playing the pretty obscure anagram of fetch with fecht, which is a
yeah,
verb
I was
and
about to
does
say
take
that.
S.
Good
wonder
choice by
whether that
Joel,
will
getting those
be-
extra points, putting the C.
Yeah, I wonder whether that will be relevant later as well, whether the players are aware that it takes the S, being a verb. So nice play there from Joel. And meanwhile, we see that Vince Boyle has drawn into the first blank of the game early on.
Absolutely. So I believe there's pamphlet there, right?
I don't believe
that's,
so.
That's not how you spell pamphlet. That's not how you spell pamphlet. I can't spell.
I am seeing
I
an
can learn
unplayable
words by
space
studying
bomb,
them.
which I think came in the last dictionary.
Wow, there
update.
is indeed a bingo. See if anyone in the chat can find it. Quite the bingo available actually. Wow, what a great word available. See if anyone finds it.
Yeah, do let us know in the chat. There's one and just one available bingo to Vince Boyle here. Very, very obscure. 24,000 for those of you who understand what that means.
Well, the word itself is not as obscure as if you're in the right circles, let's say.
Yeah.
If you're working with IT or technology, you'll know this word. Although maybe finding the anagram is very hard.
And if you're not finding that obscure word, ample is very much the human move. Scores well, clears the rack out, So yeah, perfectly reasonable
Well
play
found,
here.
Chris Hawkins in the chat.
Yeah, nicely
Yeah,
done.
Phil. Yeah, don't try and misspell pamphlet with an F, as I almost did. But yeah, not a bad alternative, really. Scoring 38, keeping the blank, it's unlikely to be a bad move, regardless. I wonder if Vince looked for that. No doubt will have done, but yeah, I mean, it's so hard to find if you've not studied it, probably.
Yeah. And just for those who missed it or didn't see in the chat, that very obscure bingo was mega flop through the
Yes, exactly.
O.
With Joel now having one very good play, see if anyone can find the double-double through AT. I wonder if Joel will find it. This would really back up our style that we were describing of Joel earlier, though I would totally forgive him for not finding this.
Yeah,
See if anyone can find it.
that being said, like there's few players I would bank on finding this double-double. Joel is one I can actually see doing so because his board vision is absolutely outstanding. And that AT in the middle is quite enticing, although I will say probably not with this particular rack. But it's certainly within his wheelhouse as a 7.
I don't know. I get the feeling this game is going to get really interesting. These moves already have been full of interesting options, so we'll see.
I agree. Lord Livgone in the chat has found that double-double of Dopata for 40 points, holding OY.
Well spotted. Very well spotted. The stylish Tylo pod, which I'm sure Joel will be trying not to play. Scoring only 20.
Yeah, shame, because that would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it's unfortunately given up some equity there, but yeah, I mean it's a tough rack if you're not finding these plays. Atopy as well with ATT, tricky move.
Yeah,
you never really want to keep 2 O's, but yeah, if you're struggling to find it, then
I mean, as long as you don't triplicate them, I guess double O has some synergy, right?
I struggle to say yes to that, unfortunately. I don't think you'll really. I mean, 2 O's. The problem is, it's just so inflexible. Like your next move is always going to involve getting rid of 1 or 2 O's. You never have that kind of unless you drop pontoon or something. It's just guaranteed to hamper you, as opposed to who knows what happens kind of thing.
No, fair enough. Yeah, so tricky rack here for
to be fair,
Boyle as well. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say Joel's moves were really difficult. If you look at the board, it just doesn't look like there's anything available. It's remarkable that you can score 30 or 40. I mean, there's always so much life in the board. It's incredible. So yeah, being sort of third best, I can understand the play. Anyhow, so we're here now with.
Yeah, Vince, very inflexible, unpleasant rack. I wouldn't be surprised to see an exchange come out here, but he does have a few options that are superior to that, and he is playing. And in fact, he has found his top performing move of Arf for 19 points, pretty much as good as he's going to get with a rack like this. So nicely done.
Yeah, highest scoring move that seems to be available, and yeah, not the great leave, but keeping the blank with those tiles is it's gonna bingo reasonably often, I would think, actually. Maybe not. IYU is really quite poor, but maybe the turn after.
Yeah. Chris Hawkins in the chat. For those who don't know, Chris is the king of extensions, and he's got another good one for us. He says, how many other extensions are there to flop? There is Giga, Peta, Terror, as well as Belly, Flip, and Cow. You love to see it.
Is exaflop valid? Because you can go even further in the suffixes or prefixes even.
It would appear not.
Exaflop isn't valid. Okay, because you can have exabyte, petabyte, and so on. Byte being a similar thing to a flop, another computational term.
Sure.
Interesting. Yeah, it's always, this is the thing when you have kind of a knowledge of things like, technical suffixes, or sorry, I keep saying that, prefixes, like in chemistry, like knowing the things like the enes for organic molecules and things, which ones are valid. Sometimes the domain knowledge, so to speak, can be a hindrance rather than a benefit, because you end up playing something that but isn't necessarily valid in CSW.
Yes, for sure. Very valid point.
Because I'd be tempted by exaflop as it happens. Anyway, back to the game. Jolt being pretty much the best move, really.
Yeah, and I prefer this to getting rid of those tiles under Alf, it gave back a huge scoring spot under the J, so I do prefer Joel's placement here, and he gets 3 points on top of that as well.
I think there's a subtlety though that needs addressing with that move that was kind of, I actually think it's a little bit wrong because Joel is sort of obstructing the floaters he might need to bingo with a reasonably flexible leave of pot. There's really nowhere to bingo now, so in a sense, I don't know. There's something to think about, and he's down in the score as well, so it gives Vince control of the board a bit more.
Yeah, interesting
I suppose
point.
he's not down in the score. My bad. He's equal, but Vince is up a move. So, but yeah, I don't know because Sim suggesting there might be something in what I'm saying.
So Joel has drawn into a bingo of trumped, which he's going to be gutted to see doesn't play, and you see on his face he's really gutted to see. Out of that absolutely disgusting rack for Vince Boyle, he's managed to squeeze 37 points, getting the Y in both directions. Both players having a good laugh about that as Vince plays IU for 37 points, holding a blank out of a rack that did not deserve to even be getting played, quite frankly. So really quite unlucky there for Joel Davey.
Let's see if Joel can find the double that's now another one again. That AT could prove very important in this game. We'll see. This is This is really, in fact, probably the same word as earlier. See if anyone can find it.
Yes, it pretty much is the same word. And in fact, this one does not take an S either, interestingly.
Is it the same word, just different spelling? Let me check.
Yeah,
it is actually.
Yeah, this is showing as a new addition for CSW 24.
Yeah, it's a scarf worn in India, apparently. Nice words.
So the word we're referring to is dopat, as in D-O-P-A-T-T-E. As a double through that AT, it seems to essentially be the same word as the double available to Joel 2 moves ago of dopata. This one is a new addition according to our word checking software, and it does not take an S hook. It's only 6,000 probability, but as it's a new word, and of course it's very concealed on this board, I don't think we're going to be seeing Joel put this down. He's got his head in his hands as he mourns the fact that he has no place for imported or his 7 of tromped, which he drew into.
For what it's worth, with what I was saying a moment ago, if he'd kept the L open or the PLE, he would have had prompted, you see. So I think there was something in keeping those letters open. Then maybe the inference of Vince's kind of more, slightly fishier plays may suggest maybe closing. Don't know. Just interesting there.
Yeah, no, that's a very interesting point. Yeah.
It just depends if you think you're closer than your opponent, I suppose, because pot, I mean, maybe I'm over exaggerating how close you are with that, but don't know. It just something instinctively doesn't feels like it could have some potential, but I guess Vince has just played out for 19, which is probably indicative of. I don't know what that indicates really. I suppose does that suggest that Vince has a good bingo leave, or because it's not very many points. So the other 4 tiles must be somewhat reasonable, I would think.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can really infer from Alf. And like I said, I think it was worth bearing in mind, like Joel's other placement of JOT did give back a big scoring spot beneath the J.
So
anyway.
for players wondering how we can somehow divine what a player might be holding, well, if you think about kind of rational plays, so if an opponent is playing for less points, it usually indicates things like they're conserving tiles for some reason. It could also indicate they've got really inflexible tiles, but in that case, they tend to try and play a bit longer to burn off more tiles, so that you can kind of infer it. So it's a tough, almost dark art, which, being honest, I'm far from mastering at all. And I'd love to know how to get better at it. But yeah, it is probably I think an underspoken thing in Scrabble is to try and figure out what your opponent is holding, as well as trying to accomplish positionally on the board.
So a nice play there from Joel in the end of romp, holding the T for the front hook of trump. Sorry.
Yeah, that's clever, that actually.
And you see he's already lined up his bingo ready to go down of dentals. And I don't think this is getting blocked. It's going to be a low scoring move here for Vince Boyle as he wades through this slew of vowels coming his way. It's going to be a vowel dump. He's picked up IO. Just a question of where, but regardless, I don't think Dentals is getting blocked. And interestingly, this now gives Joel a second place, making Amid or Amin or Amies, of course. Oh, and it takes an E under it as well. Okay, so a whole bunch of hooks available now for Joel.
Yeah, I wonder if Uri also being an option through the R for Vince, almost kind of guaranteeing he'll play a bingo if he draws the right, draws reasonable tiles. OI keeping things quite tight, so not guaranteed even if you draw the tiles. I wonder what Vince was thinking there if he saw Uri.
But I am pleased to say, to keep things interesting from a neutral's perspective, Vince is surely going to be bingoing next turn after Joel plays his bingo. His rack has sorted itself out. It's still a little vowel heavy, but they're much friendlier vowels now at this point with a lot more synergy. So a lot for Joel to think about here. Go ahead.
Be interesting to see which placement Joel chooses here, because you can play on the left with the trump hook and opening the triples, or you can play a bit tighter underneath with dentals with Ut and Ami with the E on the end. But Joel opting for this option. Yeah, I think it's a slight mistake really, because you can give your opponent a lot less back by playing underneath, but maybe Joel didn't see Ut and Ami.
Yeah, like I said, there were so many permutations there. Ami taking all those hooks, lots to think about. The top simming move, it should be said, was Dentels underneath Oi, making Ami, A-M-I-E. I guess because it gives a little back, putting the D in a not too dangerous position in the triple lane. But regardless, the play is nestled for 79. Which puts Joel Davey up briefly, but we fully expect Vince Boyle to now be bingoing with his very friendly rack, and take too much.
Well, it seems Vince is not going to bother looking for nines, but there is another double if anybody can find the 9. Incredible.
Oh, nice.
As I said, that 80 is going to be interesting this game.
Yeah. King of Lettuce in the chat has already found that.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Indeed, operatize. I suppose if you study nines, that must be one of the earliest ones you would study, but nevertheless.
Yeah.
So this seems to be Rosier.
Yes.
Which scores 2 less than the double 9, so not a huge theoretical miss.
And for those who haven't seen in the chat, found by King of Lettuce, that was 82 points for operatize. There's only a handful of players on in the world I would expect to find that play.
I believe King of Lettuce being an Aerolith veteran, scoring very highly on the leaderboards regularly, so no doubt knows a lot of nines. Well done.
So, knowing Joel as I do,
okay, this could take some thought.
I was going to say this body language.
He's going to think about
Joel
this.
Highly suggests that he's considering this. I don't think he's going to pull the trigger on this because he doesn't need to if he's not sure. He can play and score and leave well with something like Dad in the bottom left. I don't think he needs to take this risk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. So Dad, or you can go all in on the bingo and just dump the D somewhere. Ideas like DAG or OD. Because like SANTED is just so bingo-y.
Yeah, true. I don't mind Dag at all, just above Yad.
Yeah, just you're going to bingo so often. In fact, how often does the computer says you bingo about 80% of the time if you do that? That's a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Joel has pulled the trigger on standard.
Oh
Are we
no!
going to get a challenge? There's a possibility that Vince does not. Joel is reaching for the tile bag. That doesn't necessarily mean there's not a challenge.
Oh,
Joel
Vince
is,
needs to challenge this. This can't
Joel,
be valid, even just looking at it.
yeah, Joel has paused from drawing. This is not a valid play. Joel is going to get his phone out and use that for the word checker this game.
Oh. Ah, that's unfortunate for Joel.
It's unfortunate,
Yeah.
but he needs to stay focused, just stay in the zone. It's really not a disaster at this stage. I mean, unbeknownst to him, Vince has got a pretty drossy rack, but even if that were not the case, Joel can still do next turn what we said he can do this turn. He's only, what is it, like 20 points down. It's really not a disaster. This is a test of his psychological mettle now. He's phoned on stream. He needs to get past it. He knows that he's still got a win absolutely within his reach here. So it's really not a game-losing error by any stretch at this stage.
Well, the problem with going for it is that his alternatives are not good, because he needed to either give up that turn to get rid of the D, but now he's going to have to potentially give up 2 turns to effectively by playing for only sub 10 points. So in a way, I think it's riskier than it looks, because he's not going to get an 8 likely now or anything. I mean, he's guaranteed not to get an 8 because Vince never is going to provide one. So it's. Yeah, I think it's riskier than it looks. I mean, his win he's gonna be much lower chances of winning the game now. Unfortunately, it's tricky.
Yes, this is true. Yeah, I mean,
It is tricky.
Okay. Let me just enter this. So the
those kind of
standard-
situations, pulling the trigger or not, is really tough. I mean, because as I was saying, Joe's eventually, unless he plays dad for points now next move, but then his bingo chances are way less. It's so dangerous going for things. But he must have thought it was okay.
Yeah.
And Vince finding pretty much the top play of very nice. So
Yeah.
2 eyes less than preferable, but with this kind of rack, it kind of absorbs the badness of the 2 eyes.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, and I could be, I think that's the first phony we've had on stream at Easter Matchplay 2026.
Just shows the level.
Yes, it absolutely does. And it's interesting because, again, for those of you who might be new to Scrabble, of course, Vince now has full knowledge of his opponent's rack, which is not usually the case in Scrabble. So what it means is that Vince can now tailor his move to his opponent's rack. In this case, it was quite fortunate for Vince because his play wasn't really affected by knowledge of Joel's rack, and Joel's now got a really tricky decision. I think he's still all right to just dump the D, leave a very, very strong leave. He's got the S hook. Well, he's got multiple hooks with underneath Ami. The board is closing off a bit. But he's still in this game, although unbeknownst to him, Vince Boyle has now drawn into the second blank, and I imagine is probably going to be bingoing this turn. But dad, the play for Joel Davey.
Yeah, I think you've got to go for dad to get points, because he kind of played his chance card there and went for it. So it was either that or fish, and he chose to play for it. So I think you've got to take the points, just keep the score going. Otherwise, this could get really far away very quickly.
I agree. Yeah.
And as it happens, he's drawn well. I think he might have something. Actually, maybe not.
And I'm actually really surprised. Vince actually has no bingo here, so that's unbeknownst to Joel. He's really been let off the hook here. Although, does Joel have any bingos on his turn? Possibly that eye is that. Okay, the eye is.
Oh, hang on.
Oh,
he's finding the 9. Good effort. Very good. There's a few out of several 9s.
Wow.
Iterating, I believe. Very good. Well played. Wow, well done, Vince. That's really good. Well, it's not like someone mentioned IT or AT earlier or anything.
Yeah.
What is it? That AT, I mean, I was only joking, but wow, it really has played its role.
Yeah.
The numerous double doubles possible, and Vince capitalizing, and straight back by Joel. So this game's getting interesting.
Yeah, very much so. Vince Boyle will be absolutely delighted to. I mean, getting a 9 on stream, you love to see it, and as a double double as well. And I think Vince was actually quite nervous about playing on stream. He wasn't too bothered either way, so he's probably really happy now that he made that decision. Lovely to see that. Not
Any difference between Nations and Sonatine?
I actually haven't had time yet to really look at the two placements. I mean, I guess without even looking at them and comparing them, Joel knows that he's going to be down 50 points
Yeah.
with Vince on turn anyway, so he needs the volatility. So I guess whichever is
Yeah.
more volatile.
Yeah, because I feel as though Nations has a little bit of a downside in that the human play in response to it is to just try and score a little bit on the double letter scores over the vowels. So Vince can block and usually score a reasonable bit there. The computer will say both options are the same, but it's not thinking, with strategy in terms of blocking. So I think Vince is very likely to block with a W or something now, as we're about to see, and then it's going to be a lot harder for Joel to kind of take command of the board again and really open it up in his favor. So I wonder if Sonatine had some merits in that respect.
Joel needs the Z here. Is he going to draw it?
Actually, Sonatine has the same problem. What am I talking about? It puts vowels there as well. Yeah, nothing in it probably.
Wow. Okay, neither player draws the Z. The Z is going to be critical. Huge spots for it on this board now. Lifeline for Joel, unbeknownst to him, is that his opponent has drawn the Q with none of the helpful tiles for it. Does he have anywhere to dump QN? I'm not seeing that. Okay, so interesting. Vince is happy to hold the Q, and actually, to be fair, he's going to score well and hold it for another turn. There are no unseen U's, no unseen blanks, but I think for that score on offer, you're happy to hold the Q. 30 points for Vince Boyle. We move back to Joel Davey, who finds himself a bingo down. Huge Z spots available. Is Joel going to have to address those, or does he need to hold out and draw the Z himself? The spots I'm referring to, of course, next to the E in iterating, and to a lesser extent above those vowels in nations. We see that Vince has not drawn the Z. Joel is considering Locker as a 6. I like that play a lot. It turns over tiles, goes fishing for that Z in the bag. It's
it
going to
also
be a
creates
bigger
some problems
score.
for Vince to block. He's got blocker potentially at the top. I mean, that's not that likely to come down, but it's something to think about.
Where was that?
So if Joel plays locker in the top left, it leaves it with the B hook for blocker at the top.
I see.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if that's significant. I mean, it's not something to think about. 2 Bs to come. So, and as it happens, Vince has a B. So I wonder if that's maybe what's slowing him down, because it's the highest scoring. Well, one of the highest scoring moves on all the best score about 39, the same as it. So corker or rocker are alternatives, but then you don't keep the R, which you would like to keep. The alternative is Kronk through the N of nations, and that's probably better, really, because you're not really giving your opponent that blocker worry or potential, and you're leaving CR floaters. Interesting. I think I'd lean towards that.
Oh, okay, interesting. He is going for Locker.
Oh, the B is coming down, no doubt.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So.
It is going to
leave.
I
think if he held the B.
Go ahead.
I think if he had the B in the first, well, of course he would have just played blocker. But in some sense, if he had it and couldn't play that, then he might have gone for it to set it up. But not having it with 2 unseen, I don't know. Maybe it's a bit risky, because that could kind of seal the game in a way. And it's not it's taking out the 7 lane above a nations, and it's only providing the L floater. So I'm not sure if that's really the right comeback move.
Yeah, interesting point. So Vince has Cat here available for 32, clogging up the board further, getting rid of the Q, which is crucial, and also holding the B for blocker. The other B is yet to come, so he may want to consider the fact that Joel has that. But then, of course, Vince does have the lead as well, and the priority is getting rid of this Q. He is lining up Bangle, which I also do quite like, holding the Q, but turning over 6, going fishing for the Z, one of those 4 I's or the U to help him out. I quite like Bangle here, Ronan.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 45 points. If your opponent bingos off the E, you get the triple back most likely in the top right. So, yeah, I mean, the alternative is if you could score as much and not provide any 7s, then you might like to, but there's nothing close.
Yeah,
Gable also provides the E.
Yeah, you see the smile
I
and the
think
shake
just
of the
go
head
for
from
it.
Joel Davey here. He knows that that's a pretty killer move. He's not dead yet, but then, of course, his opponent is probably drawing the Z here. If he can get that with a vowel.
Yeah, I think in those situations where you're down by, quite a reasonable amount, it's a tough call, but it's sort of like you just don't want to give your opponent any way to just kind of basically win the game on the spot. And if Vince hits hard with a B, I feel he kind of does that a lot of the time. I mean, the computer gives 95% winning chances now after playing Bangle, so Locker might have just been a little bit too risky because there was no need to do it, really, not holding a B. You could have played something, Rocker or Kronk. So, yeah, it's a tough call, though. I don't know what Joel was. He probably felt a bit iffy about it himself, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. And there is that Z.
It's the toughest thing in Scrabble, really, is navigating a deficit, especially as the board starts getting more clogged up. It's just really hard to know what to give and what to keep, to keep and what to block, what to open. Because if your opponent scores a lot, then you just lose. But if they don't, then maybe that's your way back into the game. It's so hard to know.
And just while Joel iterates through all of his
Joel's
options
going to struggle
here,
here.
I just wanted to go back and address something in the chat that I did see, but then it was all kicking off on the board. So just while Joel thinks about this, Rebecca made an interesting point about the rules surrounding challenging. So Rebecca's saying if tiles come out in the hand and the challenge stands, should the tiles be shown to the opponent? I have to say, I actually am not 100% sure. I'd have to ask the tournament director. That sounds correct, and people in the chat seem to be agreeing. Some people saying there's been a rule change. ABSP uses the Wesper rules. Yes, I was aware that change came in, but I have to say I'm not absolutely solid on the minutiae of the rules myself there. It does sound correct to me that you'd probably have to show the opponent. In fact, no, you would, wouldn't you? What am I talking about? You would. Otherwise, you've got an unfair advantage of knowing what's in the bag. So, yeah. But a very interesting situation there.
I'm being told by a friend they can't hear me on stream. Do you want to just check on the chat that I'm being heard, Joseph? Sorry.
Yes, no problem.
I think I'm okay, but that could just be my friend being useless. Or indeed, if chat heard that, then just let me know.
Yeah, all good.
Oh, good. Okay, that's fine. Just my friend then.
So let's actually consider the options that Joel has here. He's looking at ring with a W through the N of a nations. He needs to draw the Z. There's 5 in the bag, so this turns over 4, leaves 1 in there.
Yeah, I think the Z is really important. This is difficult for Joel now. I mean, he's down by a lot, really. I mean, and I think Vince can kind of react to any threats that Joel makes.
I guess Joel has got to hope that he draws the Z and that Vince is somehow lumbered with the Q and cannot address the Q and block the Z hotspot in the same move. which isn't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case this time. That's what Joel's got to play for.
Yeah, this is tricky. So getting the simulation suggestion is Ring scoring only 9 points into the end of iterating, which I imagine sort of just keeps all of the threats alive. So creates a W threat onto the triple in the middle bottom, keeps the double letter scores available on a nations, keeps the Z's triple letter and the 7 lane. So Ring, I don't know. I don't think because it doesn't really induce any new threats really. Maybe that's okay though. It's just you get rid of the bingo option really, which is maybe critical.
Yeah, so Joel's placement of Ring was the best performing play. I have to agree with you, Ronan. I don't entirely see. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was pretty
I think it's a
similar to
little
the
bit of
9
much of a
pointer.
muchness.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So Joel draws the X, draws the S, nice draws, but it's far too little, too late. He knows. He lines up for exits. Nice spot.
That's not valid, is it?
No.
But Vince has the Z, so yeah, game over basically.
Yeah, so Joel knows there's one in the bag. Joel knows that Vince almost certainly has the Z.
Yeah.
I wonder whether Vince wants to just get rid of the Q now and hold both the threat of whiz in the top right and he probably just wants to bomb it on the E, doesn't he, for 64? Assuming he can go get rid of his Q in 2 spots with QI.
Yeah, I think so. I think Tiz is pretty much game, set, and match.
Vince has a fantastic setup play. I mean, Joel would block it, so it's really academic.
Oh,
but you see what I mean?
is that the... Yeah.
Yeah.
Zan Cat.
Yeah, Nigel-esque. So if
yeah.
Vince plays ZA above the A in nations, he then sets up QI for 63. Joel would, of course, block that, but he would appreciate the move. I don't think we're going to see that come down. But very snazzy.
Yeah, I don't think this. Yeah, no, I mean, I think you just played Tiz and then just, like 100% walk away with 65 points and win the game. That's a cool move though, but it's probably going to score less in final spread, given that Joel will respond to it. In saying that, maybe he has to give up points to actually. But then again, you're just going to score 64. I don't know. That's probably not much in it. All a matter of taste, really, I think.
So
playing cat
is the play. I wasn't expecting that.
Wow, okay. I mean, that still wins, I think, but...
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Maybe it could just be that Vince is concerned there might be some bingo through the R that he's not seeing or something. So playing Tiz still leaves that open.
That is a very good point, actually. I mean, you have to remember, and it's even commentating, it's easy to forget sitting here being omniscient with all the words in front of us. From the player's POV,
yeah, exactly.
Vince needs to be thinking, what's the only way I can lose this game? And it's going to be some crazy out bingo through the R, utilizing the X, and landing Vince on countback with the Z. So maybe he's just blocking that lane. So that could have Vince could have been accounting for that actually in that final move.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's the sort of the standard thing, isn't it? If you've got a game sealed barring one threat, then you take that threat out when in doubt. Just I guess some of the very best players will just be so confident of certain plays that aren't possible, and they'll just take the highest spread plays. But it's not going to make a huge difference in the spread, I don't think, even if that was marginally off.
So Joel will still be wanting to optimize this end game. His best play here is Wex for 39. and he will then presumably be able to go out next turn, as even though Vince has only got 6 tiles, he has got a load of unsynergetic clunkers to work through.
So it seems that Joel's best in-game sequence involves playing bet through iterating as E, and then I must set up some big outplay. What does that set up? Or what does that provide? Oh, and then go out with Nixers at the bottom or Sixer. Yeah, that seems cool.
Nice. Joel instead electing to block the Z bomb, playing BE for 22. And Vince's optimal play here
Oh, of course, it blocks that as well.
is
Yeah, my bad. It also blocks the Z as well.
yeah, so Vince can now play Cuz off the C in blocker for 28. He doesn't, well, he could bomb the A above the Z in a Nations, but then he leaves a really horrible leave.
Yeah, that was probably a slight spread mistake from Joel, because he's losing the E, which allows these strong outplays. Keeping just the I, he's probably going to actually lose a few points, unfortunately, there. But then again, I suppose he's gained some points with the 22 with BE as opposed to bets, which was only 11, I believe. So Wiz coming down from Vince. Is there an outplay for Joel? No. XIS being the highest scoring. But yes, as we round towards the end of this game, it's been a really good game, actually, really interesting. Some things that really could have changed it, with double doubles earlier on, and well, of course, Joel and the phony, it was looking like it was going to get a really, really competitive one. It kind of became a bit of a comeback for Joel after that, I think, and it was fortunately couldn't quite get there. And of course, Vince just had the right tiles at the right time with the B, Q, and the Z, which can often happen.
Yeah, afraid to say that at this elite level of Scrabble, one phony really can be the difference between a win and a loss. Like Ronan was saying, it was a very even game. Joel was at a deficit of only about 20 points. He took a punt on standard. It didn't pay off. What I will say is that he must have been fairly sure it was good. And the thing is, he may have even actually believed it was good, and you can't really legislate for that. If you genuinely think you're not playing a phony. That being said, judging from his body language, I think he wasn't sure. Maybe, I mean, look, there is an extra psychological element involved in just playing on stream. You could get in your head that you don't want to miss a high probability bingo on stream. It's all very well and good saying, oh, you shouldn't care what people say and think. And of course, that is true in theory, but we're all human. Joel may have just not wanted to miss something he thought was really basic. Turns out that wasn't the case on this occasion, but it could have played into his calculation there. Either way, he just needs to, move on, basically. He's still in the running to finish well in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, indeed. It's one of the toughest things, really, especially as you know more words. I think that, is that valid standard? When there's weird words like student, which you might be thinking, getting it confused with something, or stended. You might be thinking of stended, to be fair. I think that's valid. So it's forgivable for sure. I mean, it looks plausible. It's just, what on earth does that mean? So it's yeah, tough. It's sometimes easier if you know it has an anagram and you can kind of rule it out from that and thinking, okay, well, I know that has an anagram and that's the valid one, etc. But it being a nothing set is definitely cool. Yeah, I'd be interested to know. I suppose we're not going to interview Joel, but I'd be curious to know what he was thinking with that move, whether he just had a feeling it was valid or something.
So, Joel playing out with Art for 3 points. He collects 1 point from Vince to give a final score of Joel Davey 392, Vince Boyle 503. Vince will be pleased to have just pipped over the 500 mark there. We are going to be interviewing Vince shortly, so don't go anywhere, folks. But yeah, Ronan, a really good illustration of the effect that a single phony can have at this level of the game.
Yeah, I mean, people often say like you miss a move and you lose at this level. Really, it's really tough. It's really tough indeed. I've been through it myself. Absolutely, it's
Yeah, for sure.
And the stream effect is not to be understated. I think it takes a lot of practice to almost use the stream in your favor, because you may rise to the kind of the audience watching as such. But yeah, I certainly find it still, having been on stream only maybe 3 times now, that you almost feel like you're watching yourself third person, as well as just trying to make moves and thinking what the audience are thinking, and oh, you idiot, why did you play that? Or the audience staring at your enormous play that you're not seeing and things. It gets in your head. It really does. I often hope when I'm on stream that I'm going to get some hopefully quite easy moves, so that I can so I don't really make a fool of myself. But yeah, it just takes practice. I think I don't imagine any player in the UK, other than players who have played internationally, playing on stream much at all, because this is all quite new, as we know.
Yeah, there was a bit of a primordial streaming scene about 10 years ago now, and then it went away for quite a long time and just came back last November. So yeah, we're pretty new to it, folks, and we're really pleased with how we're coming on in leaps and bounds. And of course, it's helped along greatly by all of you guys in the audience tuning in from around the world. Thank you for your support. If you like what you see and you haven't subscribed already, please do consider hitting the notification bell on the ABSP Scrabble YouTube channel. It really helps us grow our streaming community and continue to improve. Please give your feedback. We love to hear it. We incorporate so much feedback. We've done 2 tournament streams now. This is our 3rd, and we really took on board what you guys were saying. And do check out our other streams, of course. They're all available on the channel, as will this one be. And Ronan, we're shortly going to be joined by our winner, Vince. I'm here all week. So we'll speak into this mic, right? Yes, it is. So I'm joined by Vince Boyle after a really entertaining mid-tournament game. Vince, how are you feeling? How did you find that game?
It was nerve-wracking, but I think I made 70% of the right moves, but I don't know, I probably messed up somewhere along the line. I nearly missed. I thought Joe had played stand for some reason, and then I looked just as he was about to shake his toes. I thought, standard? That's not good. So I caught him just in time.
Well, we thought you weren't going to challenge it because Joel took his time, as you're meant to do. So, you know, he did the right thing, and then he finally went to draw, and he was almost going to take the tiles, and then it seems like you clocked that.
I clocked it with standard, yeah, and I just quickly said hold. 1 second later, and you know, I'd been done for. It would have changed the game entirely. But I'm glad I saw it in time, because that did change the game. That came off, and then I seemed to draw quite well after that.
Always nice to get a 9 on stream, especially a double-double.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I was looking. I saw it at night 3 and all that, and I thought, well, they don't really score very much. So I thought, how about the AT thing? and iterating came to mind. Yeah.
And finally, just before I pass over to Ronan as well, you did have a pretty crazy bingo available when you played Ample. You had
Yeah, I knew there was something there. I couldn't.
Mega Flop.
Oh, mega flop. Well, I could have been sitting there till now, so I wouldn't have seen that. No, I wouldn't have seen it.
I'll pass over to Ronan for a few bit of chat. If you want to put the headset on so you can hear him.
Okay. Go my hat. Yeah. Ronan and the Glowman, how are you?
Hey, Vince.
All right, mate.
Hello, how are you doing? Very well played. Very well played.
Aye, good. Were you
Yeah,
commentating, were you?
I
Were
was
you-
indeed. I was telling everybody how terrible you were playing. No, you played very well. You hardly missed a beat, really. As Joel just said,
I was a bit of a mega flop.
yeah, you were. That could be said. Absolutely. Yeah, your double 9, incredible, fine, well done. And then, yeah, I mean, Ample's not a bad option to backup option to mega flop.
That's what
I mean, do you think you?
I was keeping.
Do you think you would have found it if we told you it was an F?
Well, no, probably not.
Or sorry, a G rather. No, I mean it's a tough
probably
find,
not.
absolutely. But otherwise, not. You played really well.
Okay, thanks. Good, because it's pretty nerve-wracking.
How are you finding it on stream? You enjoying it?
Yeah, well,
Do you enjoy it on stream?
Since I was in Malta 7 years ago. Is that now?
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it then, but I haven't done it since because I didn't think I was good enough. But I enjoyed that. That was good. Good fun. It's good when you win.
Well done.
And you get 2 blanks, you know.
And a 9.
And a 9. Thanks, Ronan.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Yeah,
mate.
cheers. Well played. Good luck for the rest of it.
Okay.
All right, so thank you to Vince. Good luck with the rest of your games, and appreciate having you on stream.
Okay. Cheers, Joseph.
Thanks, man.
Joseph, thank you.
Folks, we are going to be right back after a short break with round 13. We have just passed the halfway point and things are starting to hot up. In the standings, Vince keeping himself, I imagine, well within the top 10. I think that, yeah, Lukeman in the chat saying my favourite Scot of all time, Ronan. No offence, but I don't think he's referring to you.
Oh, how rude of him.
No, we appreciate you having you, Lukeman. Thank you for joining us on the stream. Yeah, guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere as we get ready for round 13. See you shortly. Welcome back, folks. We are here for round 13 of Easter Match Play 2026. We have just hit the halfway point and we've got another great matchup for you here. We have got our producer of the stream, Rick Kennedy, facing up against Jack Moran. We have got 7th place meets 8th place, seed 5 meets seed 7, both on 8 wins, both on a pretty diminutive positive spread. Rick on 111, Jack on 7. Count it, 7 spread points. And I'll just let our producer in the room, Ruth, know that we are ready to go. Ronan, I'm confident this is going to be an absolute banger. 2 of the strongest players in the tournament facing up. A lot to play for here and on stream, no less.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to commentating on this one. I think it's going to be very close. It's, I think both players quite a similar level, similar rating as well.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I think they're both mid 170s.
Yeah, so likely to be a very close affair. Let's see.
And it's Rick to start us off. Oh, you'd love to see it.
Oh, okay. Yes. So see how long he spends choosing which option here.
So when you've got a multitude of bingos on your opening turn and there's so much to iterate through, as we were saying on previous rounds, you don't really want to be burning a load of time and mental energy here. But one thing you want to think about is, can I do something with the minimal number of hooks? Can I possibly duplicate a tile already on my rack to reduce the number of floaters I'm giving my opponent? And ideally, can I put the vowels in the least dangerous spots? So with all of that in mind, Rick might want to play something that doesn't take an S. So tiering or tigrine, like a tiger, would be 2 options. I think we're going to see tiering come down. And this looks like pretty much as good a placement as any. He's not wasted too much time and energy on that. 68 points for his opening turn. He's going to be happy to get that down. And we move to Jack Moran, who's got 2 7s on his rack himself. So a really explosive start to this one, folks. Exactly what we want to be seeing on stream.
Yeah, this is going to get wide open depending on what Jack plays here. But if he plays in a anti-parallel way, then we're going to get a wide open board and no doubt loads of stuff happening. So let's see. So Jack will know the 7s, I think, in this set. We'll probably just be looking through all the different options on the board. The highest scoring being alleging, going all the way down from L1. But that provides the triple, so you probably would play it lower down, scoring 2 less. Yeah, as Jack is duly doing.
Yeah, nicely done from Jack Moran. 70 points.
Absolutely. And there is no allegings, before anyone wonders.
Yeah, good to know. You never know when it could become relevant. We move
Yeah,
back
I had to check.
Rick Kennedy, and we're going to get another bingo. So 3 in a row. You love to see it.
Very similar to a certain word that got tried last game.
Yes.
To reforest and you get an extra, I think, 18 points or something for doing that. It's quite surprising. So it's such is the level in this tournament. I think Rick clearly looking for that kind of play, though, given the time usage here. And on Jack's rack, well, lots of scoring potential, potentially. So depends what Rick. Okay, so Rick is going with Destined. So yeah, 11-point sacrifice, but still a bingo at the end of the day.
Yeah. Ronan, I cut out briefly, so I don't know whether you already addressed this, but did Rick line up Stended for 75? Because it's quite a miss, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think he had Nedius the whole time, and then ended up playing Distended. I wasn't sure if he was looking for it. Yeah, I mean, I think Stended is the only 7 in that set, so you would probably be looking for underlapping plays or overlapping plays. So yeah, a little bit of a miss there from Rick. 11 points left on the table, but Destined is still a bingo, and he takes the lead. Quite. So from Jack holding Boaz. Yeah, that seems pretty strong.
Yeah, and he's not taking too long to play that either for 29.
Yeah, I think there's the alternative of Boff underneath, tiering, scoring extra points, holding JAS, which keeps the J. I mean, the J can score. It's not preferable to keep the J, I suppose, but neither is Boaz. So yeah, something to think about maybe. I suppose Jeff does set up the S, though. Then again, I don't think there's any direct S hooks at the moment that are great. So that's probably better. Yeah, tough to say. In any case.
So Rick is going to be looking
VW.
to shed, the V and the W here. He can do so for 23.
The wretched VW.
Yeah, in the top right.
Question is, do you stick the S on for GIFs? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an extra 15 points for the S there.
I think you would really want to do that.
Yeah, 38 points is a lot of points. Yeah, when to keep the S, when to throw the S, it's hard to say. Well, it's not so much throwing, but use the S for points. Yeah, tough call. Computer likes vows using the S. I think that's valid.
Yeah, well, the other thing about it is, like, you get, as you say, you're getting the extra 15 points, but also after that, the S isn't really doing a hell of a lot on this board. So I think to take the points now, clog things up while you've got the lead.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. So it goes up by, I think, 71 after that move. So that's a nice lead to have. Whereas it's possible Jack might land a BS play onto GIFs. So in a way, you're sort of also preventing the most likely 7 bingo, you would say. So, and in fact, I don't know if you can infer this, but the fact that Jack has obstructed the 7 potential 7s off of tiering may indicate that he's okay with GIF being there, because that really is bad for the board. So I wonder if there is a bit of an S inference you can take from that, because he's not bingoing very easily anywhere else. And I mean, then again, he might not be trying to bingo, but I don't know. It could be on the inference side there. Going for vids though, interesting. So I can't see why you wouldn't play the W.
Well, I think.
I mean, maybe he'd have a vows.
I think possibly because of what you were just saying about if he's inferred a bingo rack on Jack's part, that would mean oftentimes he's holding the A. So just don't give him the avowed hook, make him work for it, hold the W for score next turn if Jack opens anything up.
Potentially. I just think on the counter to that it hampers Rick too much, because DIN is a subset of a nice rack, whereas WON, I mean, I'm not convinced by that. It just doesn't really make sense, I don't think. But I mean, then again, hasn't he? He's just left. Oh no, Avids isn't valid. Never mind. But counterproductive for yourself, really, because the A is too speculative. I mean, if he bingos, he bingos. I don't think it's too much of a threat, really. I'm not sure. It's whereas, because if you replace OW now with ID in Rick's rack, he's got a domain, right, or something like that. Amidon domain, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, no, I don't agree with that, unfortunately. But anyway, we have no brands from Jack. So he could set up snob in the top. That's very aggressive, and I think that's a really strong idea.
Yeah, especially as
With
there's only one left on scene to him as well.
Yeah, I mean, real absence of scoring options, really. The highest scoring play that seems to come up is Bravo, and that's not really accomplishing much besides scoring a bit more. Okay, going for that knob instead. I think I'd be going for the one at the top. I mean, it's so direct. It seems to make sense, but yeah, hard to say. Maybe it's.
Maybe he doesn't want to be that aggressive that early. He's only a bingo down, and we're only a few moves into the game.
Yeah.
Whereas if Rick does have the S and hits it, then he's going to be in a really tough spot on a closed board.
I suppose there's a bit of a chance that Rick has 2 S's with vids, which, yeah, maybe hard to tell.
Yeah, that's also a valid inference, actually. Also,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, computer's slightly preferring the idea of playing knob at the top if you're going to go for it. Actually, not minding Bravo too much, just because it does score an extra 12, and you know, counting the deficit is important. But yeah, in any case, knob was played, so
yeah.
And Rick going for a now, yeah, seems very good. Pretty much the highest scoring option, really. But as I was saying a moment ago, that W had to be played the next move, whereas you could have got rid of it all in one. So yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. So Jack, yeah, needs a floating vowel or something to get close to something there. What would you be looking for here? I mean, it's just not easy, really. You're not going to be scoring much.
No.
Best option seems to be maybe pond through the O at the bottom.
Yeah, you hate
what that does for the board.
You hate to block those floaters, though. You don't want to be. Yeah, it's just not ideal.
Yeah.
It doesn't have. I mean, maybe
very nice play, actually.
What's that?
Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to be saying if he had one more vowel, he might be looking to fork the board through the V. He doesn't even have the luxury of that, so we might be seeing something up in the top right to open some sevens lanes on the right.
Very strong play is the idea of peddler through EL. Hard to see, but that is perfect for what Jack needs. Scores as much as anything and sets up an S and keeps SNT, which is about as good as you can hope without keeping the A. So I think peddler is the play. Tough to find, though.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That is the play that Jack needs. It's tailor-made for the situation he's in.
Yeah, I think that accomplishes everything, really. The board's really not promising for Jack otherwise. I think setting up the S is just such a good idea, really, if he can find that idea. Is there anything else for EL that works? Doesn't seem to be. Okay. Let's see what Jack finds here. Be interested to know what Jack's thinking, because I'm sure he'll be very aware that the board is very much not promising for him right now. So he'll be looking for something that gives a bit of life. And he seems to be eyeing up the idea of prod at the bottom. Probably very reluctantly, but he'll keep ANST, which is, of course, a stronger leave. So maybe just go for it and hope.
Yeah. If he's playing through that, I don't know whether
I think the longer-term effects of that on the boards.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know whether I might prefer to hold the R for the synergy, but then there are 4 of those to come versus only 1 N in the pool. So prod is a reasonable play in the circumstances. 13 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good equity play. It's just the position is so nucleated right now.
Yeah.
But yes, good play by Jack. So can Rick quickly going for Vom.
Yeah, nice play there from Rick.
He also has a nice move, double M, which scores a bit more.
Oh yeah, nice.
But Vom far from a bad move.
Yeah, I mean, it scores, it takes out the D and the E. That achieves a lot for Rick, and he keeps the QU with a scoring tile in the M as well. Nice draw, though,
Yeah.
for Jack Moran. He needed this. I don't know whether he has a bingo. No, he does not. But he's going to have to basically do a fishing play of about 20-odd points with the B and open up a sevens lane, I
Yeah.
imagine.
Yeah, I quite like Vom. It really, really gums things up and makes it very hard for that top left to really come to life at all in this game. So yeah, Rick clearly sensing that he's got a good ability to control the board and probably was quite pleased to see drop come down. So yeah. So is Jack lining something up that absented would have gone down, but that's no longer there. So just in time by Rick.
Absentee as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, indeed.
So if I'm Jack, I'm looking to just dump off the BE. He can do that with Bod next to Vom that Rick's just put down. Essentially a holding play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's tough to be patient when you really want to kind of take action and change the situation, but he does keep an incredible leave there, and yeah, maybe something will appear. I mean, he does have the V to play through. I mean, there's a number of ways you can play through the V, but it's clutching at straws a little bit. I mean, he could play off the W potentially as well. So there are still things there, and there are maybe parallels down off of a ledging, but again, all very hard to hit. So Jack far from the favorite now, down at sort of 10% chances according to Sim.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's for sure a comeback now, as we were all sensing in the first place. Yeah. So just going for points and equity really there.
Yeah. I like this play.
He could have played Neb though. Maybe Neb is the right way to go about it on the bottom right. So yeah, again, setting up that S. I mean, I guess Rick will try very hard to obstruct it, but not easy to be honest. I'm wondering about that. That might have been a chance, really.
I like the thinking.
I
Yeah.
feel like you kind of have to go for that. I think you have to go for that, really. I mean, maybe not have to, but yeah, I think that would. It's just because it's so direct. I mean, it's if Jack's down by loads, he needs to do something more incisive, I think. But be just keeping the points coming in and maybe taking the long game to come back. So Rick can score with a Q with Queen and Q. See what he chooses to do. 31 and 35 points available there. By far the highest scoring moves, not giving much back. So, in fact, just if you can say so, blocking the V as well. So, yeah, these seem like really good plays.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting choice there from
Oh
Rick.
wow, okay.
Happy to hold the Q with the U and dump off the duplicate U. I like this. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't quite understand why you give up 20 points. I mean, I know you're effectively taking out that W and anything in that opening of that region, but yeah, I mean, 30 points. Just keep pushing on. You've got the lead. I mean, just push it to the point where Jack is down by almost 2 bingos, and I mean that's you're not coming back from that really. So, whereas this, I feel, gives Jack a bit of chance because it's some breathing room if he can get something happening quickly. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a misplay, really. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I think scoring is just so important. Anyhow.
Yeah. And yeah, Rick drawn into a load more vowels. Meanwhile, Jack's sitting on a really nice rack plus the X. Probably just going to have to dump that off somewhere. Hope for another vowel.
Yeah. Question is, does Jack play for more points and play something like extras or taxers in the bottom left? or which is 46 points, or 36 with axe on the, or okay, what's this, Taxims or something? No,
Extreme.
yeah, or extreme even. Okay, oh, that's interesting.
Certainly style
Yeah.
points for the vision.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it does open the E, but again, Rick's almost certainly going to play on top of that and really just take it out of the game. So
yeah,
I wonder.
What I will say about
Axe at least kind of starts.
It scores well, but it's I have to say it's simming not particularly well, unfortunately for Jack. I think he wanted to simply dump off the X to the right of alleging and bomb the X for 30.
Yeah, indeed.
But regardless, 32 is the play for extreme.
Oh, excuse me. That wasn't possible to play in the bottom left. I'd committed Rick's move as Q. No, excuse me.
No worries.
Yeah, I think Axe would have probably been the play there. Yeah, I think you've got to go for Axe, but extreme is maybe not too bad either.
Extreme also gives a lot back, a lot.
Yeah, I don't think it's helping I mean, it gives up your E and your R as well. Whereas Axe scores more, and you keep rents. I mean, you always want to keep rents, even if it's not for that exact move.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that is unbelievable, though. That is oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
No way. Jack Moran lined up quartans on his rack without the Q. He lined it up. Why would you would never, ever, ever imagine I'm getting the Q, let alone hanging out in the triple lane. That is remarkable. What a crazy turn of events. Jack Moran is well and truly back in this game. Rick Kennedy will not be able to believe that. And he's drawn it to 7 vowels. What? Oh my god. What a crazy turn of events.
Who are we to?
Jack Moran is totally in the advantage.
Who are we to know?
That's absolutely insane. It is
Wow.
advantage, Jack Moran. Let me update the scores. I've just been losing my mind over here. Crazy turn of events. Oh.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Unbelievable.
I mean, that's probably. Goodness gracious. That is. Wow. So Rick exchanging
101 points for
Yeah.
quartans for Jack Moran. And he's back in the game. Incredible.
I'll be pleased to see that. My goodness.
Yeah, Rick Kennedy changing all of his tiles
Rick
for a
exchanging,
solitary
so-
E.
Wow, we really have a game now. That's certainly an extreme turn of events. And Jack able to score quite heavily probably with this rack. Yeah, wow, see if you can find it. There's a play for 53. I would imagine Jack will find this.
Really
With
nice
the
draw
NY.
though for Rick after that exchange. Nice balanced rack.
Absolutely.
And draws the Z. He's got a Z bomb ready to go down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like Ronan said, a lovely 53-point play for Jack if he can find it, and it does not interfere with Rick's Z bomb, which is also going to leave a nice bingo-y rack and a new 7s lane.
I still can't believe the turn of this game. I mean, I really thought it was going the wrong way for Jack in this game, and then of course extreme Rick scores 52, and you think, oh, this is it, and then 101. I mean, wow, absolutely brilliant. You just never know in Scrabble. It's incredible.
Yeah, true. Just absolutely insane. Jack actually lined up quartans before the Q was even shown on the board.
Strange that. I mean, surely that can't have been anticipated.
No. Oh, and he's really nice play from Jack. Top level Scrabble here.
Yeah.
On display. He's found his top move of Yerth for 53. Keeping as well, keeping a lovely synergetic CH.
Absolutely. One of those underappreciated combinations. Turns out if you have CH with good tiles like ARE, then it's worth as much as some very bingo-y looking sets. It's incredible.
Yeah, for sure. So I think we're now going to see Rick bomb the Z, create a new 7s lane on the left. There is one blank yet to be drawn. Is Jack going to draw that? He's drawing 5 tiles out of the bag. We'll have to wait and see because he's first doing his paperwork just to make sure his tracking is all correct.
So it looks like Rick is ready to go down with a 48-point play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a question of whether you play Tsar or ZE. It's interesting because there's a lot of A's to come. Well, not a lot, but there's 4 A's to come in this fairly small pool. So, yeah, the sim is in fact suggesting to keep the E. So I wonder if Rick is thinking about this.
Yeah, and we'll
Although
see
the
whether he
clocks don't seem to
actually.
be. Oh, has he gone for it? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think that was a slight mistake actually. Even though normally you would play purely with the A, but 4 A's to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was maybe a little bit of a slight inaccuracy there. And well, there you go. So
Yeah, oof, yeah, very good illustration of the value of looking at the pool. Of course, I'm not suggesting that Rick didn't. It's just for whatever reason he did elect to hold the E rather than the A. Meanwhile, Jack Moran has drawn
yeah,
a
I mean,
very heavy rack. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I mean, they're close plays in the first place, and when you've got a number of duplicates potentially on the way, I just don't think there's any reason to try and play completely purely and risk it, because it's just like 2 A's, possibly 3 A's can, that can massively swing the game. So yeah, a little bit risky there from Rick, I think.
Also, another really valid point raised by Craig Beavers that we didn't address is that ZA creates much more useful sevens lanes for Rick, including ones that he already had on his rack. EM does not do that. He was holding L and N for Lam, Nam. He's not giving himself a lane.
That's very true. Yeah, I did kind of think a bit about that, but yeah, good observation. Yeah, does EM take more in the front than AM in general?
My
Yeah, it does,
intuition is
actually.
that
And
AM
it's not
is
just that rack.
more useful
Yeah,
to hook.
yeah, it's a lot. It's actually twice as many front hooks. Yeah, so that's a very good point there. Very good point it made.
Yeah. Yeah, solid move here from Jack Moran. ACH in the top right. And it's going to be advantage Jack because Rick's sitting on quite an unpleasant rack. Really inopportune moment just as things are hotting up. And it's just basically a tie game as well. It does not need to be looking at this dearth of consonants right now.
Yeah, tough for Rick. See what he figures out here. A veil in the bottom left seems like a nice play. Maybe some case for playing a veil without the E, setting yourself up with the E, but probably better to take the 4 points in such a close game right now.
Yeah, I'd really be in two minds there. I think I'm probably keeping the E. But
interesting. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. It's very close. The thing is, if you're playing down to 2 or 3 tiles, you can't really say that a leave that small is bingo-y anyway. So maybe you just go for the turnover. There's still a blank unseen, and just accept that you're not really just resetting the rack, essentially, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 4 points can still be important because this could get very close. It just depends how the sequence goes. Rick is down by a reasonable amount, so
yeah,
he probably wants every point he can get right now. It's hard to say. I mean,
the
sim is preferring the 20 point.
Yes, it is. Yeah. I was gonna say such a good illustration as well of the absolute fine margins at this elite level of Scrabble. If you just look at the difference in outcome, and it's all stemmed from Rick's choice of playing ZE over ZA, just the finest of margins, and it's completely changed his prospects for winning this game. The
Absolutely
minute level of detail that we operate at on this level. These are, not only some of Britain's top players, some of the world's best players on exhibition here at the Easter Matchplay.
Yeah. I mean, if Rick had actually played the other option, then his plays would have been, to be fair, not that different. They're still not particularly promising, but at least you don't have to be fighting through the A's through every single choice of moves. So yeah, just generally going to be more of a flexible situation. But this is a situation we find ourselves in, and we'll see what Rick chooses to play. I think he'll go for something like a Veil. Trying to think what else there is, really. I
Maybe
think
dump.
everything else just kind of chances.
Yeah, another option is AIA down the right at the top of a ledging, setting up a new sevens lane and keeping reasonably. Scores 9. It's not a huge hit to the score, and it's a much more viable leave if he's looking to bingo. What do you think of that?
Is that Aya in M4?
Yeah.
Top right, yeah. Yeah, could be something. I mean, I struggle to accept a play of 9 points at this stage. I think it's just like, I don't know. You don't want to be leaning too hard onto, I need a really big play or a bingo, when he doesn't need to bingo. Like, he just needs the right kind of sequences to come about. So I'd be a little wary of really committing to that, a bigger deficit of another 11 points. That's quite a big deal at this stage. And yeah, I just think scoring is so important when it's so close. So I think Rick's priority really needs to be look for as many points in this obviously far from ideal rack, and see if he can find something that gets towards the 20 points. Yeah, okay, going for this then. So
wow,
actually not getting rid of any A's.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so
did
Rick
not
is not
generate
afraid of
this.
A's today.
No. Okay, we did not generate this.
Well,
move.
this scores a lot, but 3 A's. Oh, that seems too much to fight through. I think it's going to come back to catch him. It's going to slow him down at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
respect the audacity of it. I think it's unnecessarily risky. He's drawn himself within 9 points. Jack Moran on turn with a pretty reasonable rack. He's got score. He's got the S. And you have to say his winning chances
I can kind of understand.
Are pretty high. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I can kind of understand in a way. I mean, it does feel a bit like maybe if I score 27 and keep a good score like that, because that is a good score, and then hopefully at the A's I can kind of play them in as I go into the end game. But there's still quite a few tiles to come, so I think it's maybe just a little. I think if it was closer to the end of the game, then maybe that would be okay. But I think it's just a little bit too far away still. So those A's are just. It's not so much that they're going to be a direct hindrance. It's just that they take up 3 letters in the rack, right? So you're working with like 4 tiles effectively in a way. So just so much less flexible for Rick to actually keep scoring. So yeah, I think you're going to play A's there. Be interesting to see what he was thinking there. I imagine it was just a score though.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 28 for Jack. And Rick is probably finally going to have to address this mountain of A's on his rack.
Indeed, yeah. And I think this is where it starts to bite, because he's because if he'd addressed it previous move, then well, at least the A's are out of the way. You've scored 20 and you're back to playing normal Scrabble. Whereas now he's playing handicap Scrabble, basically, with here you go, have 2 A's at the start of your rack and then draw 5 tiles. So yeah, I think it's just it slows you down far too much. So let's see if Rick finally plays an A here. Bless him. So ideas maybe Tao in the top right at least gets rid of one of the A's and scores 20. So 20, I think, kind of being the target with such a subpar rack.
Yeah, I quite like that.
I think it's easy to kind of sort of accept defeat a bit with racks like this and think, oh, nothing, it scores nothing, and not try to really push for more than say 12 points or something. And surprising how if you just keep chipping away with those 20 points, what difference it makes. So yeah, I think Rick will find something like that.
Yeah,
it's not easy to score 20 though. I'm only seeing about 2 plays, Avanti being the other option and Tao. So yeah, see if Rick sees these ideas.
Just going back to his play of Lex as well, Craig Beavers in the chat pointing out that EME is a lot easier to hook than EM, but if that was of any relevance to Rick at all, it probably would have been a marginal concern, because first he's got to actually get back in the game. and get rid of these damn A's. So to be honest,
Yeah,
I doubt that was
absolutely.
in his thinking, but it is certainly a very valid point moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, EME is no use really with all those A's. I don't see how he's going to have enough time to really get into his position of doing that, because the chances of drawing into something good like that, good enough to bingo on there quickly, I'm not sure. I think it's too late. I think with what Craig is saying about it being a very long-term option, maybe much earlier in the game it would have been different, but at this point I think it's, yeah, just keep scoring and hope for the best, basically. I'm not sure there's positionally, I don't think there's, I mean, there are always positional considerations, but to my eyes, it's not the position that matters so much as just keep scoring, really just keep scoring. And, you know, who knows what, you know, Jack might have no vowels or all vowels, or, you know, you just see what happens, basically. I'm not sure, maybe that's too flimsy, but
yeah. Interesting. Okay, so Rick's
I'm
played
not
something
seeing the
else
positional importance.
that we did not generate. Arva for 12.
Yeah, see, again, it's just not enough points, I don't think.
Yeah, and
I
it doesn't
think Rick has
really
kind of
help
misplayed this a little bit.
the board, does it? Doesn't create any lanes.
No, I think with
Maybe-
respect
maybe
to Rick, I think he would like to have scored more here.
Yeah, maybe it's like a 2-turn sequence he's hoping to then play onto Arva to create lanes or some volatility. He would have seen Tau.
I just think he's, yeah. I think he thinks he's losing more than he actually is. That's the problem. I mean, we obviously have the omnicity here, but yeah, I think he thinks he's much further behind in answers than he really is. So
Yeah, that's
yeah,
actually a really good
I
way of
would-
phrasing it. I haven't heard someone say that before. He thinks he's losing by more than he is. Yeah, because that can be a psychological
think
thing.
so.
Yeah. And he's continued to
I
draw
think it's
dross.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, bless him, he's obviously drawn awfully, but I think you want to, you know, because he's down a tempo, of course, and down by a deficit. But if he goes out first, then at least that gets rid of some of that. And if Jack gets slowed down, then, you know, I think that's his route back. I mean, bingoing is just far too far away. Really, I just don't think bingoing. I think you've got to hope for a bingo, but you can't really try and sort of massage into one. It just doesn't seem the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, but again, we have the luxury of seeing the simulation here and everything. So.
Oh, absolutely, of course. I mean, just to reiterate, you really cannot appreciate the pressure of being in that room on stream in the dim stage lighting unless you're actually in there. So no slight on Rick at all. He's lined up well. I think unless it's a coincidence, he seems to have lined up Newitt, which would be a nice play. Probably dandy right of alleging. It's worth pointing out that with all this dreck on his rack, this is Rick's last opportunity of the game to change. There's exactly 7 left in the bag. If he's going to change, it's now or never. He's going to play, and he's playing Newitt.
It's
very
interesting,
nice.
Jack's choice.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well found, Rick. That's good. No, it's just interesting that Jack chose Clyde, because it sort of falls into the same point of, again, giving up points, because he had options for 30 over 30, and Clyde only 18. I mean, of course, he's still up by plenty, but you know, I just think you go up by even more, and it's just turning the screw at that point. So he's maybe inferring that Rick is trying to set something off of Eam. So yeah, maybe that's reasonable on inference.
Rick going to be absolutely delighted to see that blank come out of the bag, a real lifeline for him. He's going to, I think, at this point, forget all about bingoing and just score. He's got power. He's got power in the K and the P, and he can see from the pool that Jack's probably not sitting on anything great, which we can see to be the case. Anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, so a nice play for Jack is Ouija through the J is a nice play for Jack.
Yeah, and just hello to Nomi in the chat. Thank you for joining us today. Saying, how does Yogic sim? We didn't actually address that on Jack's turn when he played Clyde. Yogic simmed very well. I wonder, possibly he didn't see that. So what's Jack playing here?
So Jack looking at Geos there. Yeah, Jack is really afraid of Rick bingoing here, I think. So
yeah,
probably right through. rightly so. But
yeah, so we stuck the S on for 5 extra points. I mean, the S is of no value on this board. At
yeah,
this
Geo's
stage,
is
so
really strong.
yeah, interesting decision.
Yeah, I think Geo's is a really nice move. Really, I mean, it's kind of seals the game. I think.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any way that Rick can win now.
so
He's
Rick
I mean, he's
Kennedy
down
got
by
yeah, he's got
loads.
full knowledge of Jack's rack. It's absolute dross, but he is 40 behind, despite having the blank and firepower in the K and the P. As Ronan says, it doesn't seem like he's got any route back to winning this game, but you can absolutely bet he's going to take up all the remaining time on his clock, which is just under 6 minutes, in order to find some kind of miracle 1-2 sequence. He first needs to address whether Jack can actually go out. He's got Uri on his rack. Uri goes out to the left of Lava.
Yeah, so there appears to be no winning sequence for Rick in the end game, but maybe he's got some way of just throwing Jack, maybe forcing him to find a tough word that he may not know or something. So see if Rick can come up with something.
That's true.
So his high scoring moves are plays onto Queen at the top, so things like Kai's or Oka's. I'm not sure if that makes it any harder for Jack or not.
Yeah, very tricky. Craig Beaver's in the chat saying Jack possibly a little too focused on that column, I think referring to when he played Geos.
Yeah, it seems that Jack doesn't go out in one move if Rick plays something like Oka's, or actually I don't think Jack goes out in one move anywhere actually. So
well, at present he does have Uri to the left of Lava.
Oh yeah, true.
So Rick has to address that. I'm not seeing a great way of doing that.
Sorry, did you say Lavar?
Lava.
There's no outplay. No, Lavar is. No, he can't go out there. There's no Lavar.
No, sorry, to down from the left of the A in Lava.
Yeah, Avids isn't valid. Or.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking there was one more space. No apologies. Yeah.
No, you're all good. Yeah, no. So he can't go out anywhere. So Rick does have some.
Right.
Some. I wonder if Jack actually can throw this a little bit if Rick plays slightly. So if Rick goes for something like KIS, are there plays that Jack could go for that don't score enough? I mean, it does seem he can score more than enough every time, just about.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. Nomi in the chat pointing out that Lava takes the L as well as the S. Could be relevant in the sense that Rick has a nice play of Kilp there, scoring 25. Again, it's just not enough, is it?
No, I think Rick will realise this. It's very close, but not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, Rick needs like a 1-2 punch of the K and the P, or vice versa, in 2 separate moves, scoring well in different parts of the board. Kilp obviously burns both in 1 turn and only for 25. One option, if you haven't addressed it already, Ronan, is Keys, KI blank S, making queens. That scores 32.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Oka's or KIS up there is sort of Rick's best high scoring plays anyway.
Suggestion from Nomi in the chat, playing Koa, making ink, going down, setting up Poise, POIS, to go out. Off the top of my head, I don't know whether that wins, but
nice.
that's a really nice sequence. Craig Beaver's
checking. It doesn't seem to win, but it's close.
Yeah, Craig Beaver's also saying that looks pretty decent. Nomi saying that it does win if Jack doesn't score enough. I mean, I said this in a previous round. If you have no wins available, you have to simply legislate for your opponent making a mistake, and you have to play with intention and just hit and hope that your opponent makes an error. You're not playing a computer, you're playing a human being who's also under time pressure, also under stream pressure. That being said, in terms of time pressure, Jack Moran, with over 5 minutes left in his clock. Rick began this turn with about 5 minutes. He's now down to just 1.5. He's still got a hell of a lot to think about. Very, very tough scenes here for the Northern Irishman, the producer of this stream. I think Jack Moran just about has this one, but what a crazy game. And it's still not quite sealed yet. There's still time for Rick to clinch a miracle victory here in round 13.
Certainly is. Yeah, it's been a really good game. Also, I mean, this game really showed you the depths of options, and I mean, there were some. I think from both players, just shows how hard this game is to play. I mean, there were arguable improvements on a number of moves, but really tough improvements to find or figure out. So
yeah,
it's a
he's
remarkable
played
game,
it.
really. Okay,
He's
so Rick
played it.
going for
Nice.
Okay, nice one, Rick. I like
He's
the
given
idea of that.
himself a fighting chance. You love to see it. Okay, Rick within 14 points.
Hold on. That, according to my computer, that draws.
Okay.
That's if that seems to draw the game.
I'm seeing.
Hang on a second.
Well, I'm seeing one win for Jack.
Are you
just one win?
Are you getting? Oh, you're getting a win. Okay. I seem to be getting a draw here.
I've got a 4-10, 4-2-4.
Oh, right. Okay. It seems I've missed 2 points somewhere.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, so I've got it at Rick.
Excuse me.
4-10. No worries. Jack Moran 4-2-4. But Ronan, the point still may stand. Jack's got 4 minutes, and according to my simulation, he's got 1 win and 1 win only. And it seems everything else loses. He needs to find, folks, Jeet, Jeat, nestled right there in the middle of the board, leveraging some value out of that J. He's lined up EA. Wow. Rick's going to go out with poise.
Yeah.
Crazy. And I mean, assuming that's where Jack is looking with EA, I'm very impressed with how quickly he's generated that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jack pretty much going to use all of his time also in this critical penultimate move, or well, his final move actually, isn't it? There's not really anything you can do to block Rick going out. And I will say again, just kudos for generating that really nice play of Koa, giving himself a fighting chance in what seemed like an all but losing position. Our previous co-commentator Stewart Holden in the chat. Hello, Stewart, saying that Vince has beaten Harshan, Lamabadusuriya, to move up to 3rd place. Of course, not all the results are in, but regardless, that is a phenomenal result for the veteran Scotsman against the world runner-up. Very well done to Vince Boyle there. Jack down to under 2 minutes. He's still got EA separate, but if we can assume, and I may be wrong to do so, that he's going to be putting on the border on the left, he's now looking at maybe dropping URI. He will lose. I think it's going to be EA though. I think he's going to be. Jeet is the play. Okay. Rick Kennedy going out with poise.
Yeah, well found by Jack.
So Rick collects Rick collects 3 points from Jack for what I believe to be a final score of Rick Kennedy 436, Jack Moran 448. And you can see the body language on Rick Kennedy. He cannot believe it. I would not be surprised to see a recount here. So for those of you new in the audience, I know some of you are, thank you for joining us today on the stream. If there is a winning score of 20 or fewer points, then the losing player is entitled to a recount, which literally just means recounting the entire game. When we play Scrabble at this competitive level, we administrate the game as we go. We write down not only the scores, but also the words, so that if need be, we can rebuild the board from scratch. Although, do you know what, Ronan? I don't think they're recounting, because it seems that they're now just working out what else Rick might have done in the end game. This is what we call, folks, having a post-mortem of the game. I don't think they're doing a recount.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. Like
I'd be extremely surprised with a 2-point win in such a crucial game. But Rick does not appear to be invoking that right.
Yeah, not too sure. I think they're content with their accuracy in scoring. Perhaps more intrigued by the options available.
I mean, I may only be speaking for myself, Ronan, but I certainly would not be confident in my own mental maths to just let a 2-point win go. I'm recounting that all day long, but each to their own.
Yeah, I agree. I personally would like to check him. If it were me, I think it's just easy to miss a point or two here, or not doubling a letter or something, even if you both try very hard to be accurate. But it seems the players are content with. Yeah, seems they're okay with it. Oh no, considering different options. I don't think they're going to recount.
No, they're not.
Fair enough. Are they allowed to ask us what the score was? I don't think they are they?
No, absolutely not.
No, of course not.
It's a very valid point, though. So, crazy end to this game.
So is Quartans the highest scoring move so far on screen?
No, we
or
had.
Have there been higher?
Off the top of my head, I think that would be Frog-like from Harshan yesterday for 107. Chris Vickery got Kyanite double, probably about 108.
Yeah.
Oh
goodness. Okay.
So yeah, Ronan, we're gonna ask Jack whether he would like an interview. I'm not sure whether he will.
Yeah, no problem.
But I see he's now exiting the streaming room, so we will see shortly. It'd be great to hear his thoughts on a crazy game. Okay, yeah, he's joining us. Nice, and Jack is here. So, Ronan, I'll have a word with Jack, and then, yeah, if you want to gather a few questions.
Absolutely.
So, Jack will speak into this microphone. So, first, what a crazy game. Thank you so much for the treat. Yeah. I mean, honestly, we were on the edge of our seats. We didn't really know up until the final move who was going to win that. How are you feeling on the back of that?
Very stressed because I actually mistracked and I thought Rick hadn't eaten at the end, so I thought he had Opes, which would have been a draw. So yeah, I was surprised when it was the eye that came out, but yeah, it was a stressful game. I thought I was completely dead about halfway through. Obviously, I had anagrammed for Quartans, but didn't expect it to come out. So yeah, I think I should be less judgmental of people who do interviews after playing, because my brain is just completely scrambled.
Well, let me just say then, with Quartans, we were losing our minds. I could not believe that because you actually lined up Wartans, and then Rick puts a Q in the triple lane. Just you never expect to see that. So absolute lifeline for you. And then unbeknownst to you, he draws into absolute dross, all 7 vowels, and it was suddenly advantage you in essentially a tie game. Really entertaining. I'm just seeing, some really interesting moves that you played. Jeet, according to our simulation, was your only win. So congratulations. That was your only win. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to take up all the questions. There's a lot to say on this game, so I'm going to pass over to Ronan if you want to put the headset on so you can listen to this.
Hi, Ronan.
Hey, Jack. Congrats on the victory. What an amazing game.
Thanks. Go on.
No, please.
Yeah, I think I didn't play the end game well. I think I was too keen to think that if I just closed up that line down the right-hand side with geos, that would see that, whereas actually if I'd kept the S, there was a spot onto queens that I could have played lucratively. I could have played onto anything Rick plays down that right-hand side to try and open. So I do think that playing that was an error. But you have a better vantage point into the game than I did.
No, I think you played really well towards the end. The only move that I think you maybe could have been a bit more aggressive with maybe was the Cly move, because with that you were maybe anticipating Rick bingoing off of Eam or something. So of course you're blocking that all up. But you could have probably scored more with something like Yogi or Yogic or something. What were you thinking there?
I was just thinking that I wanted to close down that lane because obviously Eam takes a couple of front hooks. And I thought that obviously I didn't want to play something. One of my original plays kind of had the C floating where the K would have gone right onto the double S. And I knew that would have been fatal. So I thought that if I played that line is completely dead. And I think I just didn't think too much of the other possibilities, the other permutations whereby Rick actually outscores me. My thinking was, if I can close down that lane looks pretty dead, then the game is, to all intents and purposes, done. And again, I didn't quite anticipate him being able to score as well as he could at the end.
Yeah, no, it was remarkable. Yeah, that's maybe all it is. I think you sort of drop in the simulation. You maybe win about 14% more often if you go for the points with something like Yogi or something like that, which also sets up your S for bingo potentially. But I mean, they're both great moves. It's just tough to call in the moment. The one move I'm really interested about, though, was extreme. So you of course that worked out in your favor, but I imagine you weren't anticipating something of Quartan's nature. What was your plan with that move?
Well, I was thinking about that point between the extreme move that I eventually played and then just Axe, doubling up on the right-hand side. But I kind of thought I want to turn over a couple more tiles because the second blank is still unsealing at this point. I'm probably going to want the second blank on my rack if I'm going to get back into the game. I think that perhaps if I bring this side of the board into play, because it just wasn't at that point. Obviously, there was a line for the but unless I bring the left-hand side of the board a bit more into play, it's going to be really hard to do anything. And I kind of thought that there are worlds in which Rick plays on top or Rick plays up, and then I can kind of maybe open up a second line.
Yeah, that makes some sense. I had the feeling it was about opening the top left potentially. The turnover is quite interesting. Yeah, no, I mean it worked out in the end as it happens. So yeah, it's certainly sometimes that's the way it goes. And then you also had some options earlier for opening S hooks like Neb and the off of alleging and ideas of instead of Knob at the bottom, but Knob earlier up towards the top for Snob. Were you just not feeling the S hooks there? Do you think was it maybe just too risky?
Well, I thought that at that point there were already lines onto the D and onto the E, and actually, I think a move or two later, I drew into absentee and absentee. Obviously, by that point they were blocked.
Yes,
but I kind of thought that what I wanted to bring again the bottom half of the board into play, because after alleging and after GIFs, there wasn't much going on in the bottom half. So it was a close call. But I thought that if I play Knob or something onto the top of Destined, and then the board closes down, Rick blocks, then it's going to be another tempo lost. And obviously I'm not doing it perfectly, but I'm really trying to make sure that I don't lose tempo. And every move you spend trying to open up the board is a move that you are losing in a game that only has 13 or 14 moves.
Yeah, makes sense. Well played. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's everything now. Thanks, Jack.
Okay, well, thank you for all your work and all the best. Bye.
Cheers. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Cool. Thank you, Jack, and good luck with the rest of your games. Appreciated you being on stream. Folks, I need a few minutes to grab a coffee and reset myself. Geez, it's so intense just watching it, Ronan, never mind playing. So yeah, kudos to these guys. We're going to take a short break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We will be back for round 14. We enter, I think, the last 10 games of the tournament. Really hotting up at the top. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, folks, for round 14. Ronan has had to dip out for a moment, but we are good to get going as we transition over to the playing room. And it is Stewart Houten to start against Sam Crispin. Let me just update those names and their stats. I honestly didn't have time to do that in the break because there's so much going on. And the tournament has to stick to quite a tight schedule, and players do need to start relatively on time. And if there's a recount or a crazy endgame, as we saw in the last round, sometimes we can end up a little over time. But welcome back to Ronan as well. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Yes, glad to be back. My final game of the afternoon. Oh yeah, this is going to be a good one. Stewart versus Sam should be good. So yeah, let's see. Every game so far this afternoon has provided some level of drama. I think the last one was particularly mad in places. So we'll see what this one offers.
So we see that Stewart coming in at seed 13 in second place. He's having a phenomenal tournament.
Yeah, oh brilliant. He's in second. Wow, well done.
Yeah. And where is Sam? As I fill in the stats in real time, Sam is 7th, so right up there, nipping at his heels.
So looks like Wybor is going to be getting played. Yeah, seems like a strong starting option. I mean, there's the option of BY.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm not sure if that's actually sound or not, but there's something to be said for it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Computer prefers Ebony actually to Wybor, scoring the same amount. So maybe a slight touch off there. Yeah, Bai and Yob also coming out well. So yeah, maybe actually a little bit of a mistake, incredibly. Just shows the little subtleties that can make such a difference, especially at the beginning of the game. At this level, it really makes a difference actually if you get those extra little bits of bingo potential and defensiveness and you know, well, yeah, basically those two things at the beginning. It can really make a difference. You know, you can get off to and into your 80-point lead early on, and then you know massively changes the game. So yeah, whereas the problem with Wybor is it scores, but you throw away your RE, which at the beginning you really don't want to get rid of. I mean, it's at least not the R potentially or the E. Try and keep some of them, I think. So yeah, it's maybe something to think about. But now Sam looking at, well, to the naked eye, a fairly clunky rack, but there seem to be some scoring options available. Buy Live and Vibey scoring well, so I imagine, yeah, Vibey seems to be lined up. So easy to overdo a rack like this and not score enough. So yeah, what would you be playing here, Joseph? Vibey or Buy Live?
Well, I mean, if I saw Buy Live, I know it's alternatives of Live and Belive. I'm not sure whether I knew Buy Live, although it is in my wheelhouse. I'm probably not seeing it. So yeah, Vibey, I think, would be the play for me. I prefer Buy Live though.
Yeah, I think so.
If Sam does pull the trigger on that as well, that is an adverb, so it does not take the S.
Good to know. That could prove important.
Yeah, he's considering Bubo.
Yeah, another solid option, really. So I mean, the V is not great, of course, but you are holding LIE, which kind of somewhat cancels the V out a bit. So it's an idea. Vibey, I mean, you're not exactly holding anything promising with LOU, but you are scoring 10 more points. So I think you take the 10 points. It doesn't quite make sense to not do that when none of your leaves are particularly promising. Vayli, another option being considered by Sam, holding BOU. That seems to be too much though, because then you're not scoring much more and you're holding BU. So I'm not convinced by that right now. Yeah, tough rack, especially on stream. Let's see what Sam chooses here. Looks like Bubo is the choice. Yeah, it's a good move. It's not bad. I think the other ones are slightly stronger, but
yeah,
Bubo good. So see, well, Stewart has easy points off of the BY, so it's most likely going to play something there. Depends if he gets caught up in. Sorry.
No. Yeah, I was just going to say Oni pretty much does everything he wants to do, doesn't it? But yeah, go ahead.
No, it just might get. It's easy to get caught up thinking about the U in this kind of move, especially because he could play YU something maybe, but actually, you're keeping SCENSU. I mean, that's a nice leave, even though it is a U. You'd obviously prefer it to be an A or something, but it's yeah. I'd imagine Stewart won't fuss over the U too much here. Yeah, as we see. I think it's easy to get tunnel visioned on letters like V's and U's. So it seems Sam's got a nice play of nervily, potentially off of the Y. All the strongest plays seem to be off of the Y. Lively being another option. Let's see what Sam elects to go for here. Vilely as well. That's nice. Looks a little bit odd, but it's a great play if so. And we can see that Stewart has drawn into council as he's put on his rack, as well as look-ons and unclose. Numerous options there, and no doubt with the floaters from Sam will be something reasonable there too. So Lively the choice, keeping RN, a very solid choice indeed. Providing marginally less scoring potential maybe without the E underneath the double word score. Now, let's see what options. So very nice play through the V if anybody can find the bingo. Are you seeing it, Joseph?
I am. I don't know whether I'd see it of my own accord. Yeah, we'll see whether anyone in the chat can get that.
Yeah, lovely words. Otherwise, the sevens we just described play off of the middle, but score less. In saying that, the triple is provided using the V, so, but I think you want to take the points really, even if you open the triple. In fact, I may be wrong about that. Simulation thinks that unclose is the most solid of the options. I think putting a C in the triple lane is particularly bad. So maybe that's not as sound as it looks. Often with bingos, you want to take the highest scoring option, even if it does mean opening a triple, if it's a good amount more. But it seems this may be an exception.
Yeah, also an interesting point from Ahmed in the chat, saying that Bubo does not take the S. That could very well be relevant later on, and that'll be a test of both players' word knowledge. I think if anyone,
yeah, very true actually.
Challenge for sure, because it's one of those that could be either way.
In fact, actually, the sim is indeed happy with the high scoring move. So the general rule of thumb still stands: just score as much as possible. Because whilst you may be giving away some points on the next move, you've also gained 7 points in the process. So
yeah,
it's but yeah, unclose a perfectly good option as well. Very much, hardly anything in it. And after that, the score is certainly unclose. Right. So now.
So Sam Crispin sitting on all consonants plus a blank, so a rack of 2 halves for the 17-year-old. He's going to have to play through a vowel. He doesn't want to really block up any of them. So he's going to have to pick his least favourite, essentially.
Yeah, it seems like there is really no way to score productively more than 12 with something like Drent or Trend at the top through the E. Or Lend, maybe, as Sam is lining up. Scoring 3 less, but NRT probably stronger than NL, so.
Just looking ahead to Stewart. Pretty unpleasant post-bingo draw of triplicate A and double G.
Certainly, indeed, yes. The post-bingo hangover, though he has drawn an S, so there are good things too.
Yeah.
So yeah, a pretty uninspiring move for Sam. Sometimes this happens. There just really isn't much you particularly can do, except something like this, just balancing your rack. So yeah, sound choice by Sam.
Yeah, I agree.
And computer actually does prefer scoring just a few points less to keep NRT blank because it's more scores a lot, has a lot more bingos on the next move. So yeah, makes sense to the eye as well. So good choice by Sam. Seems like the kind of moves of Aga, Aga, Gaga, these kinds of plays for Stewart are the way to go here. I mean, it's again, it's a rack that you've just got to unclutter, really. Yeah, it looks like Aga's the play. Good choice. And there we go. As Sam has earned a very, very good rack. See if anyone can find a double-double in the chat.
Yeah, wow.
There are
Nice.
several of them. I imagine Sam might find some. Oh, it seems he already found one. Well spotted. Lightning fast is Sam.
Yeah.
Very fast indeed.
As a side note of interest for those who are unaware, Sam is actually the son of our producer Ruth. So just behind the camera, he's got his mum watching. So extra pressure for the British wunderkind, who is coming on
And
in
Sam
leaps
being
and bounds, going up the rankings.
one of the strongest, I believe, youth players in the world.
Yes, well, I interviewed him yesterday on the stream, and he was saying, off the top of my head, I can't remember, he came, 7th at the World Juniors last year, and also 9th in the World's Proper. So, yeah, truly phenomenal performances, and he's only getting stronger. He's still improving, which is actually quite scary to see, quite frankly.
Absolutely, indeed.
So he's going with Remotion.
Remotion, I believe, yeah. And someone spotting in the chat, trombone, numetry, motormen, well spotted. Our knowledgeable audience, absolutely.
Yeah, interesting that all of Sam's double doubles have very dodgy vowel placements for the unseen Z and J. The only one that doesn't is noometry. So I think marginally we can call that a miss. Noometry slightly superior in terms of vowel placement, but even for a player of Sam's caliber, very hard to see with a blank Y. And regardless,
Absolutely. And
yeah, he goes 86. Yeah, go ahead.
Now the question of Jag or Jags. I mean, as is often the case, the second S is not really as useful as the first one at all. So playing it off for an extra 1 point there's an argument for it because it is strictly speaking a better leave, but it does provide Sam with that S to use potentially, and takes out the hook which Stewart could use.
Yeah, that's a really, really tricky one.
I don't think there's much in it. I think it's really a matter of choice there. I don't see a huge difference. Well, yeah. Computer actually does like the idea of not using the S. I think setting up your own S, because it's so borderline, but yeah, they're basically equal though. So yeah. But yeah, good to see I think it's a sign of a brave, strong player to just just chuck an S down like that and tell your opponent, I have an S. I'm not afraid to unbalance and take 1 point for it. Do what you want with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good way of looking at it. It's like, what are you going to do about
it? Absolutely. That's very true. But strictly speaking, he has left a better leave. So yeah, it's I think I'd be tempted to leave Jag though. It's a nice place to potentially play an S bingo and not really provide any triple play or anything particularly great. Well, potentially the triple to the right, but nothing massive.
Yeah. Craig Beaver's in the chat as well saying it was more defensive than leaving Jagger.
Oh, there's also that. True. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, probably in that case you might want to just take that away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Oh,
observation.
and Stewart has drawn into deaders, which Sam is really just never going to block in this situation. So that's going to be a pretty hefty deficit on the back of these next 2 turns for the young Sam Crispin.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for Tiki. Makes sense, balancing things, scoring well. Yeah, this could be going Stewart's way very quickly. Tiki is the play. There is a 9 actually, if anyone can find it through NE.
Oh yeah, nice.
Not the play, but fun nevertheless. So it seems Deaders is being ready. Uncloses. Yeah, I mean, it depends if you. That is valid. It's just if you don't know what unclosed means, unclosed, unclose. I don't know if I'd be 100% certain of the hooks. But Stewart clearly knowing the word better than I do. So the choice of Deaders to the right. Giving up 8 points instead of playing to the left. Yeah, curious. You wonder if those 8 points could be useful, but it does provides that triple, which might be the only way for Sam to really win this game. Who knows?
I think that might be what part of his calculation. Oh, and it's a challenge in both directions, Ronan. So we're going to see plus 10.
Oh wow!
Whoa, big swing, big swing.
Plus 10 as well. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, any
brutal.
doubt there, you've got to check because it's game over almost if you don't check. So.
Yeah. Oh dear, brutal for Sam Crispin there.
Yeah, so to unclose means to open or cause to open, so it's a verb, so you can S or D.
Yeah.
I thought it meant something like something wasn't close. In which case, hard to tell what hook it would take. In any case.
Yeah.
So yeah, commanding lead at this point.
So let me just correct that. Our producer Ruth has said actually it was only the one challenge on Deaders, so Sam didn't challenge unclosed in the end.
Oh, okay. So it's not completely over though. Sam is down by over a bingo now, but keep scoring and try and get the timing right, and he could still win this.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Probably wanting to score off the triple.
Yeah, there's a blank unseen.
Way WAE for 38. That looks very strong. Or Awa, potentially. Yeah, looks like Awa might be the choice. Sam, of course, spotting both options and now weighing up the different benefits and pros and cons. Less points playing Awa, but the leave is better.
Yeah.
You want to keep that E, really. So 6 points, though, is quite a lot of points.
Stewart Holden in the chat as well, identifying that 9 that Stewart had on his rack previously. Like Ronan said, it wasn't the correct move, but he did have deadeners available for style points.
Yeah, fantastic spot, Stewart.
Sam has isolated way.
Yeah, I mean, you would be tempted. Simulation does actually prefer not using the E. Probably desperate times mean that the 6 points isn't really the important part. It's more keep the E and increase your bingo chances quite considerably. Not sure how considerably, but probably a little bit, because the E is just, I mean, if you have A, O, U as your only vowels, if you draw any more of those vowels, I mean, it's awful. Whereas at least the E, it's, you know, it kind of keeps the letters coming together more often into something. That's odd. In saying that, Awa apparently bingos more often. That's peculiar. So I may be talking nonsense. I can't work that out.
That's very unintuitive for sure.
Okay, so excuse my claim to knowledge there. That doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, surely intuitively the E bingos more often, but see if any of our audience can think of a reason for that. That's really curious. Is it because there's an E and an R floating? So in some sense, particularly the E floating, you maybe slightly less likely with our E already. I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. No, I'm just being silly. I'm misreading it. No, it is the correct way around. Sorry, apologies. it is slightly more likely to bingo. My bad. Absolutely fine. Nothing strange to say there. I was reading the play, not the leave. Ignore me. But yeah, not great chances of bingoing either case. The computer coming out with about 10% bingo chances or so. So yeah, not a huge amount in it.
Meanwhile,
how other choice by Sam,
yeah, Stewart Houten
slightly better.
E, just the one consonant in the H. He does have ways to sort this out though. He's got a lovely
absolutely
heavier through the V up top for 31, leaving 3 vowels.
Yeah, it's got to be the mindset. I think just keep scoring. The leave is almost not as important at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
In saying that, none of his leaves are great, so
yeah,
I think it might be a regardless play at any stage almost. Okay, so opting to keep at least the H.
Mm-hmm.
So Sam is obscuring his rack, but it appears he has wipeout.
Yes, I think it's wipeout, yeah.
Which does indeed play if he can find the pre-motion hook.
Oh wow. Okay.
Wow. What a huge play if Sam can find this. See, it's important to know these hooks. Wow, this is critical. I mean, this is a world-class play if Sam knows this. Well, he does.
Nice.
Amazing.
And that's, I reckon,
wow,
that's got to be getting a +5, I think, for those points.
Incredible. That's assuming. I mean, Stewart may well know the hook. Thing is, it's worth learning some of these 8 hooks. They come up as, wow, game-changing change. Yeah, and it seems Stewart's accepting it straight away.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, good word knowledge,
me.
good confidence in his own word knowledge as well from Stewart Houten. So, what a crazy comeback in the middle of this game for Sam Crispin.
Good effort. Wow. Just the players just checking the scores. There's no hold, it seems.
Yes.
Goodness me, that's incredible.
Sam really looked absolutely down and out, and he's just thrown down Wipeout with a 9 for a hook, with Wipeout making pre-motion. Phenomenal play from Sam Crispin, and it really is all to play for now, folks, with just a 15-point deficit for Sam, with Stewart on turn, a ropey rack. Some score available, but as with the previous turn, he's not going to be leaving particularly well. Scrabbler 27 in the chat, thank you for joining us, saying brilliant, rewarded for the hour play and a better leave. Yeah, very good point there. Stewart Holden saying superb play, Sam.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, for those of you wondering, so you can learn some of these hooks using hook quizzes on Ziziva, word learning software, if you're not already aware of it. I personally try and do 8 hooks sometimes to learn these kinds of things because, you know, case in point, they can be critical. And it's not something you learn from learning longer words unless you study nines, which not everybody does. So it's, yeah, credit to Sam if that's what he's done or if he just knows it. There's a number of front P hooks that can be really quite odd. I'm trying to think of an example. I think, isn't pre-locate okay? Yeah, pre-locate is an example.
Nice. Pre-bottle?
One that I've got through the quizzes.
No, pre-bottle's not good.
Pre-bottle.
Okay, that's an example of one that's not good, folks.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's a number of examples.
I was just also going to say on that play, I mean, a player of Sam's quality, I'm sure he actually knew the P hook, but if he hadn't been sure, he may still have calculated it as a gamble he needed to make because perhaps he saw it as his only realistic way of getting back in the game. So basically hit and hope, take this, and if not, I've lost anyway.
Yeah, very true. Very true. I mean, he had no alternative really. And what can often happen as well is if you've studied the anagram set, then you sometimes, well, some players will actually force themselves to state the hooks as well. But Sam may have just seen the P in his head flash up as a little hook, which you see in the quizzes. So
yeah, for sure.
Through some means or another, he seems to know it. So fair play.
Stuart Holden in the chat as well saying
Yeah,
another example is pre-obtain, which has a nice anagram. All very nice. See whether anyone in the chat can find that. Meanwhile, I realise I haven't actually spoken much about Stuart's options on this turn. I think it's just because they're all so uninspiring, but every move counts, folks. So yeah, let's home in on his options. One nice one is aha up on the top right, leaving ADEI for 25. If he wants to blow the rack wide open, he's got Dahlia through the L in lively, putting a D out, I would say unnecessarily, in the triple lane. So I doubt we're going to see that. And also putting the A in a very dangerous spot for the Z. Stewart in head instead opting for a head. I have to say, Ronan, I don't know how I feel about this. With the placement of the E when he had a hat available. Seems unnecessarily volatile when he's got the lead and he's on turn. What do you think? Am I missing something with that?
No, I just think that's a mistake, honestly. There's nothing to that. Why would you do that? I really don't understand that at all. I mean, yeah, you are getting rid of your vowels productively, but you're also giving back, so many points on that triple for Sam. I mean, I don't know. It's strange. I mean, maybe he's slightly shaken by the wipeout, and I mean, I doubt that's really thrown him entirely. But wow, I'm amazed by that. With perfectly sort of safe options that score enough.
Yeah,
I find that very hard to understand. That could just be the turn of events and the stream effect. I would imagine that is.
So the
it's
players,
not terrible, but it just doesn't.
The players have briefly stopped the clock just to check their scores, and Sam has a real variety of crazy options here. He can play Fort down that newly opened leftmost lane, keeping RZ blank, or he can just go all out and burn both the Z and the blank for 93 with Fozy with a blank Y holding RRT. There's actually very little between those, despite the 50-point differential in those two plays, Ronan.
Wow. Yes, my goodness me.
And the thing is, like,
So 93-point play.
yeah, and of course, as ever, we're sitting here omniscient. It's not the easiest one to generate, especially with a blank Y. So if Sam doesn't find that, for 9 fewer points, he does have Fez holding his lone vowel. He's absolutely going to see that. He's lined up Fort, which actually is simming best at the moment, Ronan.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, RZ blank is just an exceptionally strong thing to hold, and I mean, because I think, well, no, that's got to be best because he's leaving the options of Ritz at the bottom, and well, even other options potentially. Like he's going to score with the Z next move, I think. So, and because he can kind of unpeel this rack in turns, so like he could potentially draw into things like Ritz, or he could, there's big Z plays off of Aga.
Yeah, I was about
Fozy
to
just
say
cashes
exactly
everything
that.
in once for 93.
Yes,
Yeah,
Stewart Holden
maybe
in the
just
chat saying Fort holds Ritz in the bottom left for another bingo score.
Yeah, I think Fort's great because you score loads, but you still preserve. You can kind of use the Z and the blank one move at a time because this board is getting really clunky, or really clogged up. So you can, in a way, you want to kind of spread the benefit, because if Sam can use all those tiles for 40 each, then you're getting 120, not 93. Roughly speaking. So it sort of spreads the value a bit.
I'm
I
inclined
think
to
this is
agree
really
with you
good.
there.
Very
Yeah,
nice
like you
choice by
say,
Sam. But 93, I mean, oof.
well, Evan Simpson in the chat saying you simply can't turn down 93.
I mean, there is a case for that, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, it's now a 1-point game. Oh, interesting. I didn't even really have time to look at Stuart's options there. He's immediately thrown down H, which, I mean, I don't actually know what his options were, but that certainly looks reasonable. And we're immediately back with Sam Crispin, who's drawn a Q as well.
Yeah.
And the V. And
H was his highest scoring.
So he does still have
Wow.
Ritz available. It would hold QV. He's lining up Zep. Where is he looking to play that? What a crazy rack.
Yeah, so Zep in the top right would be Sam's highest scoring play. Oh, no, not highest scoring. Second highest scoring, but not using the blank. He could burn the blank and play Queer in the bottom left. It's, I imagine he'll play Zep. I mean, putting that P into space, holding the blank, it's not really too much of a worry. It's 50 points. I mean, my goodness. It's a lot of points.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can be burning the blank here for 52. No, absolutely just no
I
need,
don't think
is
so.
there,
I
when
think
you've got
that
available.
Yeah, I mean, score 50, hold the blank. I mean, it's a really good situation to be in. Take a small lead.
Ronan, it's
Just
also
knowing you've
worth
got that
pointing
blank and you
out.
can use it.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out as well that Sam is just closing in on 5 minutes, so quite a differential in the times as well for the players. He's actually not got long left. There are 9 tiles left in the bag, folks. Sam actually has a lot to permutate through here. He may have decent tiles, but he's got lots to do with them in different parts of the board.
It's very true. It's very true. That time could become important because this is very close at the moment, and well, after Zep, it's very close indeed. So yeah, so counter to what I said earlier, it seems Sam is really having to think hard in this quite a lot.
He's thinking, I think, just about Zap in the same spot, holding the E.
Yeah, I think you could argue that Sam has had the harder choices in this game. Really, some of these moves have been really difficult, so it's understandable the time usage here. We'll see. I think he's going to play Zep, though. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, go for something like that. And as it happens, it's almost certainly one of the best moves.
Yeah, Zep comes down. Next draw, absolutely critical for Sam Crispin. There is a U unseen to him. Unfortunately, it is on Stuart's rack.
I said that in vain, actually, because it's not simming well. It's the computer actually really likes playing Queer for 50.
Okay.
Very interesting.
I guess it holds the Z in that spot.
Yeah, we may need to come back to that.
Yeah, fair enough.
How interesting. That's actually a surprise. I was speaking confidently of 50, but yeah, I mean, Interesting. Yeah, no, that needs some further thought. In any case, Zep to play. So
Evan Simpson in the chat saying Wipeout potentially won him the game and not playing Fozy is potentially giving it right back to Stewart. I mean, we will just wait and see. I think it's going to take a lot of simulations to work that one out. But regardless, very close calls for Sam here. And he's going to have to think intensively on his opponent's time because on his own clock, he's only got just above 4 minutes left. Stewart with
yeah,
a relative luxury of 11 minutes. Not an easy turn for Stewart, though, either, must be said. A load of one-pointers. I think he's got to take out that P with something like input. As we said on the previous round, Ronan, when you're in this position
yeah,
and there's a blank unseen, I think you've got to take out that danger, even though you are at a slight deficit. So unpin is the play, a similar idea, holding probably the more synergistic IST as opposed to INS.
yeah.
So a 12-point lead over Sam Crispin, sitting on the blank, but sitting on the V and the Q as well. Still nowhere particularly good. I think, Ronan, surely this is the time that he's going to be playing queer. There's nothing else to do with this Q.
Yeah, I think this is it. Absolutely, yeah. Let's see. So, yeah, queer for 52 being an option there.
It's worth
Yeah,
saying as well, under
that's
time
good.
pressure, he could just absolutely miss this point blank. That is a possibility.
Yeah, especially with the QI available or QI
Yeah,
on his rack.
exactly. We
it's
haven't
possible
actually seen him
might be-
line up queer yet. Oh, he has now. He has now. Okay, brilliant. Good
Oh, there
vision
it
there
is.
from Sam. Under pressure.
Yeah.
And do you know what? Queer is simming at essentially a 50% win chance. So, guys, this is anyone's game. This is really going to come down to the wire. What a treat to have on stream here at Easter Matchplay.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I think the reason Zep wasn't as good as playing queer first seems to be that you keeping the Z, you're almost certainly going to get to score a lot of points with it. But if you keep the Q, then your blank is almost certainly going to have to go with that Q. So whilst you've got a chance to do it for 50, you might as well, because the blank is most likely going to, as I say, go with the Q. So, and whereas if you put the P into the triple lane, it seems with the remaining pool that your opponent scores quite heavily a reasonable amount of the time. Again, hard to compute as a human, but it's that seems to be the rationale. Just sort of wait a little bit and use the Zep or something like that. You know, on a move later, the Z is going to score in places. So I think that's the idea. But as it happens, it's worked for Sam. So well, not necessarily worked, but it seems to be on the right way.
So as it stands, Stewart does appear to be sitting in a losing position here.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any endgame sequence that does enough.
No. I think Ronan, Stewart is going to go back and rue that play of ahead. I'd be really interested in what the rationale behind that was when he had safe options available that scored and left well.
Yeah, and that was crazy, I think. I mean, it's just, I mean, of course, worst case, Sam had all the tiles to do as much damage as possible, but yeah, I don't understand it. I think there's a time for taking a calculated risk. That's just pure risk. There's not, I don't see any calculation to it. It's just saying, go on, see if you can score 40, which I don't know, a lot of the time he probably will. So yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Sure. I mean, I will say, you know, to be fair to Stewart, he's not here to speak for himself. There may have been something that neither of us were legislating for. I always, as a rule of thumb, I think that when we're commentating, we're simply not as mentally invested in the game. The players are right there in the moment, seeing everything. There may have been considerations that we had not even made at that stage. That being said, yeah, I do agree. Given the other options available, it was a very surprising choice, and it wasn't actually one that was even being generated by the
It is, yeah, it's
engine.
possible. What was the clock situation? I wonder if did Stewart play it quite quickly with Sam being low on time? I don't know if there was an element of he saw that it balances everything. Let's go for it. I doubt it, but
As I recall, I think he took about a normal amount of time on that one.
okay, then it can't
What
have been
people,
that then.
yeah, what are people saying in the chat? Stewart Holden is saying, what about mods with anime? I'm just trying to see where that would play. Do you see that, Ronan?
No, I don't see it. Mods with anime.
Clive also
I'm
saying
not sure.
anime and mot. Where is this move?
I'm not seeing it.
Oh, through bridging under Annie in the bottom right. That's nice. Nice, yeah.
Oh, I see, yeah.
You need very good vision
Yeah,
though
very
to see that. Craig Beaver's in the chat saying Slorm through the L. Oh, okay, in the top left could sneak a win against careless play. So that is a possibility. That's a very nice idea there from Craig Beavers.
Yeah,
hello
in fact,
sorry, go
Mott,
ahead.
I was just going to say Mott doesn't win all the time. Mott does win if Sam doesn't find particularly high scoring moves, and they're not all obvious. So yeah, we'll see if that goes anywhere.
Yeah, and Evan Simpson says it takes out ifs and fix as well. Hello to James Curley, a fellow Brit who I believe lives over in the States. He says, any more games today? Yes, there are, I believe, 4 more, I think, or 3 or 4. So do stay tuned. We will have a break for dinner at some point.
Actually, yeah, no, never mind. Slorm and Mott. I mean, if a play like Fix in any particularly good spot will be enough. Actually, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not so difficult.
So
Yeah,
nice vision there
mind.
from Stewart. He did find that bridging play under Annie, and he played Sot as opposed to Mott. And Sam Crispin not taking a whole lot of time to throw down flicks, and that is going to seal the win for him. Stewart's rack pretty much reflecting how he's feeling at this stage of the end game.
Yeah, he'll probably be wondering how this one got away.
Yeah, I mean,
can happen.
I don't want to harp on about it, but yeah, that ahead play seemed to be the pivotal moment. And again, it just goes to show, as we saw, I think 2 games previously with Joel Davey making a critical phony, just one move at this level of Scrabble can completely change your winning chances.
Yep, definitely. It's it's just so tough to just stay switched on the whole time, and especially stay level-headed after a play like Wipeout. I mean, that's you wonder if it must have had some effect on Stewart's judgment.
Yeah, quite possibly. That's something again that we did consider.
It's pretty scary. You know, because a moment ago he's up by almost 100, and you're thinking, well, in fact he was before Sam played that. He was up by 109. So it's thinking, yeah, just like I should, as long as I keep this under control, I should be able to steer this towards a win. And then, wow, I mean, sure, it's a miracle, but Wipeout, wow,
yeah,
that's if there were a highlights reel of the tournament, that's in it. And Stewart does not have an outplay, it seems. So
yeah.
Not sure if Sam has an outplay in response to anything either. Yeah, no, it doesn't appear Sam has any outplays either. So really just trying to calculate which sequence kind of maximizes the best. The best sequence seeming to be Germ with GM, followed by Vaw from Sam, and going out with Zari. That's probably, Stewart will probably find something like that. So coming out as 4 points higher than the next best. So all these little points can matter. Spread, of course, being the tie-breaking factor in the tournament. So might as well spend these 4 minutes just to see if you can get any more than a few points. Sot unfortunately gave away a few points, but bring back some with this move, maybe.
Thank you, James Curley in the chat, who is enjoying the coverage. Stewart Holden reminded me there's only 2 more games today, actually, guys. There is dinner after this, so I believe, Ronan, this is your last. So thank you for joining us today. We will round up in a moment after the game.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, no worries. Someone just said that Phil just lost as well, which tightened things up at the top. That was Craig Beavers who said that. I think we will briefly. Oh, I was going to move to the enhanced scoreboard, but we will wait. Stewart has played Guy, blocking Sam's out. So very nicely done there from Stewart. And Sam has just dropped the V. I've lost track of where that's gone. Oh, Vor. Okay, Vor 413. And Stewart's best outplay. Oh, he can't go out, actually. Oh, Stewart can't go out with MR. That's sad.
Yeah, so the G sequence leads to, I believe, 7 points less than the optimal sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, in-game sequences are tough. I think it's something that comes with a lot of practice, a lot of experience. But I think a lot of players make in-game concessions or miss out on points, and that can add up over a tournament. So credit to any players that manage to keep it really consistent, because if you think about it, losing maybe 5 to 10 points a game over a 20-odd game tournament, that's potentially over 200 in spread. So it's something I'm always conscious of in my tournament games, and I lose a lot of spread from it. It's very difficult.
Yeah, that's a really good way of looking at it over the long term, in the context of an entire tournament.
Yeah, it's quite astonishing, actually. But some sequences are just, well, hard to find.
Sam has only 2 outplays with his T. He's found net for 3. He actually had 7 points available for Taught, TAWT, over on the left-hand side. It's essentially academic. He has 1. He's not quite nipped over the 500 mark. And collecting 2 points, 1 point from Stewart. That is a final score of Stewart Houten 442 to Sam Crispin 491. A very enjoyable game from both players. And there's the handshake. And there will be a bit of a post-mortem. And then we are going to invite Sam in for a short interview, folks. So don't go anywhere. And Ronan, just while we wait for that, I'm going to transition us over to the enhanced scoreboard, folks. Let's have a little look at how it's working out at the top. Stewart,
let's have a look indeed.
Result, of course, yet to come in. That has not yet been submitted to the tournament director. But Phil Robertshaw on 11 wins, a game ahead of Chris Vickery in second. Storming performance so far from Phil Robertshaw. We will be seeing him again on stream very soon, folks. No doubt about that. Chris Vickery in second. Brian Poe moves up to third in real time. We see that transition on 10 wins also. Jack Moran on 10 wins. Harshan Lamabadusuriya on 9. Still waiting on a few of these results to come in. Okay, most of them have now. Really good to see Vince Boyle still battling away, playing out of his skin. Seed 23 in 7th place, playing 31 points above his rating. Tournament performance so far,
Amazing.
191. Very nice. Yeah, go ahead.
Who won this tournament last year?
Honestly, I
Who
can't
was the champion
remember off
last
the top
year?
of my head. I don't recall. Maybe someone in the chat can tell us.
I'm not sure if it was it Phil? No, I think Phil won BMSC, wasn't it?
I think it might have been Harshan. It's a safe bet, isn't it? If in doubt,
Yeah,
Harshan.
It's a safe bet indeed, yes.
Yeah.
When in doubt. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's interesting, Harshan not being on the sort of typical, as we've seen recently, sort of, almost never lost in the tournament situation. He's on 9-5, so definitely some work to do still, but plenty time to come.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting to see if he can storm his way back to the top.
Do you want to talk? Do you want to interview? Oh, you don't want to. You can do if you want. Yeah, but you can. Well, he's gone to the toilet. Do you want to chat? Okay. Oh, Ronan, unexpectedly, just while Sam has nipped to the loo, folks, before we speak to him, I'm pleased to be joined by Stewart. Again, like I said, we don't invite the loser, but they're always welcome to speak just because sometimes they want to collect their thoughts. So, Stewart, really entertaining game. A lot of tough decisions. How are you feeling after that?
Tired and ready for dinner now.
Yeah.
It's a cracking match, though.
Yeah.
It was fun playing Sam.
Any standout moves for you or interesting positions?
I wasn't 100% of pre-motion, but only after I'd let it go.
It is good.
I thought it was,
Yeah.
But Wipeout was a great find.
Yeah.
Killer.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was plagued with vowels for
Yeah. We were really interested in when you played ahead. What was the rationale behind that?
There were a couple of spots on the board for big scoring, and I thought, well, I wanted to get rid of the 3 A's I think I had at that time. And I thought a little bit of volatility wasn't a terrible thing at that point, but it might have been a bit too open.
Yeah, I mean, you got hit hard. You're not always getting hit like that. In fact, Sam had 93 available there with Fozy, with the Z blank, which he held on to. But that was, it was touch and go, wasn't it? Really tough.
Yeah, there were lots of high scoring tiles at the end, I think. The Z and the X and the Q, I think, came quite late.
Yeah, Sam was sitting on a load of clunk while you were looking at tinnitus without the T. So very different positions for you both. Yeah. You didn't miss a bingo, though.
Unis as well, I think, was there.
Yeah. And Rebecca Sobel saying hello in the chat. And Sam is also here now. So Ronan, when Sam's sitting down, I will let you take over the chat. Okay, mate. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Stuart, for joining us. And I'm now joined by winner of round 14, I think it was, Sam Crispin. Sam, well done. I've spoken to Stuart, so I'll pass you over to Ronan. Put the headset on.
Hello, Ronan.
Hey, Sam, congrats. Very
Thank
well
you.
played.
Yeah.
How's the tournament going so far?
It's going pretty well. I mean,
yeah,
it's my first win against Stewart in tournament Scrabble. I think he was like 5-0 against me or 6-0 against me. So I'm going to carry that momentum
It's good to
forward.
turn those one-sided head-to-heads around. Yes. Yeah. Wow, we were blown away when you found pre-motion. I mean, I found it I didn't know it 100%, but then saw it in the move generation on screen, where I was like, oh my goodness, Sam has an incredible play here. And then you played it very quickly. Do you study these hooks? Is this just something you know?
I wasn't 100% on pre-motion, but in that position, Wipeout is like by far the best play, and all my other plays were getting me nowhere near. So I felt that I had to chance it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, you probably saw the hook flash up in your head from the quiz of remotion when you type it in and so on, I imagine. Yeah, it's well done. I was saying that you can actually do hook quizzes on Ziziva to the audience. That's something that I've been personally using recently, and that kind of stuff can come up. So things like prelocate and things. So yeah, were you surprised when Stewart played ahead? We were just asking about Stewart's choice of that move because, of course, you had a Fozy for 93 there. We saw as well.
Yeah, I was quite surprised when ahead.
We were too. Yeah.
It was very aggressive, and I didn't actually see Fozy. I considered Fez, but I felt that ours at blank just had so much strength on the board. It had at least Ritz through the T of Wipeout, but also as the A of Eiger to play Z-words. So I felt that, like, certainly in comparison to Fez, it's quite a bit that I don't actually know about Fozy.
Yeah.
And with the duplicated R's and the T, there was still an R and 2 T's to come. I just felt it was so weak on the board, and it could very easily go wrong. So I
exactly.
thought it was worth it.
Yeah, well, right choice. It seemed best. It's very hard to turn down 90 points, but it seems to be the strongest choice. It was interesting that Zep apparently wasn't as good as playing Queer first. We sort of thought maybe it's because the queue is very likely going to need to the blank, so you might as well take 50 points and not give away anything on the triple or anything by playing queer first. Did you think about that?
I didn't
Yeah.
consider it as much as I think I should have, because obviously that Z spot's going to be there. But I think I didn't want to play more tiles. That was the first thing that I thought of, was playing 3 instead of playing 4 gives a bit more ambiguity in the game. And also the P was just quite weak because there was only 3 or 4 vowels out. So I actually thought he'd have to use at least 1, often 2. So I would be happy with him doing that.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Yeah, it could be one of those moves where the sim doesn't quite capture the full picture, because it just doesn't seem wrong to play Zep for 50 and keep the blank. We thought it was just an instant play, but it's certainly interesting there. And I'm trying to think if there are any other moves that were of particular note. With Bubo, you probably could have played. I think it was. What was the move again? There was something you could have played onto the Y that was maybe slightly better, because you spent quite a while on that move. What were you thinking with the Bubo play?
With Bubo, I was debating between Bubo and Vibey into the Y,
that was
keeping
it, Vibey,
LOU, but like LOU are such bad synergy. I think the U and the L are both really, really weak, and the O doesn't make either of them better. And because there was an O duplicated, and LIVs can turn into quite a nice bingo leave with the floating R, E, and Y in comparison to how well LOU went with the floaters afterwards. That's why I was fine with playing Bubo, even though it is like 12 less or something.
Yeah. It's quite possible that your assessment's absolutely bang on. On Quackle, it preferred Vibey, but if using Macondo, the more sort of accurate leaves, it could have come out better as doing what you did, which seemed perfectly fine. Because I agree with you, LIV could turn quite well, whereas like UL, I mean, that's horrible, even though you're scoring potentially 10 more. But overall, both of you played very well. Amazing find of pre-motion, though. That was just incredible. Well done. Good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you very much, Ronan.
Wicked. Thank you, Sam. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you on stream again, I'm sure. Folks, we're going to take a break for dinner. I'm going to check what time we're back while I'm on the stream, just so I can let you know. We are back after dinner, folks, at 7:45 GMT +1, so in 1 hour and 10 minutes. I'm going to be joined for the final 2 games of the day by Stewart Holden, who some of you will have seen I was co-commentating with this morning. But for now, I'd like to thank Ronan Dance for taking the time on his debut commentating as well. Fabulous job, Ronan. Really appreciate your time. How have you found it?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. I've been really wanting to commentate for a while, so to have the chance when I wasn't able to attend this tournament worked out really well. So yeah, I absolutely loved it. I hope you guys enjoyed my commentary. If I said anything that was incorrect, please let me know. I'm trying to learn myself as a sort of more experienced player now. Not quite GM or anything yet, but it's been really good trying to explain things, and I hope that we did a decent job at it, trying to capture a range of audiences, some more advanced comments, and some more kind of kind of fun player sort of side of things as well. So hopefully that was good.
Nice one. Cool.
Really appreciate it. And thank you, Joseph. You've been really good and really nice commentating with you.
Oh, thank you, Ronan. Yeah, Ronan and I have actually never met, I don't think, unless I'm mistaken. So, yeah, really cool. First time to be meeting you, to be co-commentating with you. Very interesting experience. And yeah, it's worked really well. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Right.
No worries.
All the best. Bye, guys.
Cheers, man. All right, guys, we will be back in 1 hour and 10 minutes, 7:45 GMT +1 for the final 2 rounds. That will be round 15. We do not have a fixture for that yet, but you know it's going to be a good one. Join us then, and bye for now. I think that's working all right. Let us know in the stream if you can't hear us, but I think we're good. And in the meantime, Stewart, yeah, we have a fantastic matchup here in round 15. We are going to be watching Craig Solomons, an expert player who has not been on stream yet this tournament, versus Brian Poe, who's right up there in the mix. So we see Craig is in 10th place, seed 11. Brian, seed 2, right up there in 3rd place. Craig on 8 wins. Brian way up there in the mix on 10. Players now just backing up. Quick note to our producer Ruth on the grounds that Craig's rack cam has been slightly knocked, so if we just get that sorted before the players start, so that she doesn't have to be leaning over then. And then we should be to go. Bear with us, folks. Better get this fixed now than have our producer having to lean over the player during the game. See our number of viewers already rising up after our dinner break. So again, thank you very much for rejoining us, folks. It's been lovely to have you all in the audience today. So many of you dotted around the world. It means a lot to us. You to be engaging with our channel and our stream. So yeah, thank you for that. And we get going with Craig Solomons. Let's see what you can draw out of the bag, Stewart.
Yeah, this should be another good match. Both very, very strong players. Brian, really one of the men to beat in this tournament and general in Scrabble in the UK for the last couple of years. Craig, up-and-coming player, expert title achieved very quickly. I only met Craig myself for the first time a couple of weeks ago over at a tournament in Essex where he beat me in the game that we played. Played very, very solidly. Found a couple of bonuses which were the only ones available with the rack that he had. So yeah, I know from recent experience, very, very competent player as well. So this should be another really good match. Very interesting looking rack already coming here. Boxy plus a W plus an E and an R. Wow, what an opening rack. Many options there. Boxy looking like you would think Boxy or Boxer would be the obvious choices, but also the interesting Bowery, keeping the X would be a really interesting choice, and it has an obscure anagram as well. Owerby, O-W-E-R-B-Y. Poetic form of overby, presumably, and Bowyer as well. Sorry, is there B-O-W-Y-E-R. So what a number of interesting options for an opening rack. Joseph, what's your thought? Would you go with Bowery or just Boxy? What Wox perhaps? What would you favour here?
I like Boxy here. I think. Yeah, Boxy. Yeah, but I think it's close with Wox. But I think you've got to get rid of at least one of those clunky tiles. But yeah, Boxy is the play, and 32 points on the scoreboard for Craig Solomons there. And we move to Brian, who's got a fairly unappealing opening rack, but he's lined up Elie.
I have to say, I would have favoured Bowery myself. 36 as opposed to 32. Keep the extra bit of scoring potential, at least for one turn. Bowery seemed nice to me, but each to their own, you know. Boxy is a safe, solid choice as well, of course.
Yeah. And Brian finding, without too much time, his top performing move of Elie. Not a whole lot to think about there for Brian Poe. So get it down and move on. And we return to Craig, who's got the dreaded UW combination. although he's drawn into an S as well, which you'll be pleased to see. Doesn't have any especially attractive options here. He can dump off the WF through OW with WAF for 13. If he does so, both players will need to be aware that that is an adjective and does not take an S.
Yes, you can be wow or even wow fest, however. It looks like a particularly amazing concert, a wow fest. But it is an adjective which declines in that way. But yes, wow would be a solid choice here, and no end hooks, as you mentioned, and keeping ERSTU. Hard to see Brian being able to score very much at all after wow, really.
Yeah. Craig Beaver's in the chat concurring that it's a very blocky move. Alternatively, Craig might consider few FEW above the Y for 4 more points holding Rust. Could be a possibility. He's isolated WUF. I'm wondering whether he's considering exchanging, because that is another quite high performing option for him. Although I feel like I'd rather get the points here. Oh, interesting. Okay, he's opted for the exchange. Stewart, what do you think of that?
That's a solid choice as well. Yeah, I think there's something to be said for that. Simply because ERST is so strong. It's early in the game. There are openings on the board. He'd almost be unlucky not to draw into a bonus, really. For example, picking 3 E's.
Yeah.
That's quite unbelievable. Huh. This game just never ceases to amaze, does it? You know.
Yeah.
It always amuses me when you see people who only play Scrabble online and they complain about the tiles distribution and they say, you know, I play Scrabble in real life as well. And you never get pickups like this. And I think you don't play Scrabble in real life, because if you sit in clubs or tournaments, you will see the most astonishing, improbable pickups come out of that bag. And you cannot blame a dodgy algorithm or anything else. It is just the nature of Scrabble.
An interesting point noted to me at the start of this game by our producer on the ground, Ruth Crispin, was that Craig is renowned for being a very fast player as well. I don't recall how he compares to Brian, but I do remember being under time pressure a lot when facing Craig. So it could be interesting to see whether that's a factor. But for now, Brian sitting on a middling rack, some nice balanced tiles. Fairly close to a bingo if he can just get rid of a couple of these clunkers. So, for example, he might be considering TIG, TYG, making big. He did have Gaunt lined up, holding DY. I don't think I prefer that over TIG myself. Now he's looking at Dong.
An interesting alternative would be Daint, D-A-Y-N-T, making bin and out. GU, not a particularly attractive leave, but he's not going to score too many. Also worth looking at playing through the OW with Gowany, G-O-W-A-N-Y.
Yeah, very stylish.
Yeah, keeps D-U-T, maybe not the best option, but Gowan is any of various yellow or white field flowers.
So it's going to be a low-scoring move for Craig Solomons here. He needs to nurture this rack and try to eke some score out of it. He has a middling move that achieves that in air, E-R-E, starting under the A of Gaunt. He'd love to hold on to that R, but there's not really any scory way for him to do so.
Yeah, Gaunt takes an S, so exist would be an option as well, but he's not going to really want to use the S for that. Plus, he's not going to want to leave 3 E's. So 2 of the E's have to go on this turn, really.
Yeah, if he just wants to dump off 2 E's, he's got G, GEE for 8 points.
Extremely poor options, really. But what else?
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those racks where you're going to take a little time just staring at it, thinking you must have something more inspiring than 8 points. He's lining up ERE, Gree. Okay. Interesting, yeah. Kind of between those two plays I suggested of G or Air. 10 points for Gree, setting up his S and T. How do you feel about that one, Stewart?
Yeah, I think that's neither here nor there, really. If you're going to go for a low-scoring move like that, why not just play G and keep the R, which works so well with the EEST? He's sort of not quite got any result there. I would have kept the R, I have to say. Obviously, he's thinking about the T for Greet, but it also takes a D, as he's about to find out, and K and various other things. So, yeah, I'd have been holding on to the R there, if I have to be honest.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Like you say, if you're going for that fishing play of south of 10 points, maybe just do it wholeheartedly and hold on to the R to almost guarantee yourself a bingo next turn. But yeah, as Stewart says, 43 points available here for Brian Poe, tripling the Y with Tiddy, Green. Board. Well, it doesn't exactly fork the board, but it creates two on one side, some scoring potential in the left-hand corner. He's also considering Teddy, I think, in the same spot, or possibly TD, holding div.
Is he maybe not 100% sure of Tiddy?
Possibly, but if that's the case, he'll be...
Teddy is the
yeah.
next best.
Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. A very interesting option for Brian is to play div, making greed, setting up his Y in both directions. That would be a fabulous 2-turn sequence that's unlikely to get blocked as well. On this occasion, it may well be because Craig has the S, but the idea would be phenomenal. Because you could be looking at about 55, 60 points, I think, for doubling the Y, even with low point tiles.
Yes, and he knows the other Y is already gone as well.
Yeah, precisely. Brian taking plenty of time on this move. Important to do so because these early moves really do dictate the direction that the game goes in. They influence how the board builds out. And with it essentially being a tie game, Brian really needs to think about what influence he wants to have over the way this game progresses. He's got 43 points on the table, ready to go down, waiting to go down. Oh, look at that. Look at this.
Wow.
Yes. Wow. Yes, Brian. Yes, Beepo. We love to see it. One loves to see it on stream. Fantastic play from Brian Poe. Honestly, was not expecting that. Not because he can't find it, just because it's so unintuitive. Brilliant stuff from the UK Open champion of 3 months ago, setting himself up here for another huge win, potentially of another major, and he's certainly going the right way about it. Really nice play from Brian Poe.
Well, we have to be honest, Tiddy is the better play. let's not overstate it. I think if he'd been absolutely 100% confident of Tiddy, it was there for 43. So, that has to be considered.
Or Teddy.
Yes, setup play. Tiddy or Teddy, to me, still personally have the edge. Yeah, it's it's an option, and not many players would see it, that's for sure.
But then do you not think that you could get the 22 points now, and then, like I said, like 50, 60 on your next one, assuming it doesn't get blocked, for, about 80 over the course of 2 turns? Whereas Teddy did give back, quite a lot, whereas this doesn't give back all
Yeah,
that
it's,
much.
yeah, there are pros and cons to both, definitely. So,
very quick play of Way there, by the way, from Craig Solomons, illustrating exactly what I was talking about, playing so fast that we didn't actually even have time to analyse his moves. And similarly, Brian throwing down Deny very fast, with a keep of CLT for 51 points, which puts Craig at a deficit of about 60 points as he sits on a lovely rack, and we should be seeing a bingo here from Craig Solomons. Although actually I stand corrected. I just assumed that looking at the synergy of the rack. Yeah, there's nothing there. That is very surprising. He might take him a little while to come to that conclusion because it looks so promising. Peter Guzik in the chat pointing out that Decently was blocked as well for Brian by Craig's play of Way. I did not spot that. Good observation. Alex Seaholm has entered the chat. Good evening, Alec. So what is Craig Solomons going to do here?
Craig has a really sexy little option with Tidivate through the div. Not necessarily the best play. It's actually his highest scoring move is to extend div to Tidivate. Of course, it would give away the bottom middle triple rather easily, but it's a move that has to be pointed out at least.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're just going to see an absolutely unapologetic fish here from Craig Solomons, dumping AT or TA somewhere. He just needs to figure out what lane he wants to create.
Even something like lit with divvy wouldn't be bad to set up a lit and slit hooks on the top as well.
Yeah, that's also an option for sure.
Taxi also perhaps worth considering. Just putting the TA on the front of the XI.
Yeah, that's an option. It doesn't create any new lanes for Craig. He might consider TA to the left of Way or at.
A range of unappealing options there for Craig, and he has settled on ATT, keeping EILS. There was nothing really stand out there, so nothing wrong with that choice.
So moving back to Brian Poe, he's drawn the Z.
Pointed out in the chat that Tomoz, Tomoz, is a 5-letter word, doesn't play, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a good point from Alex Seaholm. Brian does have the new word from the latest update of CSW 24 of Tomoz, short, of course, for tomorrow. Does not play. Craig Beaver's in the chat saying he feels possibly Craig played off one too many tiles there with ATT. I will say in Craig's defence, while it didn't generate as an option initially, it did sim well. It's certainly not a move I would have played, but only because I'm probably prone to hanging on too much to bingo-y tiles as opposed to just going for the score and having faith in my own word knowledge that I would find something. So I don't think by any stretch it was necessarily wrong. Meanwhile, Brian wasn't able to score spectacularly with the Z, but 30 points on offer comes down, hooking Divo, and Craig Solomon's immediately slamming down realised.
Yeah, his only options there were realise or resailed, or just to play realise, hooking EW. So the 80-point plays, undoubtedly the right ones. Resailed may have been a tiny bit safer not to put the A next to the triple letter score, although it's a fractional difference, really.
Yeah, I think absolutely marginally that was a miss, just because if Brian is sitting on the H and to a lesser extent the M or the B, Craig's vowel placement does give him a cheap place to cash that in. Again, a very, very fast play from Craig Solomon's there. And we return to Brian Poe, who's on turn and sits at an 11-point deficit. Quite a nasty rack here for Brian. Nothing he plays is going to leave an especially inspiring leave. He's going for Mong for 16, holding CPT. I think that's essentially the best leave he could have had. He did have a really stylish combing through BIN, leaving NPT, arguably a better leave and possibly a better play. In terms of his highest scoring move available, that would have been Cot or Pot to the right of Zol, but leaving a pretty horrendous leave. So Mong perfectly defensible, and that is the play for Brian Poe to take him into a 5-point lead. Craig Solomon's on turn. He's drawn into the queue, but he's got a U to go with it, but also a load of clunkers.
Well, the divot hook that you just mentioned for Mott gives Craig a very useful QAT and divot, and there would be no possibility whatsoever of putting the S onto that because the L combined with the V of Devo make that completely unusable. So Cat would be a very safe 42-point way of getting rid of the Q there.
Yes, yeah, very interesting. Craig needs to find this. Oh, interesting. Yeah, just looking ahead to Brian, Alex Seaholm points out that he has drawn into Peacoat. Does not currently play, I don't think. Oh, okay, Mong takes an O, which I completely forgot, so it does play, assuming Brian can remember that hook. Possibly a miss here from Craig playing Quant as opposed to Cat for 12 more points and holding on to his solitary vowel. Maybe he simply got fixated on the fact that he had drawn a U to accompany his Q and just thought he needed to get rid of both at the same time. That can happen, but 12 points left on the table. I think, Stewart, it's fair to call that a miss.
It is a miss, unfortunately, yeah. Brian's not going to miss Peacoat, though, and he's not going to miss the Mongo hoop. Down it goes. No hesitation there. He had a really nice backup of Zapateo off the Z, which would have scored beautifully as well, but you don't need that when you spot the bonus and you know the hook. So quality move by Brian Poe here. The 7 goes down.
Yeah, nicely done without hesitation. Showing off great word knowledge as well on both counts there.
It's an ugly pickup for Craig, unfortunately. Not what he wanted to see at all there. More clunk.
Yeah, that being said, he does have score on offer with bind, or he might want to tack the S on for 6 extra points on that newly created right-hand lane.
2 more S's to come, and it's not a particularly S-friendly board, so I would be sticking the S on that, take the extra 6 at this point, try and keep within reasonable reach of your opponent.
And also turn over 1 more tile with 2 blanks unseen.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian's rack makes Mujik, M-U-J-I-K. If Craig does follow my advice and put the S on binds, it's going to give a lovely spot for Mujiks to play onto, so he could be hit with that in return. But
yeah. He also has Mujik as 6 with the O as well, which wouldn't hit as hard. I mean, he'll be hoping that Craig miraculously leaves that spot alone. Unfortunately, we see that's not going to be the case.
Well, he chose not to play the S, and he'll be glad of that fact when he looks back on this game, because Mujiks would have really hurt.
Yeah, for sure. Rebecca in the chat asking, what is the lifetime record of Brian Poe versus Sam Crispin, 2 of our promising young players? That's a good question, actually. I don't have access to the database myself. I'm not a member of the ABSP, but someone in the chat might want to have a little dig around and see. There's a very useful head-to-head function on the database that you can take a look at and let us know.
The ABSP website that has had an overhaul today by webmaster Stewart Brody. So if you're looking at the ABSP site, some parts of it will look very new, and it is nice to have a fresh look on the website. So well done to Stewart for that.
So the play is join for Brian Poe in the top right, which looks to be his best play. And Craig didn't need to turn over that S in order to draw the blank. He'll be delighted to see that. And he has a few bingos on offer here.
I can answer the head-to-head question asked in the chat window there by telling you that Brian Poe and Samuel Crispin have played each other 24 times in tournaments, and you won't be surprised to know it's pretty neck and neck. Brian Poe, 11 wins, Samuel Crispin, 13 wins. So there's the answer to that. Interesting to note, looking at it historically, the first time they played was January 2024. Brian won the first 5 games between them. I think as Sam was up and coming, that's maybe indicative of Brian having got to the highest levels, but just a little bit sooner. But overall, head-to-head, 13-11, Sam to Brian.
And the play is Fictors. Nicely done by Craig Solomons. Gets himself back in this game. He was ever so slightly starting to fall behind. Let's see what post bingo. In the meantime, Brian Poe sitting on a load of clunk. But he's got some scoring options available here. Although not as many as he would like, and he's probably going to have quite a ropey leave no matter what he does. Dash City in the chat says, are you not a member of the ABSP for ethical reasons? No, nothing like that. No. I just I don't have the opportunity to play enough tournaments for it to be worthwhile paying the subscription fee. So it does mean that I have access.
This is one of those questions I'm almost hesitant to ask, because maybe you just don't want to know the answer. But what on earth would the ethical reasons be for not being a member of the Association of British Scrabble Players? I hope it's a tongue-in-cheek comment, unless there's something I've missed. I can't for the life of me imagine what someone's moral objection to a Board Game Players Association would be. Do I want to know the answer to that, or do I not? I don't really know, to be honest.
MGK28 in the chat points out that Brian potentially overlooked Koji hooking Bindi. I think Join was still very slightly a superior play, but I don't know whether he didn't. I don't think he lined that up at any point, so I'm not sure.
Craig looks like he has an interesting pickup, but we're not seeing the crucial 7th tired here. If it's a consonant, it could potentially be very good. It is a G. Well, Goromies doesn't fit through the M. He's close to an awful lot of things there, but he doesn't have a global bonus. And consequently, not actually great scores available. Most of his moves here are going to score under 20. It's just a question of how exactly you choose to play it. Brian picking all the clunky letters here. P, K, F, and H. He kept the P and the K. He's picked 2 more 4-point tiles to go with it. Not necessarily a bad thing if it gives you scoring options.
So I said at the start of this game that Craig is known for being a fast player, and I do know that to be true. There will always be exceptions, though. On this occasion, he's dipping towards 10 minutes, actually for less time he's got down Brian, which may well speak to the fact that he's had hard decisions to look back. He had a few of those nasty fishing moves early doors that he probably wasn't happy with no matter what he did. They really do take a good time.
Yeah, Craig not facing any great options here. I think one of the advantages of playing if Elie moves fast is that when you get tricky racks in the crucial mid-game, you have the time to assess them.
Yes, exactly.
A really nice option for Craig here, if he wants to keep bonus-friendly tiles and also open the board up, is to play just Zoa, Z-O-A, hooking far and creating a really strong bonus line. And then obviously you just hope that you're the one that gets to use it.
I really like that. Yeah, that's very smart. It's simming well also. Another move that is simming well that I personally find unintuitive and I would never make is low gear off the L for 24, holding AS. I cannot profess to understand the logic behind that, but it is, for whatever reason, giving him the best win percentage at present. Alex C. Home in the chat suggesting Age and Lear, L-E-A-R-E. I'm just trying to see where that would play.
Yeah, on the left-hand side of the board, that's interesting. Takes out the bonus line next to realised and scores decently as well. I wouldn't be keen on the IORS leave myself.
Yeah. Very nice vision, though, Alec, for that bridging move.
Low gear is a curious choice because the way it creates the spot for the I on the triple letter score, I mean, we know that that would just help Brian out enormously to have an I played there at that point. It is a curious move to be simming so well.
Yeah, I really can't speak to that. I honestly don't understand that at all. Yeah, guys in the chat, let us know. MGK28, low gear is probably just trying to draw the blank. Right, so maybe it's pure turnover. But as Stewart says, you're getting hit with the H or the K a lot of the time, even into the double word, which on a board that's tightening up in this way could be game losing. So I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. Rebecca in the chat, how many games are there tomorrow? She's asking. There are 7 games tomorrow, Rebecca, and we will begin at 9:15 GMT +1. Chris Hawkins says, who's on comms tomorrow? That will be me and Josh Sokol-Rubenstein. Some of you may have heard of him before. Evan Simpson saying low gear takes out a bonus spot. Yeah, that could also be a possibility. Regardless, after a lot of thought, the play for Craig is Ag, giving him a 13-point lead. And we return to Brian Poe. this time he does have ways of clearing this out and scoring a boatload of points on a board that's really starting to close up at this point.
Yeah, Koph, the lesser spotted Koph, perhaps the Koph spelling, the Hebrew letter, now plays very nicely next to the ag that Craig has just created there. From F2 for 37, I believe it is. But an alternative is to simply play under fictors with either Hoke or Hope. And Hoke is going to score 44, which is, yeah, another great option there. Talking about commentators, I notice if you're watching the live stream that it says it's Joseph Bennett and Ronan Dance. Of course, it was Ronan all afternoon. On the commentary, it's back to me, Stewart Holden, but these things get updated eventually. We are
Sorry,
working on
hold that thought.
I'm confident of my identity, don't worry.
Yeah, there you go, all done.
Oh, magically, I feel like myself again.
I haven't noticed this myself, but MGK28 saying, "What's with Craig hiding his seventh tile from us?" Craig Beaver's saying it looks like he iterates through potential bonuses he can get with sixes on his rack. I have to say I've never played on stream myself, but I do that. I put the tile in my hand so I cannot see it, or I just lay it on the table, just so it's not distracting my vision.
Yeah, the other factor is you don't want to give anything away from your reaction when it gets to this crucial stage. I mean, Andy Davis back in the day used to do this a lot. He just said he has a tell. You know, he can't avoid reacting to what he sees when it's crucial whether you've picked the right letter or not. So the best way is to just not look. And he would quite often just put the tile face down on the table and say, I'm only going to look at that when it's my turn and not before. Interesting play by Brian here. F-Fod. K and F for some decent scoring potential and getting a nice number of points himself there.
Yeah, nice stuff from Brian, but he's going to get hit. Loiters, toilers, estriol on Craig's rack. Brian needs that blank ASAP.
He hasn't got it.
No. Wow. Loiters comes down for Craig Solomons, who himself is now going to be emptying the bag, drawing that blank.
Yeah, that was absolutely crucial. Brian just simply needed to have a bonus to reply with there and didn't get it, and that, as a result, is basically game over. Worth noting with the effort, he took out the Equant hook as well, which had been sitting there for the whole game, whilst also hoping to get a blank or a bonus. You know, it's hard to know. Do you block? Do you not block? What do you do? You know, it's just so difficult to tell. Craig just picking the sixth tile as the blank there. He did a great poker face, no reaction there, but he picked out the EENRS, then looked at the sixth one and it was the blank, and I'm sure inside his belly did a little jump when he realised that he was getting the blank as the last one out of the bag, but he remained absolutely ashen-faced as it came out, which is not always easy.
Yeah, I would say a well-played game here from Brian Poe. I don't recall any egregious misses. And it's going to be a close run thing. I mean, he's got 39 points on offer here, but it's not going to be enough. That would be Fike or Fake in the top left. And Craig presumably is going to be going out next turn. So just to remind you folks, this is the penultimate game of day 2 of Easter Matchplay 2026. Do not go anywhere. We have a hell of a matchup for you in the final round today. Round 16 will see Grandmaster Phil Robertshaw facing off against none other than Will Anderson. I think that's one you're going to want to stick around for. How are you feeling about that matchup, Stewart?
Yeah, what an exciting finish to the day. You know, Will, the master of live streaming himself, and it's great to have him playing the game for us on the live stream over here in the UK, and Phil, top dog at the minute in this tournament. So yeah, what a brilliant way to finish. Just going back to this game, whatever Brian plays will only limit the damage. There's a really nice outplay for Craig here. He's not lined it up at the minute, but he can score 23 with that final rack. And it's quite an elegant play. So I'm just going to put that out to the audience for now. Can anyone see the 23-point outplay for Craig here?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lovely find from Alec.
It has already been pointed out in the chat. I do apologise. Yes, Alec already there with Esserine and Equant is the play. Yeah. It's difficult when you're commentating. You want to keep an eye on our live stream, which is absolutely live, and not watch it through YouTube because that can be a few seconds behind. But you also want to keep an eye on the comments on the YouTube channel. So you're trying to look at flicking between multiple screens at the same time. Otherwise, if you just focus on YouTube, you can end up making a comment on something, not realizing it's actually been played or not played in real life. You know?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's worth reiterating to the audience at this stage. Of course, we're sitting here omniscient, so we know that Brian has got no win available. From his POV, he's only, I say only, 60 points behind. He's sitting on 2 powerful tiles, and yes, Craig has got the blank and is almost certainly going out, but Brian is going to be thinking frantically, is there some way I can possibly contrive some crazy setup while also blocking Craig from going out? His POV is I don't know. But I think that's why he's taking so much time on this, while also, of course, doing the presentation. So he's obviously not what to do. I'll spike 39, getting into the university of something.
So Craig playing out with Lenders for the win there, and again, a great result for him. He's beaten the guy currently in 3rd place, the number 2 seed in the tournament. So it's a slightly against the odds win, but solid play by both players all the way through. And once again, it makes the top even more interesting when one of the top players loses. We're still waiting for Phil Robertshaw's result, but as we head into the final game of the 2nd of 3 days, so many potential winners, so many people in contention for this top prize. No single player running away with this by any stretch of the imagination. You know, Brian Poe now in 2nd place, 3rd place perhaps, with a 10-5 record. So there's no outright dominant player throughout this. It's really, really interesting.
Yes, absolutely. So Craig goes out. Just to clarify for the audience, that is a blank D for Lenders. So a final score after count back of Craig Solomons with 418 to Brian Poe 375. Crucial win for Craig there, who hasn't massively been in the running so far, but he's going to stay in the top 10 and hope to keep building on this win. Brian was in 3rd. This will possibly knock him down a couple of spaces in the rankings, but plenty of time for this to be anyone's tournament at this stage. We're going to see whether either of the players would like to talk to us after this game. Craig famously does not interview. He doesn't really even like to do photos, never mind an interview, which is fine. But Brian's happy to come and have a chat with us, Stewart. So I'll have a quick word with him and then I'll pass over the headset so that he can hear you.
Yep.
Oh, Bobby. So I'm joined by Brian Poe. Brian, thank you for joining. How are you feeling after that? Oh, just into the microphone. Just speaking to the microphone, that's fine.
Well, it's a loss, and there are one or two tricky turns. But yeah, I think I played all right until the penultimate move.
That was effort.
Yeah, effort.
Yeah, you're not happy with that?
Well, there are two big bingo lanes. So one is the Hour of Realized, and the other one is the front of AG. And to maximize my winning chances, I need a bingo, and I should keep one of them open. So I think I should look at through the sea Holt.
Okay, yeah.
Holt.
No, fair enough. Yeah, no, you've said that. That makes sense. Yeah. It's difficult though because it scored so much. I think it was tricky because you're not going to have a nice leave no matter what you did there. I mean, how likely are you to be drawing into a blank with any of these leaves anyway? I guess there was a blank unseen. We liked Pico. That was nice find. Did any other moves stand out to you in particular?
You want to ask about Div?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, talk us through Div. I was a massive fan of that. I loved that you found that. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so I did some math. So first one I saw is Tilly with greed that is 43, keeping EV. And the second option is here with Div set up Teddy, making it 51 points. So it is a 20-point sacrifice. And from my opponent playing Gree, I assume he is keeping a foul heavy leaf. So with a play of Teddy, he is likely to play under to the triple, making to the Y. And keeping EV is not a good leaf in that position. And with Div, the chances of him blocking the Y hook he might have an S play that scores very well, but the chances of him making a play there is roughly not very high. I'll say 1/3 to 1/4 of the time if he got an S and can score well there. So I chose Div.
Yeah, really nicely explained as well. I'll just pop you on to Stewart as well. He might have a few more questions for you if you put the headset on. Yeah, that's it.
Hi, Stewart.
Hi, Brian. Good to chat to you. You played very solidly there, despite the fact it didn't go your way. You know, there were no real major observations from my point of view. I was less sure about Div. You know, I think personally I'd have taken the points for Tiddy, but I can certainly see the logic of a clever setup there. There wasn't a lot wrong with effort because I think you have to maximize your chances of getting that blank. And whichever spot you go in, you're always leaving the other one open. So, you know, even if you played KOPH in the same spot, for example, there wasn't much in it. You took out the Equant hook, which either Craig was going to use for a bonus or you could have used it. And really, it just came down to that final blank. So I think, you know, you did everything you could and it just didn't quite go your way. But solid play as always, as we've come to expect from you. So good luck with your remaining games.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, Brian, you're still very much in the running. We fully expect to see you on the stream again. So for now, thanks. Good luck with the last one today. Folks, do not go anywhere, and I mean anywhere, because the final game of the day, you didn't catch me saying it during that round. We have Grandmaster for Robertshaw, probably in the top 5, top 3 in Britain, one of the world's best players, facing off against the one, the only Will Anderson. Do not go anywhere. We will be back in, I would suspect, about 10 minutes.
but of course not playing each other, I know we're in for a good match here. Let's just hope we finish with a really interesting, exciting match to finish the second day of play between two players who are very much in contention here. Not just Phil, but Will, 10th place, still very much in it. Looking forward to this one very much. Couple of J options for Will, starting here. Joule as in the unit of energy, or julep as in mint. Might not prefer to keep the PY, so I think julep scoring more is probably the way to go here. Or you could choose a shorter option like joy, but I think when you've got 44 available for julep, he's just going to go for that, I would imagine. Julep goes down.
Yes, sorry, folks. I had that muted. Amateur hour. What am I doing? Annoying. I did a really passionate introduction as well. Alex Seaholm, just to address your question, he says, are expert and GM the only ABSP titles? Yes, that is correct. And it's an extremely arduous system. There's been much discussion over the years about the merits of it being so insanely difficult to get those titles. I have to say, I am not of a caliber myself where it's even relevant to me. So I don't know how you feel about that, Stewart.
Yeah, it's certainly been an issue. You know, I got a GM title myself 20 years ago, back when there were a lot of players in the 190s and the 180s, and the criteria hasn't changed. The rating system maybe slipped a bit. It's really, really hard to get into the 190s these days. There have not been any new GMs for quite some time. It does need to be looked at. Yeah, we could have an entire debate on that one. I think Stewart Houten is the ratings officer. He's been doing some work on it, on and off, along with various other tweaks that could or should perhaps be made. So yeah, certainly one thing that benefits those of us who've been around for a while. Very, very difficult to get a title these days. Phil is a Grandmaster, of course, in the UK. Absolutely no question of that. Well deserving of the title, has won many events. He'd have been looking for an S on this. The only 8-letter word from his rack is shindied. But without that, he has to look for a fishing option. There's probably not a lot wrong with hid that he is lining up there, either underneath the U of Julep or underneath the H. Probably as good as anything at this point, really.
Yeah. Stewart, I completely forgot that you are a GM. If you look to the top right of your screen, I may have slightly amended that.
Always forgiven. I
Okay.
feel like myself again, and being correctly addressed. That's my ego is
So Will Anderson sitting on triplicate O. The play that immediately stood out to me here is also his top performing play of Mooley, which, without even looking, I think is a castrated cow, is it? For 29 points.
Wow.
Oh, hornless cow, similar.
It's not entirely similar. I mean, I'd rather be hornless.
Yeah, very salient point there, actually. Yeah, me too.
Oh, we could go so many places with that. It's the last game of the day, but nonetheless, let's keep it clean, folks.
Alex Seaholm saying that Will is a GM in North America. Absolutely. And we had this discussion yesterday on the stream. He is an IM, International Master in, is it the Wesper rating system? I'm not familiar myself. But I think it's a concatenation of all the different international rating systems. And Rebecca points out he's also, of course, a former national champion. Alex Seaholm in the chat wisely pointing out it doesn't make sense to castrate a cow. Alec, I'm not a biologist. What can I say? MGK in the chat. Yes, he's a Wesper. I am. Sorry, what are you saying, Stuart?
You can just tell it's the last game of the day.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose my mind, I think.
This is where we're going.
Louis is the play for 26, basically on par with Mooley and a nicer leave. So I like this play from Will Anderson. And we move back to Phil Robertshaw. Who probably is just looking to play off BIT to completely balance the rack once again, as he did with HID in the previous turn.
Nothing better here really than to just go fishing basically with bit and simple plays like that. All of which involve knowing the bluey hook, but I feel he will.
Yeah, very nice. MGK28 in the chat says Wesper titles are also pretty hard to get. They need to be above a rating thresholds pretty consistently. Very interesting. Yeah, I was not aware of that. Chris Hawkins in the chat leaving a comment that only Chris Hawkins would leave. Has it been mentioned? No, it has not, of course, that Phil had a palindromic result in the last round, 572 to 275. Chris Hawkins, I would expect no less of you. Thank you for that wonderful intel. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I guess there's a chance that Phil is going to whiff on the bluey hook. Fatigue could be a factor here. This is the player's 10th game of the day. It is currently just coming up to 9 p.m. in England.
Yeah, 10 games in a day is a hell of a lot. Even if you wake up in the venue, even if you're getting fed, when you've played 8 all day, you're going to have dinner, and then you've got to come back and play 2 more games. This is tough. It's pretty tough. People want to get as many games in as possible, but 10 in a game is an awful number of games, really.
Alex Seaholm in the chat pointing out if Phil plays bit, it will get making bluey. It will give back 4 time.
Yeah, which would be interesting to see because it then takes the A on the front on the top row of the board for an A4 time hook. We could be looking at very interesting. Nope, I'm completely wrong. I'm 1 line out. Wow. Now this is what happens when you've watched too many games of Scrabble.
Yeah.
You suddenly realise you're talking rubbish. 4 time would play to the top, absolutely, and would not therefore have space for the A hook. Is it wine o'clock yet?
Phil taking his time on this. He's now considering nib to the right of bluey. I don't think he's seen the of Louis. Sorry, Stewart. I don't think he's seen the bluey hook.
Yeah, he's not confident of it, or he hasn't seen it. It's not one that will come up as often. He will certainly know the B front hook for LOOIE because Louis takes a B and an F, and those come up more often. But being confident of that 5 to 6 hook is a lot harder. He either hasn't considered it or he's just not confident enough of it, because you feel if he knew bluey, then bit and bluey would have gone down very quickly. As it is, he's going for nib, slightly inferior play for score, and also keeping duplicate T's. It's easy for us without godlike all the playable moves, isn't it? It's so much harder, as we've said all throughout the day, when you're actually there in the thick of it.
Absolutely. And of course, unbeknown to Phil, he's actually dodged a bullet there because he was going to get hit with 4 time and go down about 1.5 bingos.
Incredible pickup for Phil.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
Wow. Keeping EITT and picking AZ blank. Bring it on.
Yeah, that is a classic case of picking the suboptimal move and being absolutely rewarded for it. MGK28 in the chat saying it's also worked out well in the sense that it's blocked Ufia, which I imagine would have come down for a lot of points onto that center triple word. Daj City says, can you put a camera in the main playing room between games like they do on the US streams? That is certainly a point that I've raised before. We are a very new channel with relatively limited resources, although we are growing. And again, thank you for your support in helping us do that. Moving forward, that's certainly something I would like to see. I don't think we're streaming again until August, so who knows what could have happened by then. In the meantime, lovely play from Will. 4 for 35. Now, what can Phil pull out the bag here?
For me, is a great play. It's a nice scoring available move.
Phil could spend a while here. It looks very, very bingo-y, but there is actually none available.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. He will take a while over this one. Anyone would take a while to run through every available option here and finally, sadly, conclude that there isn't anything playable. This is a time eater of a move. You know, this is one that will just cost you minutes and minutes as you look through the options. He'll see that he has phase available very quickly. You know, that's not in doubt. That's a nice, easy play. I've seen a number of players over the years phony with fits because it's so similar to so many other valid words. The number of times I've seen FITZ played, but it's not in. It's never been in. Phase is actually his top move, but this is something that's just going to take up a lot of Phil's time as he runs through the U of julep, the F, the O, the R, desperately looking for sevens, thinking surely there's something there.
Meanwhile, opposite him, Will Anderson has drawn into Psych Eyes, as a few of you in the chat have pointed out. $19,000 probability, well within Will Anderson's wheelhouse. That's going to be coming down pretty fast, I think, regardless of what Phil Robertshaw does here. Evan Simpson in the chat, just going back to Phil's move, saying he doesn't get the play of nib. I think we've established Phil probably missed the bluey hook and didn't mind the synergy of keeping the duplicate T. Hello to Miguel in the chat. He says, is today the final day of the tournament? No, we have 7 more games tomorrow, starting at 9:15 GMT +1. Do make sure to check in then. Mark Meakin in the chat from Canterbury, hello, says, will MGI have streaming? Yes, but that will not be the ABSP stream team. That will be Lukman Awalabi, who is the relatively newly elected chairman of WESPA, who will be running that. The commentary team will be Will Anderson and Josh Sokol, and I don't know whether there will be some other guest commentators also. I think Phil has done well here to not spend an egregious amount of time on this move and just lock in those points now with phase.
Yeah, he could have spent easily 2, 3, 4 minutes looking for something that wasn't there. And it would have been completely understandable if he had, you know, but you have to call it and say, no, look, if there is something there, I'm just not going to see it, but I don't want to use up all more time on this. What I want to do is keep ITT blank and pick a nice NSR to go with it. Yeah, way to go. Slightly concerning, Will has not yet lined up psyches. You were saying that is well within his sphere of knowledge. That's a tough word. And he hasn't lined it up. I think this is by no means guaranteed that he will find this. Phil will have options, of course, himself. Entrists of the E, Naturist through the U of julep. He's definitely getting bonus down next time. But there goes Will Anderson. Was he just toying with us, or did he just take a while to realise? Maybe just weighing up the options. But yeah, fantastic play. Fantastic play. Looks as if Phil might have said hold there. And indeed, Will just pausing. I'm presuming that is a hold. Our producer in the room, Ruth, is typing a message to us in the chat, which is going to say, this is on hold, I'm sure. We can see. Yeah, Psyche's play is being held at the minute for those who are tuning in for the first time or need a reminder. The reason this happens is because an incorrect challenge of a word, a checking of a valid word, means that word is not worth an extra 5 points for the person who played it. So hence just a moment for Phil to take a minute to say, How sure am I of this? How unsure am I? Am I going to give Will an extra 5 points for it?
Yeah, first play for us. Never in doubt. James Taylor in the chat says 0 chance that Will wasn't finding that. Can't believe I ever doubted Anders Wilson.
Yeah, absolutely. I doubted it as well myself, but no reason to. And look at the pickup that Will has produced here. My goodness, Rhodey plus a blank. Stuff of dreams.
Okay. Phil is going to have his work cut out for him even after he bingos here. It's going to be instantly negated by Will's post bingo draw. As pointed out in the chat by Alec, Will has a standout bingo of tritones. Oh, and he's missed it, Stewart. He's missed it. That was through the O of for me, getting the Z doubled in the double word.
Yeah, that is a shame because the Z double would have been a massive score there. Not intuitive look through the O of for me, but it was there for the taking. So that unfortunately does go down as a miss. But again, we're sitting here comfortably in our own debates with everything spelled out nicely for us, and we can see the 92-point play. Doesn't necessarily mean the players are going to get it. Phil will be disappointed though because he's just drawing about level on score, 22 points behind, and thinking, okay, I'm back in the game, and boom, this is another bonus from Will Anderson straight out of the bag. Loads of good options here. The best of which is a spectacular overlap. I described the rack as being Rhodey plus a blank, and look where it fits.
Wow.
Yeah. Doesn't it just?
Yeah.
Rhodey's will play as a 6-tile underlap of Sight Guys, starting with So and R and Id and Kai and all those options as well. That is the stellar move available here. It is 85. A slightly lesser overlap, but still good, is Exordia in the same spot as well, which starts 1 square to the left. That scores 84. Both brilliant plays. And he has spotted that Exordia plays.
Oh, okay. All right. Nice.
Lovely play. Lovely play.
And immediately wipes out Phil's interests. This looks like it's being held. Oh, no, sorry, it's not being held. Will has just not committed the play yet. Okay, yeah, very nice. Alex D. Home in the chat pointing out that Phil has whipped underlapping Exordia.
Yeah, that's a really nice move to have, and I think he will spot that. Your intuition, of course, is to want to get rid of the Q, but there aren't any Q plays available at all unless he just ditches the Q on the Eye of Interests, which he's not going to do. So whipped is a fantastic move here. Great spot by Josh, playing from the left-hand side for 41. Whip plays above Saikai's as well, so it's not guaranteed just because Phil has lined the word up. He may be looking at it with ISO, Par, and TID, which is an alternative that scores 37. Brilliant find there. Not only the right word, but the right spot as well. 41 for Phil. Keeps him in the game.
And we move back to Will Anderson. He's got 28 points on offer, underlapping Exordia with his F, making fun and EAU. Or fur in the same spot, although I prefer the synergy of the R with the T there rather than the N.
Yes, and there are 3 N's to come and only 2 R's, so that would definitely push you more towards playing fun as well. Slightly less chance of picking a duplicate. Phil not getting what he needs to really get back into this game, just looking across the other side. But fun, keeping VERT looks fairly straightforward for Will Anderson here.
Good evening to Nick Ivanovsky in the chat. I haven't seen you here before, sir, so welcome. Nick says hipped above psych eyes to then hook in both directions with the W on the triple letter. I love that. Alex C. Home replying that it's very sus when pith is available. I guess it is, yeah. At this level, Phil would probably find that sus. I don't think I would notice myself, but I'm not. That's why I'm not on stream. But no, Nick, I love that suggestion. That was not something we'd previously considered. Very nice. MGK28 saying Phil does have Noman underlapping phase for a good score as well. Nice spot. Yeah, really nice. I like that.
Yes, Noman is the top scoring move here for Phil, rapidly followed by Omen, and if he doesn't play that, it's probably got to be an exchange. But Noman goes down. Really smart play, and great to see Phil using the top right-hand corner to full advantage there. He's still very much on the back.